Chapter 8:12. Chengchuma was right. Not only did the Cheng family receive the century eggs from Li Zishuan, but the Qin family, Niu family, Yuqi family, Li Jing family, Li Shaogong family, Fang Xianling family, Zhangsun Wuji family, and Wei Jing family all received hundreds of century eggs and a recipe for making century eggs. Some of these people were delivered by Li Zishuan himself, while others were delivered by his guards. Poor Pang Feiji and his team of marquises. They were originally civil servants in charge of maintaining the security of Chang and city, but now they had become delivery men for Li Zishuan. Although Li Zishuan had given away so many century egg recipes, he was not worried that others would learn how to make century eggs and cause the loss of customers from Zuexian restaurant. That was because the most authentic way of cooking was always in the hands of Zuexian restaurant. Just like crayfish and hairy crabs in his previous life, the recipe could be found on the internet. But why were there so many people willing to eat in restaurants? Food was not something that could be made delicious just because you knew how to make it. Therefore, not only was he not afraid of others learning, but he also encouraged others to learn. Only when everyone knew how to make century eggs and tasted the delicacy, could his task of promoting century eggs be completed. At the same time, in the palace, the great Emperor Li Er also received the century eggs from Li Zishuan. Of course, Li Er did not receive them personally, but they were sent by Li Qingqian. This century egg tofu is a good dish. It's refreshing and tender. Tell the imperial chef to keep this dish for lunch every day for the next month. Li Er, who was overwhelmed by a pile of troublesome matters in the morning court, suddenly felt refreshed when he ate the cold and refreshing century eggs with tofu at noon. He praised and then turned his head to instruct the palace maid next to him. "Yes, Your Majesty." The little palace maid bowed and slowly retreated. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. "Since autumn, Your Majesty's appetite has not been very good. I didn't expect that the century egg with tofu would suit Your Majesty's taste. It seems that I should thank Margong." Li Er laughed and said, "Guanyin maid, this is not because of that guy, but because of your good cooking. I heard that you went to the kitchen 2 hours ago to prepare. Thank you for your hard work." Empress Zhangsun shook her head and said with a happy face, "As long as Your Majesty can eat well, everything I do is worth it. The Tang Empire cannot be left without Your Majesty." Li put down his chopsticks and patted Zhangsuan's small white hands. And his wife and couple had been together for more than 10 years. How could they not know each other's feelings? After a moment's silence, said, "In fact, my poor appetite was not because the food was not to my taste. This year's drought caused the people's farmland to be reduced. In order to reduce the burden of the people, I forcibly reduced the burden. Later, the tax collection situation submitted by various states was calculated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It was found that it was not even 70% of last year's. In addition, last year, because of the Turkic Sheli's army, the Chang and treasury was empty. I was worried that if there was another natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the treasury would not be able to continue. But fortunately, the fleet led by Xiao Gong came back at this time. Not only did they bring back a huge amount of food, but they also brought back a huge amount of wealth. The financial strain of the imperial court was greatly relieved. And just this time, the business tax collected from the civilian caravan was a total of 400,000 strings of coins. Guanyin maid, you didn't see it. After that old man Xiao Yu saw the results of the statistics, he laughed from ear to ear for a quarter of an hour. How can I not be happy? At the end of his speech, Li Er's mood became high, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. Empress Zhangsun looked at the man in front of her with a complicated mood. She sighed and said, "Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the country and the people. You are happy for the world, but also sad for the world. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. But I hope that Your Majesty will take care of your body. Your Majesty is not only the majesty of the world, but also the majesty of Chengqian, Qingke, and Chang'e." Li Er understood the meaning of Empress Zhangsun. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Guanyin maid. I understand." Empress Zhangsun smiled. She pulled her small hand out of Li Er's big hand and then used a small spoon to scoop a spoonful of century eggs and tofu for Li Er. She said, "Your Majesty, eat quickly. The century eggs and tofu won't be fresh in a while." Li Er naturally enjoyed the service of the beauty with a clear conscience. He heard Empress Zhongsun continue, "I heard that the century eggs were a new trick invented by the Marquis of Yong, and to help his farmers solve the backlog of eggs in their hands. This child has a lot of ideas. I don't know how many things are in his head. But this way, his farmers can earn a lot of money, and the other farmers are still worried about how to sell their eggs." Lear had never heard of this. He frowned and asked, "What? Are the eggs in Chang and worthless now?" Empress Zhangsuan's brows showed a hint of worry and replied, "Your Majesty may not know, but since the imperial court issued a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens this year, not to mention the other states and counties, in Chang and the nearby farms, basically every household has at least 70 to 80 chickens. Now, more than 4 months have passed. The chickens raised by the people have long started to lay eggs. These eggs can't be stored for long and will spoil in less than 10 days. In order to sell the eggs as soon as possible, the farmers are desperately trying to lower the price. As a result, the price of eggs has fallen again and again until it's difficult to sell them now." Li Er was silent for a while and then said, "This is indeed a problem. But now that Li Zishuan has thought of this method of making century eggs, it depends on whether he's willing to impart the method of making century eggs. If he's unwilling, we can only let him expand the production scale of century eggs. I think it should be able to alleviate the current situation. When the weather gets colder, the production of eggs will also decrease. At that time, the price of eggs will stabilize." What he said was indeed reasonable. Letting Li Zishuan make century eggs into century eggs could, first, expand the sales and second, prolong the preservation time. It was already autumn now. When it was late autumn or after winter, due to the decrease in temperature and light, the laying rate of chickens would obviously decrease until the production stopped. But this kid is really good to his farmers. In the end, Li Er added another sentence. Speaking of which, this time, Li Er didn't have any intention of getting Li Zishuan's secret method of making century eggs. The main reason was that this sea trade had fattened the imperial court. Old Li was now a rich man, and the small amount of money he earned from making century eggs was not enough for Li Er. Chapter 8:13. Your Majesty is right. The Marquis of Yong entreats the people well. Who in Chang and city doesn't know about this? Your Majesty has given Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong. I heard that some of the farmers in the villages close to Lantian County all sighed when they heard the news, regretting that their villages were not the Marquis of Yong. From this, it can be seen how kind this child is usually. In the Lizheng Palace, Empress Zhongsun heard Li Er's words and chuckled. Kind. Hearing this, Li Er suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "This kid has never been a kind person. Guanyin maid, you don't know, but the day before yesterday, this kid was still spouting nonsense in the morning court. He said that the peace of the Tang Empire was not obtained by blindly giving in, but by the soldiers using their blood and fists. The Tang people need to have pride. The Tang people are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Tang Empire will be able to break through. Listen to this. Sometimes, this kid is filled with killing intent. At such a young age, he has so much hostility. It is really unbelievable. Right now, he has already been labeled as a traitor by many officials in the court." Hearing this, Empress Zhongsun was silent for a while. Then, she smiled and said, "This kid's personality is probably what Your Majesty wants, right? And what this kid said is not wrong at all. The peace of the Tang Empire today was obtained by Your Majesty leading a group of generals using their blood." After being with Li Er for so many years, how could Empress Zhongsun not understand the true thoughts in Li Er's heart? She could tell at a glance that even though Li Er was criticizing Li Zishuan in all sorts of ways, his words were filled with admiration. Guanyin maid understands me. That's right, although this kid is often muddle-headed, I admire the spirit and sharpness in his bones. In the future, when I am old, the generals of this generation will not be able to lift their swords. I hope that this kid Li Zishuan can take up the heavy responsibility and help Chengqian well. Just like the title I gave him, Yong, protect the Tang Empire forever. Li Zishuan naturally did not know about the conversation that happened in the palace. Li Er also did not know that his precious son was being tortured fetching water in Yanhuang College. If he knew, his conversation with Empress Zhang's son would probably be to scold Li Zishuan and not praise. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan was busy going to Chang and City in the morning to send gifts to the big shots. In order to keep smiling, his face was a little stiff from smiling, Antsen. And then he went to the workshop to teach Faubert's rubber, ants. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, an uninvited guest came. An uninvited guest with unprecedented strength. It was a middle-aged man who was nearly 7 feet tall, which was over 2 meters. He had a 3-inch beard on his chin, which looked like it had not been tidied in a long time. It was messy and a bit disgusting. His appearance was ugly, and there was a scar on his face. Although his facial features were sharp and angular, no matter how you looked at it, he looked like the reincarnation of an evil spirit. He was abnormally ferocious. Children would probably be scared to tears if they saw his face. These were not important. The most important thing was that Li Zishuan felt a very majestic and turbulent power of flesh and blood from this man, indicating that this man's physical cultivation had reached a very terrifying realm. In his impression, only the golden body of Arhat of the Shaolin Temple could be comparable to it. What was worse was that the moment this man stood there, Li Zishuan felt an extremely heavy pressure. This meant that this person's martial arts realm was far above his. If they were to compare, even Zhao Song at his peak would not be a match for this man. At first glance, Li Zishuan determined that the man was a master at the peak of the master stage, or even a half step into the great master stage. His strength was not inferior to his martial uncles in Longhu Mountain. If they were to fight to the death, perhaps only his genius youngest martial uncle would be able to fight him. Wouldn't you be nervous if a ferocious-looking man with terrifying strength was blocking your door? The true qi in Li Zishuan's body quickly began to revolve, and he raised his guard to 120%. If this person really wanted to attack him, he should be able to escape with all his strength, but could he escape? Behind him were his father, mother, wife, and sister. Not far from where he was, there were hundreds of teachers and students from Yanhuang College. If such a powerful devil was allowed to wreak havoc, no one in Yunshan would be able to keep him in check. When did a monster with such a terrifying cultivation appear in Chang and City? Did this man come with ill intentions or was he looking for something? Li Zishuan's heart was filled with vigilance and doubts. Senior, may I know your honorific name? Why have you come to Yunshan? Li Zishuan stepped forward slowly, saluted and cupped his fists. Previously, Li Zishuan was sizing up the man. In fact, the man was also sizing up Li Zishuan. At this moment, when he saw Li Zishuan step forward and salute, he narrowed his eyes and smiled instead of answering. You are Li Zishuan, right? The last disciple of Taoist Ling Su of Celestial Master Sect in Longhu Mountain? Not bad, not bad. Little boy, you have guts. You have not disgraced the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su. Li Zishuan's heart moved slightly. This man knew his master? This should be easy to handle. Generally speaking, as long as someone knew his master, they would give him some face. He had to admit that the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su was very useful. Senior, since you know my master, then you are an old friend. Please come in and have some tea. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to get close to the man. After all, it would be best to be friends with such a powerful person, who knew that when the man heard this, he would actually pull out the 4-foot-long broadsword on his back. He casually waved the broadsword and then gently placed it on the ground. The hard cement floor was actually cut open like a piece of tofu. The man laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Junior, I am not here to drink tea. I am here to compete with you. I want to see how much of Spiritual Master Ling Su's teachings you have. If you can win against me, that's fine. If you lose..." This is husband. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi came out with Madame Li, followed by Li Jingma and Lan. They must have heard the commotion in the front yard and ran out. Hee, little boy, if you lose, it means that your skills are not good enough. I will clean up the house for spiritual master Ling Su. Don't even think about leaving a single person in your yard alive. The curly-bearded man pointed at the people behind Li Zishuan and said with a ferocious expression. He came with ill intentions. As expected, he came with ill intentions. Now that the situation had developed in the worst direction, Li Zishuan's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His heart also sank. This old bastard with extremely high martial arts was actually here to pick a fight. Chapter 8:14. Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate when he saw that the bearded man didn't come with good intentions. He turned around and said anxiously, "Wife, help father and mother back to the house. Lan, you go back too. Don't worry, I'll be fine." "Husband, Xian, brother," Li Zishuan said solemnly, "don't talk nonsense. Go back quickly." Then he whispered to Han Yushi, "I'll lure this person away in a while. You guys take the opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't beat this person with my worries. If you really want to help me, you can go to the academy or Chang and to get reinforcements. Don't be so wishy-washy." "Xian," Mrs. Li muttered unwillingly in a low voice. Li Jingma pulled her away and said, "Madam, it's useless to say more. We'll only be in the way here. Xian is right. If we really want to help him, we should hurry up and escape to get reinforcements." Seeing that his father was decisive at the critical moment, Li Zishuan felt relieved and turned to deal with the bearded man. In fact, he was bragging a lot. Even if his family left and he had nothing to worry about, he still wasn't sure he could beat this person in front of him. Although he had fought Yin Bat Ian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, to a draw, he had worked together with the two brothers of the Dugu family to achieve such a result. Moreover, Yin Bat Ian was obviously not on the same level as this bearded old bastard. Li Zishuan felt that this person in front of him could fight 3 Yin Baitians at the same time. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. "Who are you, sir?" Li Zishuan, who turned around, looked at the bearded man with a gloomy face and asked. "Kid, you'll only be qualified to know my identity after you defeat this old man." The bearded man said with a haughty face. "You're King the best." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart when he heard this. Although this old fart in front of him was indeed quite awesome, no matter how awesome he was, could he be as awesome as his master? "I have no enmity with you, but you have come here to threaten me with your life. I have to say that you are really daring. The Cloud Mountain is a sacred place of learning set up by the Imperial Court. How dare you behave so atrociously here?" At this point, there was no room for reconciliation. How could Li Zishuan still be willing to address this person as senior? It was already good enough that he didn't call him old bastard. There was no need for him to be polite. The man grinned and said with a smile, "Heh, are you angry from embarrassment? Enough idle chatter. This old man is not here to bicker with you. If you want to live, quickly take out your true skills and fight with this old man." Li Zishuan knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he pretended to look at the burly man with contempt and snorted, "Since you want to fight, then this Marquis will accompany you to the end. However, since you came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble, you better think about the consequences." There's no need for you to say that. This old man knows what to do." The bearded man chuckled nonchalantly. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "In that case, you wait here. I'll go get the sword." A quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan brought the burly man to a forest in the south of the Cloud Mountain courtyard. The two stood face to face, and a bleak atmosphere began to fill the forest. Both of them were accumulating power at this moment. "Boy, show me what you've got. This old man won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm and fight with you. If you can beat me, then everything will be fine. If you can't, The bearded man stood about 30 meters in front of Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "This old man wants to suppress his realm to fight with me?" This was really a surprise because if this old man went all out, he really had no chance of winning. However, if they were at the same realm, then it was hard to say. After hearing the second half of the old man's words, Li Zishuan's heart sank again. Although the old man wanted to suppress his realm, he could only suppress the amount of genuine qi, but not his experience and reaction. In other words, he was facing a master at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm with the experience of a half-step to the Supreme Power Realm. He did not have the advantage. Old man, since you want to suppress your realm, why don't you seal part of your meridians? Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I beat you until you cry, you'll be shameless and forcibly raise your realm to make trouble for me. Li Zishuan figured it out. It was better for the old man to suppress his realm than not, but he was afraid that the burly man would contradict him. In his impression, there was indeed a way to seal part of the meridians in Jianghu, so he said so. Boy, you're so arrogant. Well, I'll seal it. This acupoint can be maintained for an hour. In this hour, whether I want to or not, I'll only be at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm. But even at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm, you're not my opponent. The bearded man sneered. Then he used his right hand to tap on his own body 3 times, and his aura suddenly dropped. The first move of 9 Taishen swords, ride the wind to the 9th heaven. When Li Zishuan saw that the bearded man had finished sealing his acupoints, he took advantage of the fact that the bearded man was unprepared and used the first style of the 9 Taishen swords to launch a surprise attack. At this time, he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this old thing. 9 Taishen swords? You deserve to be his last disciple. Immortal Lingshu actually taught you the supreme sword skills derived from Taishen Sutra? But your master certainly doesn't want you to use these sword skills to make a sneak attack, right? In the face of this sudden sword from beyond the heavens, the bearded man's face did not show any signs of panic. He sneered and unhurriedly lifted up his enormous scimitar from the ground. His entire body skyrocketed, and his large scimitar fiercely chopped towards Li Zishuan's unexpected sword. Seeing that the man's scimitar had been formed in the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan knew that it was not good, because the man's reaction speed was far beyond his expectation. Moreover, the man's scimitar was obviously powerful and he could not take it. Moreover, his wind-chasing sword might be damaged because of this. At this time, it was too late to withdraw the move. Li Zishuan had an idea. He lifted his long sword and changed his move temporarily, using pushing the boat with the current. The expected collision between the scimitar and the sword did not happen. The wind-chasing sword was like a magnet and firmly sucked the scimitar in the bearded man's hand. Then, Li Zishuan's wrist moved slightly, and with 2 twists of the sword, the tyrannical force on the scimitar was immediately deflected. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. That's right, this guy changed his move to Taiji sword at the last moment. Using this method to fuse 9 Taishen swords and Taiji sword together, one had to say that this could be considered as learning and applying it flexibly. But this is not 9 Taishen swords. Kid, where did you learn this sword skill from? The bearded man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked. Chapter 8:15. The second style of 9 Taishen swords, Fleeting Swan, Soaring Dragon. The third style of 9 Taishen swords, Snow Treading, Leaving No Trace in the Snow, Swift as a Swallow. The fourth style of 9 Taishen swords, Wave Breaker, Overlord Sea Thunderous Fury. The fifth style of 9 Taishen swords, Pairing Dust, Sword Pairing Dust, Bleak and Cold. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to the curly-bearded burly man's question at all. He directly used a quadruple annihilation, unleashing 4 moves in unison and meeting him head-on. In his opinion, the old man in front of him was here to destroy his entire family. In a battle of life and death, he would not hold back. As long as he could defeat the old man, he was willing to use more despicable means, let alone a sneak attack. By now, he had mastered the first 5 styles of 9 Taishen swords. The 4 styles in front of him were more than 40% more powerful than before. Ordinary grandmasters would not dare to underestimate them. They had to take them seriously, or they would be injured by the superimposed 4 styles in an instant. Unfortunately, this bearded man was not an ordinary master stage expert. This time, the man did not take the initiative to charge forward. Facing this extremely powerful sword that had been enhanced by the consecutive moves, he closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly took 3 steps to the left and turned around abruptly. He raised his broadsword and placed it in front of his forehead. Clang! The 5th style of 9 Taishin swords, Pairing Dust, had been enhanced by the power of the first 4 moves. Its speed and strength were naturally extraordinary. The most prominent feature of this sword was its explosive power. When the tip of wind-chasing sword came into contact with the bearded man's saber, sparks flew from the intense collision. However, the man's lower body was extremely stable, as though he was a huge tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. However, due to the inertia of the wind-chasing sword, it was still advancing towards the man's face. The entire sword immediately bent into an arc. The saber in the man's hand also began to deform from the violent collision. If this continued, it would be hard to tell if the saber or the sword would break first. The power can be superimposed. This 9 Taishin swords is indeed something. The bearded man laughed softly. Then, his 2 hands held the 2 ends of the broadsword. Then, he took the initiative to bend the broadsword inwards, gradually turning it into a reverse bow. F***CK, this is bad. In the sky, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a deep sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Just as he was about to escape, the curly-bearded burly man suddenly attacked. Kid, go back to where you came from. Li Zishuan saw the bearded man use the saber in his hand as a bow and arrow. He directly rebounded the saber and struck the blade of the wind-chasing sword. Li Zishuan was instantly sent flying along with his sword. Blood Sea Tyrant Saber. How could the bearded man let go of such a good opportunity? He let out a low roar and his saber moved like a shadow. This saber carried a huge amount of power, and it flew in the direction that Li Zishuan had been sent flying. 1 advance, 1 retreat, this was truly unavoidable. At this time, Li Zishuan wanted to use the 6th movement of the Taishin 9 swords again, but it was useless. He had no time or opportunity to mobilize the genuine qi in his body. But was there really no other way? Of course not. The current Li Zishuan was no longer the young boy who had just left the mountain. He had a lot of trump cards. 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. At this moment of rapid retreat, Li Zishuan suddenly used a very profound sword technique, but this sword technique did not seem to be very powerful, and one could not even sense how much true qi was flowing inside. This was why the 9 solitary swords was so powerful. The Dugu 9 swords focused on sword moves, and the key point was the sword intent. It did not have much of a requirement for qi, and even a person without any qi would be able to unleash the power of the Dugu 9 swords as long as he could feel the sword intent within it. Li Zishuan was now using the 3rd movement of the 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. This was a special move that was specially used to break the saber techniques of single saber, double saber, lancet, ghost head saber, machete, and zamadeo. When the curly-bearded man saw that Li Zishuan had actually used this kind of soft sword technique that was devoid of true qi, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Li Zishuan with an indomitable will. But what shocked the bearded man was that Li Zishuan's soft sword technique had actually dissolved his heavy saber attack in an instant. What was even more incredible was that this saber attack had been infused with his strong inner qi, but after just touching Li Zishuan's sword technique, the inner qi that he had infused into it dissipated into nothingness. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. Presumably, he had lived for decades, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. In fact, this was also one of the biggest characteristics of the Dugu 9 swords. No matter how strong the opponent's inner qi was, it would all be useless in front of the subtle sword technique of the Dugu 9 swords. Moreover, the Dugu 9 swords was stronger than the opponent. If the opponent's kung fu was not high enough, the essence of the Dugu 9 swords would not be used. The opponent that Li Zishuan was facing right now was one of the top masters in the world. His kung fu was so strong that it had reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. Once he activated it, the subtleties of the Dugu 9 swords could be unleashed incisively and vividly. If Dugu Chubai came back to life, or if Feng Qingyang came back to life, they would be overjoyed to meet such an opponent. In order to use the Dugu 9 swords, apart from being familiar with the sword technique, it also relied heavily on the swordsman's spiritual understanding. Once the swordsman reached a level where he could freely use the sword without any rules, the more intelligent the swordsman was, the better the swordsman's kung fu would be. Every competition was like a great poet who was inspired to write a good poem. The bearded man poured a large amount of genuine qi into his saber. Li Zishuan used the saber-breaking style one after another. Relying on his strong mental calculation ability, he countered the attacks one by one. After more than 40 moves, the genuine qi in the bearded man's saber had already dissipated. And in this situation, Li Zishuan had enough time to inject his inner strength into wind-chasing sword and launch a counterattack. The sixth style of the Dugu 9 swords, Drifting Cloud. The drifting cloud is broken and drifting cloud is never returned. Once the sword was launched, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. This sword not only carried the power of the previous few moves, but also the momentum of the bearded man's saber-breaking style that was countered by the saber-breaking style. Its power was so great that it was the most powerful attack that Li Zishuan had ever launched in so many years. It had to be said that this guy was really a genius. He had just combined the Dugu 9 swords and the Taiji sword together to counter the bearded man's counterattack. Now, he had combined the Dugu 9 swords and borrowed the momentum to launch a fatal attack on the bearded man. Fast. This extremely fast sword instantly arrived in front of the curly-bearded burly man. The curly-bearded man's pupils constricted abruptly. He actually felt the threat of death from this sword strike. Chapter 8:16. Roar. Seeing Li Zishuan's flowing cloud sword whistling towards his heart, the bearded man first controlled his body to lean back slightly and then let out a loud roar. A fallen leaf just happened to fall between the tip of the wind-chasing sword and the bearded man's face. What was strange was that this roar seemed to carry a huge amount of energy, causing the falling leaf to suddenly change its direction and fly directly towards Li Zishuan. The leaves were already like this, so how could Li Zishuan, a living person, not be affected? Almost in an instant, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. His face felt as if it had been scraped by a fierce wind, and it hurt a little. At the same time, his sword momentum also strangely stagnated for a moment. Lion's roar? Li Zishuan was a little shocked. Wasn't this lion's roar a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple? How could this old bastard know it? Could it be that he was a monk of the Shaolin Temple in the past? Damn it. A monk who had returned to the secular world actually dared to behave atrociously in Yunshan. However, even though Li Zishuan was extremely shocked, he didn't have the time to continue letting his imagination run wild. This was because the bearded man had seized the moment when the wind-chasing sword's momentum stagnated. Roar. Another loud roar, and the intensity of the roar was even louder than before. Tsunami Emperor Fist. At this moment, the bearded man, who was leaning back slightly, abandoned his saber and used his fists. This was because the angle of his body couldn't condense saber momentum in a short period of time. He first formed a fist seal, and then his sleeves exploded with a bang. His arms and fists turned bronze in color, and the veins on his arms bulged. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked like a mad demon. Tsunami Emperor Fist. When Li Zishuan heard the name of this fist technique, his heart suddenly jolted. He thought to himself, just where did this curly-bearded burly man come from? Emperor Fist, Emperor Fist. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, to dare to add the word emperor to a technique was like lighting a lamp in the toilet, courting death. Why did this curly-bearded man dare to give his fist technique such a tyrannical name? The bearded man definitely didn't know what Li Zishuan was thinking. He snorted and his aura suddenly changed. Then he waved his fists and charged towards Li Zishuan's sword. The wind-chasing sword was spiritual master Ling Su's personal sword. It was forged by the world's #1 swordsmith, Zhang Yujiu, using extraterrestrial iron. Its sharpness could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, the wind-chasing sword was reinforced with large amounts of internal energy from Li Zishuan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword could pierce a hole in the city wall. At this moment, the bearded man was actually using his fists to catch the sword. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be seeking death. However, Li Zishuan didn't think so. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. In this split second, the burly man's fists had already collided with the tip of the wind-chasing sword. However, the scene of the sword piercing into his body did not occur. On the contrary, the collision of the fists and the sword produced an illogical sound of metal clashing. Clang! With a boom, the enormous amount of internal energy that Li Zishuan had poured into the wind-chasing sword was completely repelled. The enormous internal energy backlashed and sent him flying. He crashed into a tree with a bang, but this tree couldn't stop him from retreating. With a kacha sound, the thick tree cracked and broke. Li Zishuan's body then crashed into a second tree and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! After receiving such a large impact, Li Zishuan's body instantly fractured in several places. A heart-wrenching pain came from his wrists and back. What was worse was that this enormous internal energy backlashing caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, his internal energy started to become chaotic. It would be difficult for him to have the strength to fight again in a short period of time. F***, you old bastard. You actually broke through your acupoints on your own. You said that you would suppress your realm and fight with me, but now you went back on your word and launched a sneak attack. Are you still a F*** king man? Although Li Zishuan was well aware of the terrible condition of his body, he still couldn't help but point at the curly-bearded man and scold him. Even if he was going to die, he had to scold him to his heart's content. Only now did he realize what was wrong just now. It turned out that the bearded man had used his internal energy to break through his acupoints at the last minute. He had completely unleashed the strength of a peak grandmaster. Oh no, it should be the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Li Zishuan was now very sure that the bearded man was a half-step grandmaster. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, the bearded man was not like Een Badian, who came from a small sect. Although his realm was high, his strength was low. The bearded man's skills were all top martial arts in the Jianghu. He definitely had the guidance of a famous master. Li Zishuan knew that he had lost. The bearded man's strength had now recovered to the peak. If he attacked him now, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His internal energy was still in disorder. If he didn't immediately sit down cross-legged to recuperate, he would definitely run the risk of qigong deviation. The bearded man had already put away his fists. It was impossible to see how he moved his legs. With a series of movements, he appeared in front of Li Zishuan in an instant. Unexpectedly, in the face of such a good opportunity, he didn't kill Li Zishuan. Instead, his old face turned red. Yes, that's right, his old face turned red. Li Zishuan didn't know why this big man's tanned face would turn red. Was it his imagination? Cough cough. Boy, you're really good. The Central Plains is indeed full of talents. It's been decades since someone pushed me to this point. The bearded man stood in front of Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back and said with the posture of an expert. It was just that there was a hidden awkwardness under his expression. It was just that others couldn't detect it. Bah, old bastard. With your cultivation, you actually went back on your words. You F***king have an unfair advantage. The man coughed twice again. He didn't answer Li Zishuan's words. Instead, he asked calmly, Boy, the sword techniques you used just now, it seems that the 9 Taishen swords is not the only sword technique, right? There seem to be 2 other sword techniques mixed in with it? Hurry up and tell me. Li Zishuan didn't know what kind of medicine this old bastard had taken, but he was actually dawdling with him. Li Zishuan simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. In any case, he couldn't beat him. If this old bastard wanted to fight, then let him fight. At this time, when he heard the question, he couldn't help but open his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, You want to know? Of course. The bearded man nodded. You want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you. Chapter 8:17. Grandpa? Regardless of whether this curly-bearded man had the intention to kill Li Zishuan or not, after hearing these words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Bastard Jr., This old man is already someone of your grandfather's generation, yet you are so disgraceful. Li Zishuan continued to scold. Hey! Who was the one who called me grandpa just now? Was it you? Regardless of whether he was going to die today, he had to be mischievous before he died. Who asked his big brother to be the leather knight? Little kid, you're so stubborn. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rude. Even a clay figurine had some temper, let alone a peerless expert like the bearded man. Hearing Li Zishuan's rude remarks again and again, he finally flew into a rage. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous in Cloud Mountain? At this moment, a loud shout came from the forest. The man's movements couldn't help but pause. Then, he saw a black-robed elder come over with a sword and slash directly at him. Faced with this sudden attack, the man didn't dare to be careless. He took 2 steps back and then tilted his body slightly, dodging the black-robed elder's aggressive sword. Ink Snow Sword cry, only the heart remains unmoved, harmony of the world. Ink Snow Sword, you're actually the master of the Mo family? The bearded man looked at the broad-bladed sword in the black-robed elder's hand and frowned for a long time before asking in disbelief. That's right, the person who came was the 15th generation master of the Mo family, Mo Huai. Previously, Li Zishuan had fused 3 types of sword intents and used an unparalleled might to beat the bearded man into a fluster. At that time, Li Jingma had secretly brought Madame Li, Lan, and Han Yushi out of the courtyard. It was unknown whether the bearded man had deliberately pretended not to notice or if he really hadn't noticed, but he had actually let Li Zishuan's family leave just like that. The first reaction of the 4 who had escaped was of course to get reinforcements, but where could they get reinforcements? Chang'an City? There were many masters there, and Li Zishuan was familiar with the crown prince. After explaining the situation, he could ask the imperial army to help. But Chang'an was too far away, and Li Zishuan didn't know how the battle was going. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Thinking of this, Li Jingma decisively brought Mrs. Li and the other 2 to Yanhuang College. The guards of the academy naturally recognized Li Jingma and the other 3. Furthermore, Pang Feiji was also in the academy. He had been working as an instructor in the academy and had been living in the academy's dormitory. Although he was Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, ever since Li Zishuan moved to Yunshan Villa, he could no longer stay by his side. That was because there was no place for guards to stay in the villa. After hearing Li Jingma's explanation, Pang Feiji turned pale with fright. He hurriedly called for his subordinates, Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest of the followers of the school of Mo. He wanted to rescue Li Zishuan together because he knew that the strength of these followers of the school of Mo was much higher than that of the martial marquises. However, Mo Zhong shook his head and asked him to wait here. Then, he ran into the academy's Guanghua building. Just as Pang Feiji was scolding Mo Zhong for being a coward, ungrateful and cowardly, Mo Zhong walked out behind Mo Huai. Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He wanted to pull Mo Zhong over and ask him why he had brought a weak old man here. However, Mo Huai urged, "Let's go. Brotherly, tell this old man first, where did the mountain elder get into trouble?" Li Jingma naturally answered truthfully. However, everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and then Mo Huai's figure disappeared. Pang Feiji and the other martial marquises could not help but be stunned. None of them had thought that this seemingly ordinary little old man was actually a hidden martial arts master. It was simply too unbelievable. In the small forest. At this moment, after hearing the words about the inky snow sword from the bearded man, Li Zishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, was even more surprised. He thought to himself, it's fine if this old man is extraordinarily powerful, but the Mo family has been living in seclusion for 700 or 800 years. How did this bearded man know about Mo's keepsake, the inky snow sword? This old man knows too much, doesn't he? Just based on his knowledge, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, compared to this, what surprised Li Zishuan even more was that Mo Huai was actually a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was not that he had not thought that Mo Huai, as the head of the Mo family, would definitely have superb martial arts skills. However, Mo Huai had been in the academy for so long and had not revealed his talents. Furthermore, he had secretly tested him and concluded that Mo Huai did not know martial arts. However, the scene in front of him clearly told him that Mo Huai was not only skilled in martial arts, but was also a great master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was simply shocking. Humph. No matter who you are, since you dare to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble and harm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you must give an explanation. Mo Huai was not surprised that his attack missed. He slowly turned around, holding his sword in front of his chest, and looked at the bearded man coldly. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but say, "Nonsense. I just want to forget it. I have traversed the world. Why do I need to explain my actions to others? I didn't expect that the Mo family, which had been in seclusion for many years, would suddenly appear. What's more, I didn't expect that the head of the Mo family would actually help a 14 or 15-year-old child on Cloud Mountain. Interesting, really interesting. Li family's brat, this old man has underestimated you. Head of the Mo family, you're not bad. Fight with me for a few rounds. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Roar." Without waiting for Mo Huai's reply, the bearded man used the lion's roar technique again. However, this time, he released it at full strength, and the momentum was several times stronger than the previous 2 times. Li Zishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could not help but interrupt his breathing and quickly cover his ears. This old fellow was really deadly when he roared crazily. Blood Sea Saber. This lion's roar technique was obviously just the bearded man's first move. Immediately after, he leaped to the spot where he had thrown the saber earlier. With a lift of his toes, the saber immediately landed in his hand. Then he swung the saber, rose into the air, and slashed at Mo Huai. Li Zishuan was currently regulating his breathing while paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the bearded man was using the exact same move as the one he had used against him just now, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. This was clearly the true strength of a half-step grandmaster. Although this old fart is quite despicable, a half-step grandmaster is still impressive. When I reach this realm, I'll hang you up and beat you up every day. Sigh, I wonder if old man Mo will be able to withstand this slash. Li Zishuan's thoughts ran wild. He was envious of the bearded man's great strength, but he was also worried about whether Mo Huai could withstand it. Chapter 8:18. Love with impartiality and non-offense. As the saying went, one could tell whether an expert was skilled the moment he made a move. Before the bearded man's saber was formed, Mo Huai already knew that the other party's strength was above his. He didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mo family's famous sword technique, love with impartiality and non-offense. At the same time, this was also Mo's core ideology back then. Once this sword technique was used, the saber intent in the sky instantly weakened by 2 notches. The bearded man frowned slightly, but he still swung his saber and continued to slash at Mo Huai. However, how could the Mo family's famous sword technique be undeserved? When the bearded man's saber was just a foot away from Mo Huai finally moved. No, it should be said that the ink snow sword moved. Clang! The inky snow sword, which was as black as ink, streaked across the air like a black shadow. With a clang, it instantly hit 3 inches above the handle of the long saber in the bearded man's hand at a weird angle. This was the weakest point of the bearded man's saber skill. The bearded man only felt that his heavy saber strike was easily blocked by this old man whose strength was inferior to his own. However, something even more shocking happened. The ink snow sword carried the bearded man's saber. First, it made a 30-degree downward slash and then directly lifted up. 1 saber and 1 sword, directly slashing, stabbing, at the bearded man's face. This was somewhat like the meaning of Tai Chi, borrowing strength to fight strength. Li Zishuan, who was at the side, was stunned. Love with impartiality and non-offense. So this was called love with impartiality and non-offense. In the Mo family's ideology, non-offense did not mean non-war. It was just against meaningless invasion and slaughter. Those who should not be killed, and those who should be killed should still be killed. This was fundamentally different from the Buddhists' foolish theory of not killing. The basis for determining whether to kill or not, attack or not, and fight or not was love with impartiality, heaven's will, bright ghost, and so on. The bearded man was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his true chi and used the strength of a half-step great-grandmaster to forcefully shake off the ink snow sword. Clang! The saber and sword clashed for less than a breath's time before they separated. Both of them took 10 steps back. Obviously, they were actually tied in the first round. Good. What an inky snow sword! What a great love with impartiality and non-aggression! The bearded man let out 2 loud laughs before he raised his saber and charged forward. Emperor's Tsunami Blade. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost peed his pants. Wasn't the punch that had severely injured him just now the Tsunami Imperial Fist? How did it become the Tsunami Emperor Blade? What kind of education did this old thing receive? Could it be that he was educated by the sea? Otherwise, why were all his moves related to the sea? Ma's sword art, blood ink galloping. Mo Huai pinched his sword fingers and also used his killer move. When he saw this, Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He understood that even if Mo Huai couldn't defeat the curly-bearded man, he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. Moreover, he could take advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Thus, Li Zishuan hurriedly calmed his mind and began to concentrate on regulating the true chi in his body. In fact, his previous conditioning had already calmed down the chaotic true chi by 70 to 80%. Now, the main thing to do was to heal the injuries in his body. After about 10 minutes, Li Zishuan finally smoothed out all the true chi in his body, and the injuries on his body were almost healed. He let out a long sigh of relief. When he was about to get up, he suddenly seemed to realize something. What do you mean? Li Zishuan suddenly felt the true chi in his body become restless. It was not as chaotic and restless as before, but a kind of hunger and thirst. Yes, it was hunger and thirst. He had encountered this kind of feeling before. Am I going to break through again? Li Zishuan looked happy. He hurriedly calmed his mind and ran the 6th level of Taishin Sutra with all his strength. The true chi in his body quickly turned into white cyclones and danced happily in his meridians. The 3 sword essences of Taishin 9 swords, Taiji sword, and Dugu 9 swords flashed through Li Zishuan's mind. Today's battle was the first time he tried to fuse the 3 sword techniques. He also gained a lot. In response to the call of the true chi in his body, all the pores on his body instantly opened and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. There were spirits in heaven and earth, and everything was born. In the past, Li Zishuan didn't think so. But ever since he inexplicably came to the Tang dynasty of more than 1,000 years ago and inexplicably obtained a body of shocking power, he slowly began to believe that there really was spiritual chi in the world. It was neither fantasy nor cultivation. He didn't know what spiritual chi was, but he was sure that there was such a substance in the air. Human beings couldn't survive without oxygen in the air. But water could carry a boat, and it could also capsize it. Without oxygen, human beings couldn't survive for more than 2 minutes. But if there was too much oxygen, it would also have a negative effect on the body, because the aging of the human body was directly related to the oxidation reaction. The so-called spiritual chi, could it be a kind of gas in the atmosphere that had the opposite function of oxygen and could make the human body full of vitality? He didn't know why, but Li Zishuan's mind suddenly had such a strange thought. In his previous life, he had seen such a report on the internet. Billions of years ago, oxygen didn't exist in the Earth's atmosphere. This was because oxygen was very unstable and prone to chemical reactions with other substances, such as iron, copper, and other metals, forming rust and verdigris. In today's Earth's atmosphere, there was basically a stable 21% oxygen near the sea level, so this oxygen must have a continuous source. If we look back at the history of Earth, we will be surprised to find that the origin of life had nothing to do with oxygen. The origin of life on Earth didn't rely on oxygen. The general idea of this report was that oxygen was a chronic toxic gas, a chronic toxic gas that human beings had to rely on. His argument was mainly that oxidation would cause more and more lipids, proteins, DNA fragments, and other key components of cells to be damaged, and eventually damage the tissues, organs, and even the body's functions. Starting from birth, gradually growing up, and in the process of aging, the oxidation in the body has always been damaging our key components, until our body can no longer take it. But at present, human beings haven't been able to find a product that could replace oxygen to prolong life. Oxygen's negative effect on the prolongation of life was still the least. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan suddenly felt his mind clear. He entered the legendary state where he forgot about everything. The amount of spiritual qi in his body was constantly increasing. His hair was moving without wind, and the tattered clothes that were torn in the battle just now also began to dance. It made him look like a celestial being from heaven. There was a spirit in heaven and earth, and he wanted to take the spiritual qi in it. Chapter 8:19. Just ahead. Hurry up. In the forest, Mo Huai and the curly-bearded man were in the midst of a fierce battle when they heard a flurry of footsteps coming from the northwest. The curly-bearded man's expression changed. It wasn't fear in his eyes, but a trace of impatience. Yes, it was impatience. A trace of joy flashed in Mo Huai's eyes because he was not confident that he could hold the man in front of him back if the battle continued. At this time, he glanced at Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the ground, out of the corner of his eye. He was so scared that he almost dropped his inky snow sword. Forgetful? Is Yamacho going to break through again? Mo Huai was really doubting his life at this moment. Li Zishuan's godlike advancement speed had caused the martial arts worldview that he had maintained for so many years to collapse. Wanna leave? Ma his sword technique, stick to the rules. However, Mo Huai noticed that the bearded man wanted to escape. How could he let him escape? The sword moved with the shadow. Mo Huai waved the inky snow sword like a black whirlwind, covering the area of 1 foot around him and the curly-bearded man without leaving any gaps. Cheesh. I just don't want to trouble you. Juzi, do you think I'm afraid of these guards? The bearded man sneered and said arrogantly, "What if I join in?" At this moment, Li Zishuan had already dashed over to them with the wind-chasing sword in hand. You've broken through to the Grand Master middle stage? You're wrong. The bearded man pointed at Li Zishuan in shock at first. Then, he seemed to find something unusual in Li Zishuan, and his shocked expression suddenly turned into confusion. Yamacho, you've broken through? Mo Huai stopped his sword and looked at Li Zishuan. His face was full of surprise and a little complicated. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mo. Li Zishuan politely cupped his fists at Mo Huai. Logically speaking, if it wasn't for Mo Huai's timely arrival today, even if he didn't die, he would probably be beaten up even more. Therefore, he was very grateful to Mo Huai. Of course, what made him even happier was that there was now an additional Grandmaster overseeing Cloud Mountain. In the future, he wouldn't have to be afraid of some Jianghu people coming to the academy to cause trouble. As for him, he could be even more at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper. As for his current realm, he was indeed at the Grand Master middle stage. But in addition, he felt that there was another change in his body. His limbs and bones were full of endless vitality. He didn't know what kind of state it was, but it was very cool. He didn't know if other people at Grand Master middle stage or above would have this kind of change, but judging from the bearded man's expression, it shouldn't be the case. Bang bang bang. While the two of them were talking and the bearded man was still in a daze, Pang Feiji's guards and the followers of the school of Mo from the Yanhuang Academy finally arrived. There were about 40 of them and the empty space in the forest suddenly became crowded. Yamacho, are you okay? Marquis, how are you? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and Pang Feiji hurried forward and asked. I'm fine. Li Zishuan glanced at them and said with a smile. After all, it wasn't their fault that they were late, and he had no reason to blame them. Marquis, is this the assassin? I'll take him down right away. Li Zishuan didn't blame them, but it didn't mean that others would feel at ease. Pang Feiji, of course, blamed himself in his heart. He saw the bearded, ferocious-looking man with a long saber next to him and immediately drew his sword and said, Li Zishuan curled his lips. He wanted to let Lao Pang go up and fight with the bearded man, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Until now, the bearded man's intention was still unclear. It would be bad if Lao Pang lost his life because of this. Stop. All of you stand at the side and watch. Watch how the person who came to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble is dealt with by me and Mr. Mo. Watch carefully and learn well. If anyone comes to the mountain to cause trouble like him in the future, you will do the same. Do you understand? Li Zishuan stared at the bearded man, but his mouth was speaking to Pang Feiji and the others behind him. Yes, Margaret. Although Pang Feiji was unwilling, he still obeyed the order. These few days, the military training wasn't only for the students of Yanhuang College, but also for the instructors. Therefore, he understood that it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Oh, right, send someone back to the academy and call all the students who are still in the academy over. Let them come over and watch. No matter how powerful they are, there is only one outcome for them if they come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble. That is, they will be beaten up until their mother, oh, even their mother, can't recognize them. Let them know that the academy has the ability to protect their safety. Li Zishuan instructed Pang Feiji again. He had just broken through and was a little arrogant. Of course, he did have the right to be arrogant. Previously, he was able to force the bearded man to break through his acupoints by force with the 3 supreme sword techniques. Although the bearded man's strength had returned to half-step to Great Grandmaster, the situation on the battlefield was no longer the same as before. Now that his realm had increased by 1 level, and he had the help of Mo Huai, a master who could exchange dozens of blows with a half-step Great Grandmaster, he was confident that he could defeat the bearded man. Yes, smart. I will send someone back to the academy to gather the students now. Pang Feiji had been in the Li family for so long. He knew that Li Zishuan was going to start showing off again, although he didn't know what that meant. He quickly responded. Junior, do you think that you can defeat me with just the 2 of you? The bearded man saw Li Zishuan's arrangement and immediately felt humiliated. He raised his long sword and said angrily, what do you think? It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you die a better death. Li Zishuan said happily. What's the point of being all talk? Let's see who's the real deal. The bearded man said with a dark face. His face was already dark, but this made it even darker. Mr. Mo, today, the 2 of us will meet this half-step Great Grandmaster. Who knows, we might even be able to create a martial arts legend. Li Zishuan raised his wind-chasing sword and invited Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. I haven't fought in a long time. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles and bones. Pang Feiji, who had just arranged for someone to pass the message to the academy, was scared out of his wits when he heard their conversation. Half-step to Great Grandmaster? Damn, I almost fought with a martial arts senior who was half a step away from the Great Grandmaster realm just now? Thinking of this, old Pang's back was immediately covered in cold sweat. Chapter 820. There's such a thing? This Zhang Zhongjian is too presumptuous. Ganlu Hall. Li Er, who had just finished his lunch at Empress Zhangsuan's place and was resting on the couch, was jolted awake by Zhao Song, who rushed over to report. After hearing the news, Li Er frowned and said unhappily, as long as one was an emperor, no one would like people like the bearded man who often used force to break the rules. Li Er was the same. Moreover, in Li Er's eyes, the strategic significance of Cloud Mountain was extraordinary. How could he not be angry that the bearded man came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble? As for how Zhao Song found out about the news, was there a need to ask? Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much, how could he not leave some backup plan in Cloud Mountain? Your Majesty, in my opinion, this Zhang Zhongjian should have no ill intentions towards the Marquis of Yong. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have delayed for so long. Zhao Song lowered his head and said softly, "Oh, how strong is Zhang Zhongjian?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhao Song thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, he had already reached the peak of Grandmaster 10 years ago. His strength must have only increased now." the Marquis of Yong, and had just entered the Grandmaster realm not long ago, so it would be difficult for him to be a match for Zhang Zhongjin. The reason why he could hold on until the Yanhuang College's guards came to his rescue must be because Zhang Zhongjin held back. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, "Go to the Duke Wei residence and tell this news to the medicine master. Let him deal with it." Zhao Song's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Quick, go to the forest in the southeast. There's a show to watch." "Heh, I wonder who's the one who dares to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble?" "You can't say that. Didn't you see the Academy's guards and the Yamacho's personal guards all moving out? This means that the person who came to cause trouble is very powerful." At 3:30 in the afternoon, an Academy guard rushed into the Academy and went straight to the student dormitory to inform the students of Li Zishuan's instructions. The students were excited to hear the news, and the entire dormitory area was in an uproar. On the other hand, Li Tai and Sun Zifan, who had just finished fetching water and were lying in the dormitory like two dead pigs, were dumbfounded. "What is it? Why is it so noisy outside?" Li Tai, who wished he could spread all the meat on his body on the bed, heard the commotion outside. His body remained motionless, but his mouth muttered. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he was too tired to move. In the morning, he only needed to carry 2 more buckets of water, but Sun Zifan was too slow, so he shamelessly begged him to carry 2 more buckets. In this way, he had carried a total of 12 buckets. It was good enough that he was still breathing. From what they said, it seems that there is a commotion outside the academy, and it has something to do with the Yamacho. "Qingke, should we go and take a look?" Although Sun Zifan was also very tired, he was not as tired as Li Tai. Firstly, his physique was much better than Li Tai's, and secondly, he only carried 8 buckets of water in the morning. Therefore, this fellow still had the strength to stand up and open the door to look outside. "I'm not going. What's there to look at? I want to rest." When Li Tai heard this, he refused without hesitation. Sun Zifan didn't persuade much. He went to the inner room to drink 2 mouthfuls of water and went out directly. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see him come back. Li Tai couldn't help but scold this guy for not being loyal. He said he would leave. Who knew that at this time, Sun Zifan actually came back? "Why are you back again?" Li Tai glanced sideways at Sun Zifan and snorted. In fact, the little fatty's mood was obviously much better after seeing Sun Zifan come back. What do you mean by back again? I didn't even leave, okay?" Sun Zifan looked at Li Tai strangely and then said excitedly, "Hee, Qingke, I just went out to ask an instructor for information. There is really a big commotion in the forest southeast of the academy right now. The Yamacho and Mr. Mo are working together to fight against a Jianghu master. Let's go and take a look. If we're late, we won't be able to see anything." Taiji Sword Technique 19th Move, Green Dragon Out of Waters. Taiji Sword Technique 23rd Move, Rock Spreading Wings. Dugu Sword Technique, Breaking Sword. Taishan 9 Sword's First Move, Riding the Wind, riding the sword to the 9 heavens. Mahist Sword Technique, Painting Border Mose Hoes. Mahist Sword Technique, Regular Mose Hoes. In the forest, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were carrying out an all-round firepower suppression on the bearded man. He was mainly attacking while Mo Huai was defending. In the past, Moz had spent his entire life trying to stop wars between countries. His dream was to stop wars. Therefore, the Mahis sword technique that he created was mainly based on love and non-offense. Although its attack power was not outstanding, in terms of entanglement and harassment, there was absolutely no sword technique that could surpass it. Therefore, under Li Zishuan's entanglement, the bearded man was simply exhausted. Every time he made a move, he would be severely restricted, as if he was trapped in a swamp. This created an excellent space for Li Zishuan to attack. And Li Zishuan did not disappoint. The full attack version of Taiji sword combined with Taishan 9 swords and Dugu sword technique was frightening. Even he himself was not willing to face such an attack. In a short 15 minutes, the bearded man's clothes were torn with dozens of small holes of different sizes and shapes. There were also traces of blood on them. Obviously, he had suffered many injuries in this battle. Although they were not fatal, a half-step to great grandmaster like him had been injured on Yunshan Mountain. This was enough to shock many people. After all, in this era where great grandmasters were declining, a half-step to great grandmaster was already considered the top martial force in Jianghu. The shadow of the sword flew, and the light of the sword flashed. This was a feast for the eyes. At the same time, it was also an excellent learning opportunity for Pang Feiji and the rest. After all, the world was at peace now. Such a top martial force duel was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Stop. Stop. I am Zhang Zhongjian. Today, I am only here to test your martial arts. You can stop now. No one would have thought that the previously majestic and insufferably arrogant bearded man would actually call for a stop at this moment. He even introduced himself and the purpose of his visit. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if he was admitting defeat. Zhang Zhongjian? Li Zishuan was still using his sword, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He felt that the name Zhang Zhongjian was very familiar. Feng Chen Three Heroes, Zhang Zhongjian? While Li Zishuan was deep in thought, Mo Huai, who was beside him, stopped his sword and asked. Although the Mo family had been living in seclusion these years, they had always been paying attention to the major events in the world. Chapter 821. Yes, it's me. The bearded guest was on the verge of tears. To think that he, an expert of the four seas, the great island master, would actually be defeated in a small place like Cloud Mountain. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to admit defeat. If this happened 2 hours ago, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, he had no choice but to admit defeat. From the start of the battle until now, the more he fought, the more unbearable he felt. After all, the combination of Mo Huai and Li Zishuan, one defending and one attacking, was really a bit of a bug. He felt as if his hands and feet were tied up and he was at the mercy of others. The most frightening thing was that the more he fought, the more his vital energy depleted. On the other hand, Li Zishuan fought more ferociously as if the vital energy in his body would never dry up. It was really unimaginable. If this continued, he might really end up like what Li Zishuan said earlier. He would be beaten to the point where even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. How could this be? As the island master of the 72 islands, Zhang Zhongjian also wanted his face, all right? Hence, he took the initiative to reveal his identity. Actually, the reason why Li Zishuan was getting more energetic the more he fought was mainly because of his previous breakthrough and enlightenment. More accurately, it was related to the heaven and earth spiritual energy that he had just captured. He had already named the unknown gas in his body as heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although he didn't know how to use heaven and earth spiritual energy, this thing in his body could make his limbs more flexible and full of energy. Furthermore, during the battle, every sword move he released would consume less vital energy than before. According to Li Zishuan's understanding, the so-called spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like the lubricating oil in a machine. With the lubricating oil, the friction between the various parts of the machine would be reduced. When the machine was operating, under the premise of doing the same work, the consumption of fuel would be less. Similarly, he was now in a very fuel-efficient state. His endurance time was longer than the bearded guest's. This could be considered his unique trump card. It was very difficult for others to reach his level of achievement. Because no one understood the qi of heaven and earth better than him, and no one was more scientific than him. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Zhang Zhongjian, the curly-bearded guest. This legendary hero who had left his mark on the Great Tang's history had actually been defeated by him? Oh my god, why is this so unreal? Of course, Li Zishuan had heard of the bearded man's story in his previous life. There was even a period of time when he regarded him as his idol. After all, not only was this guy's martial arts extraordinary, he was also the first person to carry forward the pirate cause and make it the strongest. In the end, he became the king of the sea. What a carefree and unrestrained life. What a carefree life. Any man would be envious. And now, his former idol was actually beaten down by him. Li Zixuan found it hard to accept for a while. However, Li Zixuan was instantly enraged when he recalled the scene of the bearded man blocking his door. Testing his martial arts skills? Is it necessary to use the lives of my family to test my martial arts? The safety of his family was Li Zixuan's bottom line. No one could touch it, not even his idol. If I didn't say that, why would you try your best? If you didn't try your best, how could you have broken through to the middle stage of grandmasters? Speaking of which, you should thank this old man properly. The curly-bearded man fumed and glared at Li Zixuan, making him sound like an ungrateful and heartless lover. In fact, the curly-bearded guest also felt that he had been wronged. Initially, he thought that he would lure Li Zixuan out for a duel and then use his superior martial arts skills to intimidate the latter. Then he would casually give a few pointers. Li Zixuan would be so grateful that he would shed tears. Then he would bring up the matter of the sea map. Wouldn't that be a sure thing? Who would have known that the final outcome would be like this? All the actors didn't follow the script. Even if I want to improve my martial arts skills, I don't want to use such a method. Li Zixuan didn't appreciate it at all. In the end, it was the curly-bearded guest who had blocked the door to start the duel and threatened his family's lives that had buried a thorn in his heart. If he didn't take the opportunity to remove it, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30-second move of the Taiji sword technique, White Tiger grabs the tail, smashed fiercely toward the curly-bearded guest. Kid, don't push your luck. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. He was humiliated by a 14 or 15-year-old junior. It would be a lie if the curly-bearded guest said that he wasn't angry. However, when it came to fighting, was it really useful to be angry? He was just angry because he was powerless. So what if you're impolite? This old man will still hit you. Li Zixuan snorted coldly and continued to press forward. Seeing this, Mo Huai hurriedly used the Mahis sword technique and rejoined the battle. Wow! There really are martial artists who came to Cloud Mountain to cause troubles. Damn! Mr. Mo is actually a martial arts expert? This is unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't expect the usually gentle and weak Mr. Mo to be so powerful. Looks like I'll have to study hard in Mr. Mo's classes in the future. Otherwise, who would be able to withstand this attack? At this moment, the Yanhuang College students who were watching the show finally arrived. They couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the people flying up and down in the arena. Whether it was the students who knew martial arts or those who didn't, this was the first time they had seen such a top-notch martial arts duel. Therefore, most of them felt that it was very novel. I've heard that Yamacho was a martial arts expert before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really amazing. Yeah, look at that bearded guy. He's being beaten up so badly by Yamacho that he can't even tell north from south. Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Although many of the students didn't quite understand, they could still see that Li Zixuan had the upper hand. Therefore, they cheered in private. Huff, we're finally here. At this moment, Li Tai and Sun Zifan finally caught up with them. Perhaps because they ran too fast, the two of them were panting a little. Well, look. Mr. Mo and Yamacho are fighting together. This fight is so King exciting. Sun Zifan glanced at the situation in the arena and immediately tugged at Li Tai's sleeve and exclaimed, "Gulp." Needless to say, Li Tai also noticed the three people fighting fiercely in the arena. Although he was a prince, this was the first time he had seen such a scene in the pugilistic world. In shock, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So Shushin, Yamacho is so powerful. Even Mr. Mo has such skills. Damn. What kind of academy did this prince enter? While the other students were exclaiming how mighty Li Zixuan was, Li Tai was lamenting how dark their future would be under the leadership of a great demon like Li Zixuan, Yamacho. Would they be like that big guy in the arena, beaten up so badly that they couldn't even tell north from south? Chapter 8:22. Kid, I'm still your elder. Is this how you treat your elders? On Cloud Mountain, the bearded man was in a sorry state as he struggled to deal with Li Zixuan's attacks. His aura was no longer as strong as before. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was panting, but his mental state was still very good. This made the bearded man a little confused. I don't have an elder like you, Li Zishuan said as he fought. In fact, the three of them no longer had the intention to fight to the death. After all, they had already spoken. The reason why they were still fighting now was mostly to vent their anger. Therefore, although the bearded man looked miserable, he wasn't seriously injured. Kid, don't hit people in the face. Don't go overboard. Li Zishuan's Taiji sword technique slashed at the bearded man's forehead. He flipped the blade and used the body of the sword to slap the bearded man's forehead. The latter's forehead immediately swelled up, looking as if it had grown a horn. The bearded man couldn't take it anymore. You went overboard first. If you didn't threaten me with my family's life, would I feel sorry for you? Moreover, Cloud Mountain is an important place of study in Yanhuang College. No one is allowed to cause trouble here, not even youths. Li Zishuan replied coldly. The bearded man was flustered and exasperated. I just wanted to teach you martial arts. You really don't know how to appreciate my good intentions. If I really wanted to make things difficult for your family, would they have had the chance to leave just now? I was just joking with you earlier. You can't even joke. Take this. Li Zishuan snorted and threw out another sword move. Mo Huai sighed and stopped his actions. Firstly, this battle had been going on for almost an hour, and his inner force had long been exhausted. Secondly, he didn't need his help now. Li Zishuan alone could suppress the bearded man. As expected, the student has surpassed the master. Mo Huai stood at the side and lamented. While they were fighting fiercely, the academy guards, instructors, and students around them were also watching with great interest. Gui, so Marquis is actually so powerful. He can even fight with a martial arts expert who is half a step away from martial grandmaster. He's too powerful. Pang Feiji lamented. The two brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, looked at Li Zishuan with solemn expressions. At the same time, there was a trace of relief in the depths of their eyes. They recalled that when they had just arrived at the academy, they had even fought with Li Zishuan. Now that they thought about it, they were lucky, or else, Qing Qiao, this bearded man doesn't look very powerful. He's being beaten by Yamacho alone. Sun Zifen looked at the situation on the field and said. Li Tai pursed his lips and said crossly, What the hell do you know? Didn't you hear what the bearded man said? He was Zhang Zhongjian, one of the Feng Qin heroes. The one can be counted to 10 to be beaten one's beat. You actually said that he's not very powerful. Sun Zifen opened his mouth and said in surprise, Feng Qin 3 heroes, Qing Qiao, you're saying that that Yamacho is too powerful? He can actually beat. Li Tai nodded and said, Yamacho is indeed powerful, but this will be troublesome. Zhang Zhongjian has a good relationship with Duke Wei and Auntie Hong Fu. Seeing this, they will definitely find trouble with Yamacho. Sun Zifen suddenly understood. Oh, that's true. The three of them are the Feng Qin 3 heroes. Stop. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a tender voice came from outside the arena. Immediately after, the crowd felt a gust of wind blowing over their heads. Then, they saw a red shadow rushing towards Li Zishuan and the bearded man who were fighting in the arena. Just as Li Zishuan's sword was about to strike the bearded man's body, it suddenly slowed down. It was actually entangled by a section of the whip. Then, he felt someone come to his side. He turned his head and saw that it was a familiar person. After he married Han Yushi, he went to Duke Wei's mansion and saw her, Hong Funu. Auntie Hong Funu. Li Zishuan saw the anger in Hong Funu's eyes and couldn't help but turn his neck and greet her. Only now did he remember the relationship between Hong Funu and the bearded man. He sighed bitterly in his heart. This was really one trouble after another. What auntie? Call her grandmother. Brat, you have no respect for your elders. Hong Funu looked like a young girl in front of Li Jing, but once she came out, she was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, she glared at Li Zishuan with a hint of anger in her voice. Han Tianhu's father was Li Jing's cousin, and Li Zishuan married Han Tianhu's daughter, Han Yushi. Logically speaking, he should call Hong Funu grandmother. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded at first. He didn't know why he suddenly had a grandmother. However, when he saw Hong Funu's serious face and didn't look like she was joking, he thought about it seriously. Finally, he thought about it seriously and remembered the relationship with Han Yushi. He instantly felt a little awkward because this Hong Funu in front of him looked like a 27-year-old girl. He really couldn't call her grandmother. Renting mother. After hesitating for a long time, Li Zixuan stammered. Hong Funu snorted and ignored Li Zixuan. She hurriedly looked at the bearded man beside her. Hey, big brother, don't go. Little sister and brother Jing have been looking for you for a long time. The bearded man felt that his current image was too terrible and was a little embarrassed. When he saw Hong Funu coming, he immediately fled. Chuchen, live well with the apothecary. Big brother is happy to see that you are living well. Why do you insist on meeting? The bearded man covered his face and ran out of the forest as he shouted without turning back. Hong Funu stomped her feet angrily and directly used her qinggong to grab the bearded man's back. Big brother, since you are in Chang, why don't you come to the residence and have a seat? Don't you care about little sister and brother Jing? The bearded man's current strength was less than 10%. How could he outrun the energetic Hong Funu? In just a few breaths' time, he was caught. Hong Funu tugged at the bearded man's sleeve and said, Shoo, big brother, please wait. At the same time, Lord Li Jing rode a horse and arrived late. He dismounted beside the bearded man and shouted loudly. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan looked at this scene from behind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned around and said to the surrounding students and guards, That's enough. That's enough. You've all seen what you wanted to see. Go back. Disperse, disperse. The guards and students naturally didn't dare to talk back to him and walked out of the forest. Li Tai smiled sinisterly at Sun Zifan in the crowd and said, Hee, I was right, right? Yamacho is in trouble now. If Duke Wei came alone, it would be fine. But now that Aunt Hong Funu is here, TSK is Chapter 823. Li Zixuan, what kind of grudge do you have with my big brother? You actually beat him up like this? A fight that had no reason to start had already ended. Now, the main parties involved were all in the principal's office of Yanhuang College. The reason why they weren't in the courtyard was mainly because Li Zixuan felt that their house was too small. If Hong Funu were to cause a ruckus later, his house would probably be torn down. At this moment, Hong Funu sat beside the bruised and swollen bearded guest and said angrily to Li Zixuan. In the end, she even touched the big bump on the bearded guest's forehead with a pained expression. Li Zixuan was still worrying about how to deal with this troublesome lady, but when he saw this scene, his heart burned with the flames of gossip for no reason. He couldn't help but glance at Li Jing beside him and vaguely felt that the latter's head was a little green. And he, grandmother, this is, cough, cough, Chuchen, this isn't the Duke of Yong'an's fault. It's all a misunderstanding. Forget it, forget it. Let's go, don't disturb the Duke of Yong'an's work. Li Zixuan was about to explain when the bearded guest hurriedly said unnaturally. This was because he felt that it was a little embarrassing. This scene was just like when he fought with other kids when his parents went to their house to ask for an explanation. I can't just let it go like this. Big brother, you gave in to him and didn't want to hurt him. Instead, he repaid your kindness with enmity and beat you up so heavily. I must teach him a good lesson today. Hong Funu dragged the bearded guest who was about to get up back to the sofa and said unyieldingly. When she said that, the bearded guest was even more embarrassed. If there was a crack in the ground here, he really wanted to crawl into it. Because at the beginning, he did deliberately suppress his realm and gave in to Li Zixuan. However, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to be able to fuse 3 types of sword intent. If he hadn't forcefully broken through his acupoints, he would have been seriously injured by Li Zixuan. After that, he didn't dare to give in anymore. In the end, he still didn't win. This was too embarrassing. In the words of modern people, he failed to act cool and was beaten up by Toxistomia girl. Don't forget it, Chuchen. This injury has nothing to do with the Duke of Yong. Did that mean the Mo family's big son could beat him? I'm going to settle the score with him right now. Hong Funu glared and was about to go out to settle the score with Mo Huai downstairs. The corner of Li Zishuan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for old man Mo. If Hong Funu really wanted to make a scene, there was nothing he could do. After all, women were unreasonable when they made a scene. Moreover, this woman in front of him was his grand-aunt. Fortunately, the bearded man pulled her back. Don't, Chuchen. This has nothing to do with Mo Juzi. Let's go back first. Big brother wants to see how you and Apothecary have been doing all these years. The way they pulled each other made them look even more like a couple. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at Li Jing worriedly. In his heart, he thought that if he wanted to live a good life, he had to be cuckolded. Even the great Tang army's god of war was no exception. In the records of later generations, when Li Jing brought Hong Funu out of the city from Yang Su's house, they met the bearded man. At that time, the bearded man was shocked when he saw Hong Funu and fell in love with her. Later on, when he found out that Hong Funu was married to Li Jing, he could only become siblings with the two of them and give all his assets to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He then left quietly. Sigh, I wonder if the actual situation is like this? Li Zishuan thought nosily in his heart. Cuff cuff. All right, Chuchen, Big Brother is injured now. Let's quickly bring Big Brother back to recuperate. Let's not delay here. Li Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The bearded man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Yes, yes. Medicine Master is right. Let's go out first. Although Hong Funu was unwilling, after thinking about it, she still obeyed and helped the bearded man up. She said, All right, Big Brother, let's go back to the residence. I will personally apply the medicine for you. After saying that, she glared at Li Zishuan and helped the bearded man out. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of his own dirty thoughts or because of something else, but when Hong Funu said that she would personally help him apply the medicine, it made some bad images appear in his heart. Little Xian, I have understood the cause of the matter. My big brother is used to being free on the sea. Just now when he was here, he offended you. I apologize on his behalf. And Hong Funu's attitude just now. When Li Jing saw that Hong Funu had left with the bearded man, he came to Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Uncle Li, granduncle, please don't say that. I know that grandmother doesn't have any ill intentions. To be honest, Li Zishuan wasn't used to calling Li Jing and Hong Funu granduncle and grandmother. But what could he do? Seniority was there to control it. That was how helpless he was. In his previous life, he had seen a young man in his 20s or 30s call a child of a few years old grandfather. China was a country that emphasized clan and seniority. It had been so since ancient times. Hong Funu was just joking with you just now. You can address me like how you address Jijia and the rest. We will talk about seniority on our own terms. Seeing that Li Zishuan's expression was very unnatural, Li Jing understood after thinking for a while. He stroked his beard and laughed. All right, I will go back first. Don't take today's matter to heart. Big Brother might have done things the wrong way, but he didn't have any ill intentions. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Li, take care. Li Jing and Hong Funu came to pick them up. There was no reason for him to not let them go. His relationship with Li Jing's family had always been good. There was no reason for them to become enemies because of this. Besides, other than the cheap mouth of the curly-bearded guest, everything else was fine. No matter whether he admitted it or not, the reason why he could break through today had a lot to do with the curly-bearded guest. Li Jing smiled with relief and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Li Jing's back. In his heart, he was still wondering if Great Tang's god of war had been cuckolded. Yamacho, the academy's dormitory manager, just said that His Highness King Wei had already finished carrying 20 buckets of water in the morning. Just as Li Zishuan was thinking, Mo Zhong came in from outside and bowed. When Li Zishuan heard this, he just remembered that there was such a thing. He straightened his body and said in surprise, So fast? Did Qin Ke ask his guards for help? No, but I heard from the dormitory manager that Sun Zifan helped His Highness King Wei carry 8 buckets. Mo Zhong hurriedly replied. If it were someone else, they might hesitate to tell Li Zishuan the truth. After all, Li Tai was the emperor's most favored prince. However, Mo Zhong did not have such worries. He had been in the Mo family for many years. How could he have such thoughts? Sun Zifan? When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but laugh. Ha, alright, he passed. Those two poor unlucky bastards. Chapter 824. After dealing with the bearded guest, Li Zishuan went home and planned to take an afternoon nap. However, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. What was the bearded guest's purpose in coming to Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan wouldn't believe that this old fellow was here to give him pointers on martial arts and help him break through. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. Moreover, from what Li Jing said, the bearded guest had always been active overseas. Why did he suddenly come to Chang'e? Could it be that he came back with the imperial court's fleet? But that didn't make sense. He was a pirate leader. Why would he mix with the imperial court's army? Wasn't he walking right into a trap? Li Zishuan suddenly felt a headache coming on at the thought of this. Hubby, you're not asleep yet? At some point, Han Yushi walked in from outside. As the future matriarch of this family, she wouldn't sleep in at this hour. Yes, there are some questions that I can't figure out. Wife, come and talk to your husband for a while. Since he couldn't figure it out, Li Zishuan simply sat up from the bed and said to Han Yushi. Han Yushi smiled, walked to the bedside and sat down. She said, Hubby, what can't you figure out? Sigh, I'm thinking about what Zhang Zhongjian's intentions are in coming to Cloud Mountain today. I was only focused on beating him up earlier. When I wanted to ask him, Auntie Hong Fu came over again. Li Zishuan hugged his wife's slender waist and said regretfully. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She said, I met Auntie Hong Fu at the entrance of the academy earlier. She looked very angry and said a lot of bad things about hubby to me. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and said speechlessly, You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame the bearded guest for being too barbaric. Can't he just talk nicely? Han Yushi calmed herself down before getting to the point. I've heard of that senior. He was sworn brothers with granduncle and grandaunt a few years ago. After that, he went to the sea to roam freely. I heard that although he's a ferocious person, he's very principled in his dealings. He only snatches merchant ships from other countries at sea. Not only does he not snatch merchant ships from our Great Tang, he even helps us when we're in danger. Such a person is definitely not an evil person. Since he came to Cloud Mountain to look for you today, he must have a serious matter. As for what it is, he did not have the time to say it. He will definitely come again in the future. You will know his purpose when he comes. Why do you need to think about it? Li Zishuan thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, Yes, what my wife said makes sense. She is the female Zhuge of the present age. Han Yushi said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. I'm just a bystander. Ha. Li Zishuan had planned to go to the workshop in the afternoon to teach Faubert and the others the next step of the rubber regeneration and molding process. However, such a big thing happened at the last minute, and the original plan was definitely ruined. He ordered someone to pass a message to the workshop to let Faubert and the others continue to refine the rubber latex in the workshop warehouse. Li Zishuan stayed in the courtyard to consolidate his martial arts realm. He had just broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and his realm was still very unstable. If he slipped back because of slacking off, he would have no place to cry. At dusk, in the Ganlu Hall of Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, this is the secret memorial from Commandery Prince Hejin. Li Er was flipping through the account books submitted by the Ministry of Civil Affairs when Zhao Song walked over quietly with a booklet in his hand and said softly, Xiaogong? Li Er raised his head and muttered in confusion. Then he said, Present it to me. Zhao Song handed the memorial to Li Er. Li Er took it and began to read it carefully. After a while, he closed the memorial, stood up, and walked down. How is Yunshan now? Did the pharmacist go and take Zhang Zhongjin away? Li Er asked with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, the battle on Yunshan has been settled. Duke Wei and his wife went to Yunshan personally after receiving the news and brought Zhang Zhongjian, who was covered in injuries, back to the residence. Zhao Song bowed and replied, "Covered in injuries?" Li Er was surprised when he heard that. "Then what about Li Zishuan?" "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is unharmed." Seeing the surprise on Li Er's face, Zhao Song did not dare to keep him in suspense and quickly explained. According to the report, when Zhang Zhongjian was fighting with the Marquis of Yong, an Mo Huai, the master of the Mo family, rushed to help. His realm was actually at the peak of Grandmaster. The Marquis of Yong and broke through and entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. He joined forces with the master of the Mo family to fight against Zhang Zhongjian. One attacked and one defended, and Zhang Zhongjian was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. When Duke Wei and his wife arrived, Zhang Zhongjian was already beaten beyond recognition. Li Er, who had always been calm in the face of changes, was surprised when he heard that. He broke through again? What kind of freak is this kid? He broke through 2 realms in a year. Was he born to be a martial artist? It was no wonder that Li Er was surprised. The strength of a middle-stage grandmaster was already at the threshold of becoming a famous general. The number of generals in Great Tang who had reached this level could be counted with one's fingers. If not for Li Zishuan's young age, with this strength and his relationship with the family of generals, even if he could not become the great general of the 16 guards, he could easily become a general of 1,000 bulls. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. "I have never heard of the Marquis of Yong and's talent in martial arts. His achievements in martial arts have already caught up with the martial arts seniors of the older generation. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime." Li Er pinched his chin and said happily, "I wonder why Mount Longhu did not force this kid to stay. This way, the imperial court will have another young talent." "Ha! Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent." Zhao Song smiled knowingly. Li Er waved his hand. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you know why Xiao Gong sent the secret memorial?" "I don't know." "Plead for leniency." Li Er's face was expressionless as he slowly said, "Xiao Gong is pleading on Zhang Zhongjian's behalf." According to him, Zhang Zhongjian helped the imperial court when they were ambushed on the sea route back to the imperial court. Furthermore, Zhang Zhongjian protected him when they were in Fanio capital. He hopes that I will not blame Zhang Zhongjian for trespassing on Cloud Mountain on account of these 2 matters. Zhao Song's fingers trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. Li Er continued, "Fine. Seeing that this fellow did not cause any major trouble, and that he has received the punishment he deserves, I will not pursue the matter." "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er smiled. He had been having a good time recently. The imperial court now had money and food. Today, Li Zishuan's breakthrough made him sigh in admiration. "Remember to bring that kid to the imperial court the day after tomorrow." For some reason, Li Er suddenly ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 825. The Battle of the Pinnacle on Cloud Mountain only caused a stir in a small area, and not many people knew about it. For the ordinary people, martial arts were too far away from them. What they cared about on a daily basis was clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Zuaxian Restaurant was the food vein of the entire Chang'an city. As soon as the century eggs were launched, its special taste immediately conquered a large number of diners and caused a very enthusiastic response in a small circle. The next day, as expected, there was an advertisement about century eggs on Detong Daily. The words, fresh taste, refreshing feeling, and fragrant but not greasy, refreshing the mind, made many people curious about this new food. Coupled with the word of mouth of those who ate century eggs at Zuaxian Restaurant yesterday, the sales volume of century eggs exploded directly on the second day of the market. At noon, the small window of Zuaxian Restaurant, which specialized in century eggs and soaring prosperity, had already sold more than 2,000 century eggs. It was only a little more than 2 hours after the opening of the Western market. Not to mention that Zuaxian Restaurant also sold a lot of century eggs, such as century egg tofu, century egg and lean meat porridge. Hey, it seems that the consumption power of the people is indeed huge. Now, you don't have to worry that we can't sell those century eggs that we saved a while ago, right? In the courtyard, Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing Han Yushi talk about the sales volume of century eggs. Now, Han Yushi had begun to learn to take over the business in the mansion. There was no phenomenon of evil servants bullying their masters. After all, Han Yushi was not stupid and knew a lot of new arithmetic. Besides, Li Zixuan was now marquis and had a great reputation. Which blind servant would deceive his wife? Han Yushi rolled her pretty eyes. She was already used to the strange words that often came out of her husband's mouth. Husband, I'm not worried that we can't sell the century eggs in the stock. Now, I'm worried that our stock is not enough to sell. According to the speed in the morning, we'll sell at least 5,000 century eggs today. Besides, the flaming yellow chamber of commerce that you set up last time, except for the East Palace and the Wang family, all the other families are asking if they can distribute century eggs. Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and thought for a while. This is a good thing. This was the only way to quickly solve the problem of the farmers not being able to sell their eggs. Since the supply could not meet the demand, then expand the scope of the purchase of eggs. Now that your husband has many more fiefs, he can purchase all the eggs in the fiefs and transport them to the mansion in Chang and city, so that all the servants in the mansion can participate in the production. Make sure they strictly divide the work. Each person can only do one process to avoid leaking the secret. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she praised, Husband, this is a good idea. This concubine was worried that the formula would be leaked. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, As for the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who want to distribute, of course we have to agree. This is a benefit they deserve. We can even sell all the century eggs to them. Wife, you can just hand it over to Uncle Wang to make the arrangements. Give them the corresponding number of century eggs at 80% of the market price according to the proportion of shares they subscribed. Yes, I understand. Han Yushi replied sweetly. Young master, the eldest son of the Cheng family is here. At this moment, Xiao He came over and said, Didn't this guy return to Chang and city yesterday? Why is he here now? Li Zixuan muttered softly. Although he said so, he still went downstairs. Xiaoxian, you're good. I heard that you beat up that person yesterday and even had a breakthrough. What kind of medicine did you take? Why are you so fierce? As soon as Li Zixuan came to the living room on the first floor, Cheng Chumo came up to him, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly. Li Zixuan was not used to this kind of intimacy between the same sex. He quickly shook off someone's hand and said angrily, I took an aphrodisiac. Why, do you want to take it too, Chonyo? Cheng Chumo was stunned. An aphrodisiac has such an effect? Why didn't I know about it? This idiot. Li Zixuan was really speechless. Tell me, why didn't you stay in Chang and city? Why did you come back to Yunshan? Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and said, because you caused too much of a commotion here yesterday. My father was worried and asked me to come over and take a look. Sigh, it's a pity that I wasn't here yesterday. That's it? What? You've learned how to hide things now? Li Zixuan glanced at Cheng Chumo and said meaningfully. He could tell at a glance that Cheng Chumo was hiding something, which was why he said so. Xiaoxian, you can tell? Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. What he meant was, aren't you talking nonsense? It's like this. My parents want me to come over and ask you if you can bring along the 5 farms of my family when you collect eggs next time. My farm has a lot of eggs that can't be sold. Cheng Chumo explained the purpose of his visit embarrassedly. Li Zixuan came to a sudden realization. Back when he had been promoting the idea of raising chickens, the Cheng family had been his staunchest supporters. As a result, they had raised the most chickens among the court officials. No wonder there had been a situation where they couldn't sell their eggs. That's it? No problem, but it's too troublesome. Moreover, I have limited manpower here. Why don't I teach you the method of making century eggs? Your family will provide the manpower, material, and financial resources. Just don't spread the recipe. Li Zixuan thought about it and decided to rope the Cheng family in. The Cheng family had always been his staunchest ally. This could be considered as a form of repayment. Secondly, he did have limited manpower. The 2 farms under him had more than 100,000 chickens. There were also other farms in the new fief. It was even more difficult to get all the chickens. Therefore, he might as well rope in the Chung family, who had a large business as well. Oh no. My father said that we can't take advantage of you. Because of this, my father scolded my mother. Cheng Chumo was shocked at first. Then, he shook his head repeatedly. Li Zishuan didn't want to ask about his family matters. He said directly, "If I say it's okay, it's okay. It won't make much money. Moreover, I really don't have enough manpower here. Later, you can ask the housekeeper of the Chung family to come to my house to learn what assembly line work is. This can prevent the recipe from being learned by others." Seeing that Li Zishuan was determined, Cheng Chumo could only agree gratefully. Although this brother of his liked to trick him sometimes, he was still very loyal at critical times. Right, Xiaoxian, when will you help me to improve my realm? If I don't break through soon, my father will kill me. Chapter 8:26. Do you think that raising your cultivation base is as easy as growing cabbages? Cabbage? In the Yunshan villa, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily after hearing Cheng Chumo's unreasonable request. Cheng Chumo grinned and said matter-of-factly, Hey, it's not the same for others, but for you, isn't it as easy as growing cabbages? You were at the peak of qi refining at the beginning of the year, and now you're at the middle stage of Grandmaster. Even cabbages aren't as fast as you." Li Zishuan was speechless. The reason why he was able to break through 2 realms in a year, other than the constant life and death crises, was because of his special experiences and unique understanding of martial arts. This was also the reason why his martial arts improved so quickly. In other words, his fast breakthrough speed could not be replicated by others, because there could not be a second time traveler in the world, and everyone's martial arts were different. Chumo, you've been in military training for so long, and Uncle Cheng has organized so many special training for you. Don't you have any premonition that you're about to break through? Nonsense. Every day, I feel nothing except that my body is hollowed out. Cheng Chumo fell hard on the sofa and said with annoyance, Hey, Xiaoxian, didn't you break through last time because of a set of swordsmanship? It's called Taiji sword, right? Oh, and Uncle Qin also broke through because of your Taiji fist. Why don't you teach me the fist and swordsmanship? Cheng Chumo suddenly thought of something, quickly stood up and said excitedly. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Uncle Cheng, don't you know how to do it? He had taught Qin Qiong Taiji fist and Taiji sword, and Cheng Chumo later learned them from Qin Qiong, so he felt strange when he heard Cheng Chumo's words. Cheng Chumo immediately complained, Don't mention it. My father's Taiji fist is like a drunkard's. I don't dare to learn from him. Besides, even if my father learned Taiji fist and Taiji sword, he didn't break through. It means that he went astray. Little Xian, your teachings are still the most reliable. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. He even dared to talk about old Cheng like this. If Cheng Yaoji knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. Alright then. Next week, I will find time to teach all the students Taiji fist. When the time comes, how much charm they can learn and whether they can use it to break through will depend on your lucks. Tai Chi combined the changes of yin, yang, and 5 elements of the Yi school, the study of meridians in traditional Chinese medicine, and the Daoyin technique and breathing technique of Taoism. It was a real boxing technique that cultivated both internal and external, and combined hardness and softness. Not only was it a martial art treasure for warriors, but it was also an excellent way to cultivate temperament and strengthen the body for ordinary people. Therefore, it was not impossible to implement Tai Chi in Yanhuang College. Schools in the future could carry out radio gymnastics, so why couldn't Yanhuang College carry out Taiji fist? Li Zishuan thought to himself. That would be great. In this way, even if I can't break through, my father will have nothing to say. Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. This made Li Zishuan feel that this guy was purely doing it to complete the task handed over by Cheng Chumo and not really wanting to break through. In the afternoon, around 3:45 p.m., Li Zishuan brought a few blueprints to the new workshop by the Ba River. At this time, in the open space of the workshop, sheets of raw rubber could be seen drying everywhere. They looked like freshly crushed white paper, and it was a spectacular sight. "Faubert, you're still busy." When Li Zishuan arrived at the original paper workshop, he saw Faubert instructing people to work. He quickly walked forward and greeted him. "Hey, young master, you're here." Faubert wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, "Young master, you brought back too much rubber before. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we don't know when we can finish refining all the rubber." Now, the 3 paper machines in the workshop have all been modified into machines for crushing rubber. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock before, or else Chitsu culture would be anxious for paper again. Faubert's words were more or less complaining. It was really because Li Zishuan bought too much rubber latex from the Wang family this time. It was more than 500 tons. With the current manpower alone, it would take about 4 to 5 days to finish refining these latex. "Faubert, take it slow. As long as those latex are stored in the cellar, there won't be any problems in a short period of time. You put down the work in your hands first, and I'll tell you how to use these rubber." Li Zishuan dragged Faubert out of the workshop and said. Faubert glanced at the blueprints in Li Zishuan's hands and said, "Young master, let's go in and talk." He knew that Li Zishuan was probably going to invent something. In order to keep the technology confidential, of course, he couldn't talk about it directly outside. "Okay." After a while, Li Zishuan came to Faubert's office. He walked to the table, spread out the blueprints, and began to explain directly, "Faubert, I told you before that rubber is a very plastic material. As long as the conditions are right, you can make it into any shape you want. Next, we have to do this. First, we have to crush the flaky rubber that we refined and crushed. This is a crusher that I designed for you. Its principle is very simple. You should be able to understand it after looking at it for a while." Faubert went forward to take a look. After a while, he was a little puzzled. "Young master, we finally made the rubber as thin as paper. Why do you want to crush it? Isn't this superfluous?" Li Zishuan heard this and laughed. "Faubert, this isn't superfluous. In the beginning, we crushed the rubber into thin paper mainly to dry the water in it as soon as possible. Now, we're crushing it into powder to make it easier to heat up later and then form it. Look, this is a high-temperature steam generator that I designed. When the time comes, you put the crushed rubber into it and heat it up with a fire below. Then, the water inside will start to heat up. The heat will cause the rubber powder to melt. Then pour it into the mold. After cooling, the rubber will become the shape you want." This was the first time that Faubert heard about the molding process of rubber. He couldn't help but listen with great interest. "This rubber is so magical? I wonder what kind of rubber you want, young master?" Li Zishuan chuckled and took out 2 blueprints from his sleeve. He said, "After all, this is the first time that the workshop is using rubber to make products. Let's do something simple first. Faubert, get someone to make the mold according to this blueprint. When it's done, send it directly to Yunshan." Faubert couldn't help but go forward to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that there was only a big circle and a big ball drawn on it. "What the hell is this? What use can it be? Young master, this?" Chapter 8:27. Faubert, don't ask first. You'll know in the future. That thing in the back was just a plaything for people to amuse themselves with. The things at the front are more useful, but it's hard to tell now. We need to build something to carry it. The most important thing now is to build the crusher and the high-temperature steam generator." Li Zishuan saw Faubert's confused expression and knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained. "Okay, this old man will arrange it now. These 2 machines aren't complicated. I'm sure they can be completed within 3 days." Faubert nodded and didn't continue asking. "Oh right, Faubert." Li Zishuan patted his head and suddenly shouted, "When you melt the rubber in the high-temperature steam generator, you can add a certain proportion of sulfur. As for how much to add, Faubert, you have to send someone to do an experiment. As far as I know, adding a different proportion of sulfur into the rubber will affect the hardness and wear resistance of the final rubber. The 2 things I want to make require a certain degree of hardness and wear resistance. Faubert, if you can't make up your mind, you can show me all the vulcanized rubber obtained from the experiment. I'll choose the most suitable one." The rubber extracted from raw rubber latex was called raw rubber. Raw rubber was a kind of linear polymer that was relatively soft and easily melted under heat. After adding sulfur, the rubber could be vulcanized under high temperature. A portion of the carbon-carbon double bonds in the raw rubber would open and form a disulfide bond with the sulfur. This caused the originally linear rubber to transform into a reticulated polymer structure. The vulcanized rubber would also have better physical properties. Raw rubber would crack under heat. Its mechanical properties were poor, its wear resistance was weak, and its texture was soft. After vulcanization, due to the cross-linking between the molecules, the melting point and strength of the vulcanized rubber would increase. Vulcanization of rubber was an indispensable step in the modern rubber manufacturing process. Vulcanized rubber was used in many industrial products, such as tires. Faubert didn't ask where Li Zixuan got all this information from, because he knew it would be a waste of time. His young master seemed to have been born with knowledge. He had too many secrets. Young master, will all the rubber in the future be processed like this? Faubert asked worriedly after pondering for a while. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, most of them should be dealt with this way. What's wrong? Except for a few industrial rubber products that did not need to be vulcanized, most of them needed to be vulcanized. Faubert smiled bitterly and said, young master, in this way, I'm afraid we'll need a lot of sulfur. Where are we going to buy so many? This time, in order to refine the rubber latex, we have almost emptied all the vinegar shops in Chang and city. As a result, the price of vinegar has increased. If we continue to buy sulfur like this, I'm afraid that the price of sulfur in all the medicine shops in Chang and city will also increase. If that's the case, then we've committed a sin. In ancient times, sulfur was mainly used for medicinal purposes. The sulfur that Li Zixuan had used to make explosives to blow up the Snake Spirit Mountain was bought from a pharmacy. Sulfur was first used for medicinal purposes in Xin Nong's Materia Medica. In this book, sulfur was used as a traditional Chinese medicine. It was listed as the third medicine in the medium-grade medicine, and it could cure more than 10 diseases. Faubert was afraid that the large-scale purchase of sulfur by the workshop would cause the price of sulfur to increase. After all, the sulfur in the medicine shops was used to treat diseases. How could they prepare so much in stock? If the patients who needed sulfur for treatment could not afford it, it would be a sin. After listening to Faubert's words, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a little strange. He never thought that refining rubber would cause the price of vinegar in Chang and city. Of course, he also did not expect that the necessary industrial raw material for the practical use of rubber, sulfur, would be so difficult to obtain. Then let's produce it on a small scale first. Anyway, the two rubber products that I drew for you, Faubert, are not in a hurry to be mass-produced. Faubert, do you have any trustworthy people who are willing to work hard? At this moment, Li Zixuan realized that even if he had a belly full of good ideas, without resources, he would still have to give up. The Don't Touch Me carriage from before had not been mass-produced until now. It was not because the workshop lacked manpower or technology, but because they lacked iron. Also, the horseshoes that he made before had not been promoted to the imperial court because of the lack of iron. According to historical records, during the Jingguan period, the annual steel production of the Tang dynasty was only a few hundred tons. That's right, it was just a few hundred tons. What could a few hundred tons of steel do? It would probably be difficult to arm an army of 10,000 people. Therefore, steel was an extremely important strategic resource for the country. Most of it flowed to the imperial court, and only a small portion was left to the common people. Therefore, no matter how advanced Li Zixuan's workshop was, and no matter how high the production efficiency was, it was impossible to produce a few hundred to 1,000 Don't Touch Me carriages in a month. In the end, it was because he did not have a mine. Li Zixuan thought helplessly. Young master, what are you planning to do? Faubert asked with a strange expression. Look for ores, mine ores. Li Zixuan said fiercely. In his previous life, he was a poor loser. In this life, he was a rich second generation. He wanted to be a mine owner. As the saying goes, with a mine at home, one's heart would not panic. That was the logic. Look for ores? Faubert muttered and then asked, "Young master, the world is so big, where should we look for ores? Even the most hard-working people would not be able to bear it." Li Zishuan's expression had returned to normal. He smiled and said, "This is not a big problem. I know the specific locations of a few ores. We just need to send people to look around there." He had just recalled the geography books in his previous life. He knew that there were a few large pyrite ores in the Shaanxi area. The so-called pyrite ores were mainly the sulfide of iron. When the time came, he would find a way to refine it. Not only would he be able to obtain iron, but he would also be able to obtain sulfur. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Faubert's heart shook again. He thought that his young master really knew everything. He seriously thought about it, and his face revealed a rare embarrassed expression. He said, "Young master wants to find someone to help find ores. This old man would like to recommend someone." "Faubert, quickly say it." Faubert coughed twice and said, "Cough, cough. Young master, this old man has a nephew called Fubin. His parents passed away early, and this old man raised him. Although he is usually a little playful, as long as it is a serious matter, he will definitely treat it seriously." "Young master?" "Ah, that's fine. Tomorrow afternoon, Faubert, bring that kid to Yunshan to find me. I will also tell him the general location of these ores." Without waiting for Faubert to finish, Li Zishuan directly interrupted with a smile. Faubert said in surprise, "Young master, you this? No need to say more. Faubert, I still trust the person recommended by you." "Oh, right, Faubert, if you have a way to directly buy the sulfur ores in other people's hands, as long as the price is not too outrageous, just tell me. I will buy it." Chapter 828. After confirming the candidates for the mine exploration, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of two new things. Thus, he walked to the side of the table, picked up a brush, and quickly drew a simple blueprint. He said, "Uncle Fu, I have two more things here. When the time comes, please help me get them out. The first one is to use latex as a pillow. Make a mold like this first, then directly inject latex into it, then heat it up in a high-temperature steam generator, pull it out, and wash it." And this guy wants to make a latex pillow. After all, the reason he came to this world was to improve his living conditions. Now that he has the materials and technology, how can he not make something good for himself to enjoy? The pillows of the ancient people at the beginning were made with stones and bundles of grass. Bamboo pillows and rattan pillows appeared in the spring and autumn period, and in the Qin and Han dynasties, people started to use soft pillows like silk pillows. The Tang dynasty was a bit more ruthless. Porcelain pillows were popular in this era. That's right, made with porcelain, it was really hard. Although there were many different types of porcelain pillows, child-shaped, tiger-shaped, dragon-shaped, etc. And they looked good, they were obviously not Li Zishuan's cup of tea. The pillows on his bed had already been replaced with cotton pillows. But cotton pillows were definitely not as comfortable as natural latex pillows. Pillows? When Faubert heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He knew that the rubber in the workshop was brought back from Nanyang by the Wang family. It was very precious, but Li Zishuan used his position to abuse his position for personal gain. This made him want to criticize him. But he just recommended his nephew to Li Zishuan. How could he have the nerve to speak now? So he could only reply, "Okay. Young master, how many do you want to make?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, 5. "Oh no, make 8 first. One of them is slightly smaller, it's for lawn air." Counting the number of people, his father, mother, wife, sister, Xiao Shi, and his father-in-law, wouldn't there be 8 of them in total? As for his brother-in-law, this brat had thick skin and flesh, and most of the time he lived in the dormitory. Iron Egg fainted from crying in the toilet. "All right, I'll remember that. What is the other thing that young master mentioned?" Faubert made a mental note and asked. "There's one more thing. Its structure is relatively simple, so I won't draw a blueprint for you. Do you still remember the thin tube I used for Uncle Chin's blood transfusion? This time, I want to use rubber to make a batch of these thin tubes in case of emergency." There were many uses for rubber. In Li Zishuan's future industrial empire, rubber was absolutely indispensable. Things like latex tubes were also easy to make. Most importantly, it could save lives during critical moments. Li Zishuan didn't mind making a batch of them. What if they came in handy in the future? Faubert's eyes lit up when he heard that. Young master, if this rubber is really as soft and elastic as you said, then it's very suitable to be used as a blood transfusion tube. Of course. These were all experiences from his previous life. When he returned home from the workshop, he was informed by his parents that someone from the palace had sent a message for him to attend the court meeting the next day. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel depressed. What court meeting? What did it have to do with him? What could he do if he went? Well, he definitely couldn't stay in Yunshan tonight. Under the urging of his parents, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi simply packed up and went back to Chang, and in the horse carriage. Lan, the little cutie, was used to living in the modern-style house in Yunshan. Of course, she was unwilling to go back to Chang. His parents had no choice but to stay behind to take care of the little girl. Of course, to be honest, the living environment in Yunshan was really better than in Chang and city. In the evening, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi finally made it back to Chang and city before the sky turned dark. Young master, you're back. San Bao missed you so much. After not seeing Li Zishuan for so many days, San Bao and Ah Fu, who were standing at the porch, were about to cry when they saw him. The entire Li family moved to Yunshan. Other than Xiao He and Xiao Shi, they didn't bring any other servants. The main reason was that when the Yunshan residence was initially designed, it was only designed as a mini manor. San Bao and the rest wouldn't have a place to stay even if they went there. They couldn't possibly stay with the owner like Xiao He and Xiao Shi, right? Speaking of which, Pang Feiji and the rest were still living in the academy. It seemed like he had to get the academy's construction team to expand the Yunshan residence. He could even soak in the hot spring there during winter. Go away. You're not a young lady. Why are you thinking of me? Li Zishuan stopped San Bao, who was about to pounce on him, and said angrily. However, it was this somewhat inappropriate words that provoked the beautiful lady beside him. Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? Nothing. San Bao, ask the kitchen to boil some hot water. I'll take a bath first and ask Aunt Zhao to start cooking while I'm at it. Li Zishuan laughed and then led his wife into the residence. I'll go now. Young master, young mistress, please wait for a moment. San Bao answered with a grin and then ran off into the distance. Hee, let's go, my wife. Let's go back to the room and take a bath together later. Seeing that the servants were happy for a while and then went back to their own things, Li Zishuan suddenly leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Stinky husband, you're being indecent again. Han Yushi's ears immediately turned red. Hee, we're already an old couple. My wife, why are you still shy? Li Zishuan said shamelessly. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time that the two of them had taken a bath together under his urging. The next day, after the bell and drum had been struck 4 times, the Li residence was already lit up. The servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their master and make breakfast. The coachman washed Big White clean and prepared a saddle. Li Zishuan was going to ride a horse for today's court assembly. There was no reason for him to take a carriage. Big White, who understood human nature, seemed to know that it was about to be put to good use. It shook its head excitedly and snorted. The Li residence's personal guards were still serving as instructors at Yun Mountain. However, Pang Feiji, the head of the personal guards, personally brought 2 people back before the city gates closed after receiving the news yesterday evening. Li Zishuan in the west courtyard finally got out of bed after Han Yushi's repeated urging. After putting on his court attire, he hastily washed up and drank some porridge. Li Zishuan rode on Big White and brought Brother Chicken out of the residence, heading towards the Imperial Palace in the north. Sigh, being a civil servant is really tough. I have to go to work so early in the morning. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Zishuan once again lamented about the ridiculous morning court assembly system. Until now, this fellow still didn't understand why Li Er had called him over today. Chapter 829. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a morning court held every day. It was called Changshin. According to the system, every civil and military official in the capital had already reached the 9th rank. Every morning, they would be Wang Chaoshen. The fifth rank had already reached the consecrated officer, Yuan Wai Lang, imperial censor, and Taichang doctor, and they would be Changshen. Normally, there was no need for a ceremonial procession, nor was there any extravagance. It was a real administrative day. The participants were called regular staff officers. There were few of them, but their ranks were high. They were all above rank 5 and held important positions. In addition to the daily reference, there was also the annual reference, which was on the 1st and 15th of every month. On the 1st and 15th of every month, there would be candles, banquets, incense burners, and other ceremonial rites. Under the leadership of the imperial censor, the officials would take their positions in the hall according to their ranks. The emperor would sit on the throne as soon as he appeared, and the officials would sing praises before bowing to him. The grandest was the imperial court assembly held on the Lantern Festival and the Winter Solstice Festival. It required a grand display, a display of the palace and the drums, and a display of carriages and imperial carriages. At that time, the emperor would wear a ceremonial crown, the winter solstice dress reaching heaven crown and crimson gauze robe. The imperial carriage would be set out. The imperial bodyguards would be as usual. He would receive the congratulations of the officials and guests attending the imperial court assembly. What Li Zishuan was going to attend today, strictly speaking, was not called the imperial court meeting. It was called the Lunar Palace meeting because today was not the Lantern Festival, nor was it the winter solstice. Today happened to be the 15th of October. Entering the imperial city, he saw that there was already a crowd at the bottom of the stairs of the Taiji Palace. Officials dressed in court attire of various colors were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. They were talking and laughing, looking very amiable. However, it was hard to say whether or not there was a knife hidden in his smile. In addition to the courtiers that Li Zishuan often saw in the past, he also saw a group of unexpected people today. A group of brown-skinned people. Aren't they the emissaries from the Southeast Asian countries who came back with Li Shaogong last time? Hey, you're finally here? Out of everyone in the imperial court, you're probably the one who hates attending the imperial court the most. While Li Zishuan was still in a daze, Li Shaogong walked over from the side and pointed at Li Zishuan with a smile. Your Highness. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? I have always been very willing to participate in the morning court. It's just that the academy is usually too busy." "Hey, you brat," Li Shaogong said with a faint smile. "Do you think this king doesn't know you? Before you say that, you better wipe the boogers off the corners of your eyes before you speak." When Li Zishuan heard this, he subconsciously rubbed the corners of his eyes, but, sigh. "Your Highness, you also have boogers at the corners of your eyes." Li Zishuan pointed at Li Shaogong's face and shouted in all seriousness. He really didn't expect that he, a transmigrator, would be tricked by Li Shaogong, a person from ancient times. Li Shaogong did not fall for it at all. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha, interesting. You're really interesting. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. I heard that you broke through again the day before yesterday. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Right now, your martial prowess is catching up to the old generals of our generation. I reckon that even this king is no match for you now." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Highness has been through hundreds of battles. I am no match for you." Li Shaogong smiled but didn't deny it. "Your Highness, today's court session should be mainly for the envoys from the various countries, right?" Li Zishuan glanced at the Southeast Asian envoys in front of him and asked Li Shaogong. "This should be. Since the founding of the Great Tang, it's rare to see so many envoys from so many countries. Logically speaking, today's court session should be mainly for these envoys to present their tributes." Li Shaogong stroked his beard and smiled. "Oh, that's good then." Li Zishuan sighed in relief. As long as they weren't looking for trouble with him, it was fine. The time has come. All civil and military officials enter the court for an audience. As the two spoke, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted in a shrill voice. The officials immediately fell silent. They stood in line, lowered their heads, and walked up the stairs into Taiji Palace. After the courteous formalities, the court session finally began. Your Majesty, the fleet has not only brought back abundant resources for the imperial court, but also the friendship of the Southeast Asian countries toward our great Tang. These envoys have brought various gifts to Your Majesty, and they hope that they can present them to Your Majesty today to continue the friendship between their countries and the great Tang. Cui Shanfu had been in the imperial court for so many years, and for the first time he was the first to speak at the court session. Li Er was elated to hear this. Good. The various envoys have traveled thousands of li to the great Tang. Not only are they tired from the journey, they have also brought gifts for us. We are gratified. Beloved official Cui, make a record and return the gifts one by one. Cui Shanfu bowed and said, This subject obeys the decree. The Chamberlain of Dependencies naturally provided a translator to translate Li Er's words into the languages of the various countries. An envoy stepped forward and excitedly said, after the translation, Envoy Piatu of Jinla pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. On behalf of my country, Piat presents 20 pairs of top-grade ivory, 2 leopards, 4 top-grade jade, and 5 kilograms of top-grade spices to Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. I wish Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang good health and longevity. Li Er was pleased with himself, but he smiled calmly and said, I appreciate the kindness of the King of Jinla. Pia, how have you been in Chang in these days? After the Jinla envoy heard the translation, he immediately smiled and replied, Your Majesty, Piat has been living very well in Chang in these days. The prosperity and vastness of Chang are something that Piat has never seen before. 10 Jinla capitals are not comparable to it. Piat hopes that the Great Tang can maintain friendly relations with Jinla. In this era, as the largest city in the world, no one could resist the charm of Chang. Li Er smiled and said, As long as the countries are friendly to the Great Tang, I will be friendly with them. Piat rest assured. Thank you, Your Majesty. Piat smiled and tactfully retreated. The second envoy came forward and bowed humbly, saying, The envoy of Funan Kingdom, by Yin Che, pays his respects to Your Majesty. I present 10 pairs of top-grade white jade, 50 high-quality tiger skins, and 2 tiger cubs to Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty good health. The envoy of Piao Kingdom, by Weiyu, pays his respects to Your Majesty. In this way, the 32 envoys from the small Nanyang countries who came back with Li Shaogong came forward one by one to present their gifts to Li Er. Each gift list was very long, mainly because they were already shocked by the huge fleet of the Great Tang when they came. After coming to Chang, they were conquered by the prosperity of Chang. In the face of such a powerful country, of course, they would try their best to please. Cui Shanfu, who was suffering, was sweating profusely just by remembering the list of gifts. The courtiers stood by the side, each of them feeling proud in their hearts. The arrival of tens of thousands of countries was a sign of the coming of a golden age. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was overjoyed and full of pride. When I deal with the Turks, I think it will be time to welcome the arrival of tens of thousands of countries. Chapter 830. Aranishan, the Grand Minister of Jianri Dynasty, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. On behalf of my king, Aranishan presents 50 pairs of the best ivory, 30 precious Buddhist scriptures, and a golden jade Buddha statue to His Majesty. May His Majesty the Emperor of Tang be in good health, and may Tang prosper forever. As time went by, the gifts presented by the emissaries gradually came to an end. Those who had finished presenting their gifts stood aside leisurely, waiting to see if the gifts presented by the emissaries were as valuable as theirs. For a moment, their faces alternated between joy and annoyance. It was a wonderful sight. What surprised many people was that the last person to present the gifts turned out to be the Prime Minister of a country. Other countries had sent emissaries. What was this Jianri dynasty up to? They had even sent the Prime Minister of a country. Sitting above, Li Er could not help but feel shocked. He straightened up and looked at the middle-aged man who wore a white turban and was as black as a charcoal ball. He said in a low voice, King Jianri has troubled you. Aranishan, when you return, please express my gratitude to King Jianri on my behalf. Putting aside political factors, the Buddhist scriptures and Buddha statues brought by Aranishan were very much to Li Ernyen's liking. When Li Ernyen was young, he had formed an indissoluble bond with Buddhism because of his physical condition. Moreover, starting from Li Yuan, the entire Li family respected Buddhism very much. Of course, the Li family also respected Taoism very much. This family believed in both Buddhism and Taoism. As for the Buddhist scriptures that came from the Jianri dynasty, they were simply too precious. To a true Buddhist enthusiast, they were priceless treasures. This was not an exaggeration at all, because Jianri dynasty had a great background. In terms of land area, it was currently the largest country in Southeast Asia. In terms of geographical location, it was the later northern India, and India was the birthplace of Buddhism. Oh, speaking of Jianri dynasty, there was one person who had to be mentioned, Qin Xuanzang. Counting the days, it would be next year. This guy would start to go to the west to seek scriptures. This was not journey to the west, but a real trip to the sacred land of Buddhism to seek the true scriptures. In fact, this year, Xuanzang had written to Li Er that he wanted to travel west to seek Dharma. However, Li Er did not approve of it. However, Xuanzang had already made up his mind. In the second year of Zhengguan, Xuanzang, who was 29 years old, started his journey west to seek Dharma. In the 5th year of Zhengguan, an eminent monk with a dusty face came to India. He traveled to the states of India and preached the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. He became famous and attracted the attention of King Jayari. He was Qin Xuanzang from the Tang of the East. King Jayari specially held an open meeting for Xuanzang in Kan City, the capital. More than 20 princes and more than 5,000 senior scholars of Mahayana Buddhism and Brahmanism attended the meeting. Xuanzang preached the doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, and no one could refute him. Therefore, he was given the title of Mahayana Heaven. After the meeting, King Jayari invited Xuanzang to ride an elephant around the world and preach. For a time, the China fever in India started. In fact, it was also an opportunity to unify the doctrines of Buddhism and eliminate disputes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo will definitely convey His Majesty's goodwill to my king. In addition, my king has entrusted you with a task, and I hope Your Majesty can agree to it. Aluo Nazhun bowed to Li Er and said with a smile. After hearing the translation from the translator of Honglu Temple, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, "Please speak." Aluo Nazhun pursed his lips. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, he slowly explained the purpose of his visit. Your Majesty, my king admires the culture of the Tang Empire very much and is willing to build a good relationship with the Tang Empire for 100 years. I heard that Your Majesty has a virtuous princess, so my king sent me to propose a marriage to Your Majesty to build a friendship between the two countries. Silence. As soon as the translator of Honglu Temple translated Aluo Nashuan's words, the hall immediately fell into silence. The officials and envoys in the hall were all shocked. It was clear that they had not expected this. Li Qingqian, who was standing in front of the officials, was stunned for a moment and suddenly became anxious. No! There was one person who was faster than Li Qingqian, and that was Li Zishuan. This fellow was originally taking advantage of the time when the envoys were paying tribute and was secretly sleeping with his eyes closed. Who knew that someone actually dared to cause trouble and set their sights on Chang'e? How could he sit idly by and do nothing? God had mercy on him. Chang'e was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Although he did not know much about the bullshit King Jayari, he should be at least 30 or 40 years old. Bah! Even if they were close in age, Li Zishuan did not want the princess of the Tang Empire to marry a foreigner. Don't be rude. In front of the envoys, don't be impulsive and ruin the friendship between the Tang Empire and the other countries. Cui Shanfu rolled his eyes and immediately jumped out and said in a sarcastic tone, "Impulsive your mother! Get out of this marquis's way." For some reason, Li Zishuan, who had never lost his composure in court, felt a ball of fire burning in his heart at this moment. When he saw that Cui Shanfu still didn't forget to dig a hole for him to jump into, Li Zishuan was instantly enraged. He slapped Cui Shanfu to the side, And before that old thing could complain, he fiercely looked at the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies standing to the side and said, "You are not allowed to translate what this marquis is about to say, or else you will be betraying the great Tang. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan had been made a marquis at a young age and was skilled in both the pen and the sword. He was extremely famous in Cheng. When the interpreters saw that Li Zishuan looked like he was about to eat someone, he did not dare to refuse and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. In truth, when the foreign envoys had come to the Great Tang, they had brought interpreters with them. But today was a court session, and on such an important occasion, their interpreters naturally did not have the right to enter. They could only use the official interpreter from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. "Your Majesty, please forgive this official for being rude just now." After explaining to the interpreter, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "You better give me a reason, or else I'll teach you a lesson." It was hard to tell whether Li Er was happy or angry as he spoke to Li Zishuan. After hearing Li Er's words, Cui Shanfu, who had climbed up from the ground, temporarily gave up on the idea of suing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan raised his head and said firmly, "Your Majesty, the princess is still young and should not be married off to another country. Furthermore, this official believes that the Great Tang does not need to be married off to another country. Even if there is a marriage, it should be the other country marrying the princess to the Great Tang, not the Great Tang." Today, he had only wanted to be a bystander. But after encountering such a situation, he could no longer be a bystander. In the history books of his previous life, the Great Tang was the pride of all the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. However, there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation, and that was that the Great Tang's princess Wenqing was married to Tubo. As powerful as the Great Tang was, it also accepted the marriage policy. Now, Li Zishuan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen again. Chapter 831. According to the history books, King Jiari only began to send envoys to visit the Tang dynasty in the 15th year of Jingguan, and he had never asked for the Tang princess's hand in marriage. Now things had developed like this because of Li Zishuan, the butterfly, who had flapped his little wings and caused the trajectory of history to deviate a little. If he had not urged the imperial court to organize a fleet to trade with the south, King Jiari, who was thousands of miles away and was racking his brains to unify the entire Indian peninsula, would not have seen the powerful fleet of the Tang Empire and would not have sent a minister to Chang'an to ask for a marriage. In the end, he wanted to get on Li Er's ship and quickly unify the whole of India. Ridiculous! What a load of nonsense! During the Western Han dynasty, Zhao Jun went out of the frontier and created the eternal story of the Han people and the Xiongnu. Why can't the Tang dynasty marry the princess to the Jiari dynasty and repair the friendship between the two countries for 100 years? Cui Shanfu flicked his sleeves and pointed at Li Zishuan, scolding angrily. Li Zishuan glared and raised his hand to beat him. Seeing this, Cui Shanfu immediately took 3 steps back and kept a safe distance from Li Zishuan. *T. Zhao Jun going out of the frontier is the greatest shame of the Han people for thousands of years, but you said it as if it was glorious. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to beat Cui Shanfu up. He pointed at the latter and scolded angrily, "You only know that Wang Zhaojun brought 60 or 70 years of peace to the Western Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, but you haven't heard the Song of Sorrow at the 5 Watch, composed by Wang Zhaojun on his way out of the frontier, full of hidden bitterness and infinite sadness, right? The great Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace, and you scoundrels are not ashamed but proud of it. It's disgusting. You don't deserve to be in the imperial court. Preposterous. Preposterous. You've actually turned this beautiful story into a great humiliation. Marquiongan, you're talking nonsense." Cui Shanfu's old face was red with anger, and he pointed at Li Zishuan and trembled. "Eternal story? *T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your hearts." When the Zhaojun left the fortress, the Xiongnu people had experienced the internal strife of the 5 Chanyu, and their national strength had long been declining day by day. Emperor Yuan of the Han dynasty was enjoying the fruits of the Zhaojuan's resurgence. 3 years after the establishment of the Zhaojun, he had destroyed the Chanyu of Jiji in the western region. The Western Han dynasty could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Hu Hangxi only came with the mentality of joy and fear. Why would there be a need for a political marriage? It was because some cowards were insatiably greedy and satisfied with the status quo. They wanted the so-called eternal peace, and then ruined the life of a good girl for no reason. A Xiongnu leader who had been beaten into submission had come to the suzerain kingdom to pay a court visit. Not only did he enjoy good food and drinks, he even brought home a beauty. Don't you think this is laughable? That was fine. What was even worse was that after Hu Hangxi passed away, Lady Zhao went to court and became the emperor. She requested to return home but was rejected. She could only remarry Hu Hangxi's eldest son. In the end, she lost all will to live and died by poison. The swords of the Han people are not used against foreign enemies, but they are used against the women of their own country. Don't you feel ashamed? Furthermore, did the Han people manage to achieve peace through marriage? During the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin dynasty, the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jie, Chang, and Di tribes took advantage of the chaos to rebel against the Jin dynasty. The Han people were almost wiped out by the foreign tribes. Reality proved that a wolf will always be a wolf and will never become a loyal dog. It is because there are many people like you that there is such a so-called eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zishuan's eyes were red and he was crying tears of blood as he complained to Cui Shanfu angrily. The eternal story that had been glossed over for hundreds of years was exposed by Li Zishuan, revealing the bloody scars of history. All the officials in the hall were silent. Even the righteous defender, Wei Jing, who always liked to nitpick, did not say anything. Instead, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Unlike the end of the Ming dynasty and the Manchurian Qing dynasty, most of the officials in this era had strong ethnic feelings. It could only be said that everyone's ethnic backbone was still there. Cui Shanfu wanted to say something, but when he saw that none of the officials stood up for him, he immediately felt a little scared. This was because the Cheng Yaojin next to him was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If he continued to speak, he would probably be beaten up again. Because the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was stuck at this time, the envoys of the various countries could only see an extremely young official arguing fiercely with the official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had brought them here. But the sad thing was, they could not understand what the two were arguing about. They could only give the translator of the Honglu Temple a look, especially Alone Nashun of the Jiari dynasty. At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. If Cui Shanfu had not warned them not to speak carelessly in the court, Alone Nashun would have jumped out to criticize the translator for not doing his job. But after receiving Li Zishuan's warning, even if the translator of the Honglu Temple was criticized by Alone Nashun, he would definitely not dare to translate for the envoys. As the saying goes, spoilers may feel good for a while, but the whole family will feel bad. In order to preserve his life, he did not dare to spoil Alone Nashun and the others. I, Old Cheng, have not read many books and do not understand many principles. But I, Old Cheng, only know that those who use women to exchange for peace are definitely cowards without balls. Our great Tang does not need to use women to exchange for peace. The princess cannot marry. Little Xian is right. If anyone is to marry, it should be the princess of the Jiari dynasty who marries into the great Tang. Seeing that Cui Shanfu did not continue to jump out to criticize him, Qing Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Then he stood out to support Li Zishuan. This old official agrees. Although the Marquis of Yong'an's words contain a lot of personal feelings, the current Great Tang does not need a political marriage. Besides, Her Highness is still young and her body is delicate. It is not suitable for her to marry outside. From the civil officials' camp, a slightly hunched old man walked out. He was the decisive Du Ruhui. If nothing went wrong, Du Ruhui would replace Li Jing as the Minister of War next year. For a civil official to be able to become the Minister of War, it was enough to show that old Du was a very courageous man. This old official agrees as well. Not to mention that the Jiari dynasty has no enmity with our great Tang. Rejecting the political marriage will not cause the two countries to fall out. Even if they fall out, our great Tang is not afraid. If they want to fight, then let's fight. The men of Great Tang are never afraid of war. Furthermore, Her Highness is of noble birth. How can she marry into a barren land? The commander-in-chief of this South Sea operation, Li Shaogong, also stood out to express his opinion. This old official agrees. Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the rest of the military officials unanimously expressed their support for Li Zishuan. This old official agrees as well. It is not suitable for the princess to marry far away. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Xianling also expressed his opinion along with Zhang Sun Wuji. At this point, the civil and military officials had basically reached a consensus. That is, no political marriage, no marriage to the princess. Chapter 8:32. Your Highness, bad news. Bad news. In Changle Palace, a little palace maid hurriedly rushed into the palace and went up to the small attic where Changle lived. She said in a panic as she ran. Changle, who was sitting by the window and reading a newspaper, couldn't help but turn around when she heard the commotion. She frowned and asked, "What happened to make you so flustered?" Or didn't even have time to catch her breath and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, bad news. The Prime Minister of the Jyari dynasty proposed to His Majesty in the court. Their king wants to marry Your Highness as his consort." As soon as the little palace maid finished speaking, the newspaper in Changle's hand fell to the ground with a clap. Her little face instantly turned pale and her pair of lively eyes lost their luster. Political marriage. These two words subconsciously appeared in Changle's mind. Although she knew from a young age that she was born in a royal family and could never decide her own marriage, she had never thought that something like a political marriage would fall on her head. She couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. Who was King Jyari? How old was he? What did he look like? Which country was he the king of? She didn't know any of the information, but she had to accept her father's arrangement and marry a person she had never met before. How sad. What did my father say? After a long time, Changle, whose heart was in a mess, raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Your Highness, I don't know. I heard from Shaolin outside Taiji Palace that King Jyari wanted to marry Your Highness, so I immediately rushed over. When I came back, the Marquis of Yong, and was arguing with the Chancellor of the Honglu temples? Hearing Changle's question, Li frowned and said with a bitter expression. Marquis of Yong? Li, you're saying that Brother Xiao Xian also went to court today? Changle, who had just felt that the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from Li, and immediately seemed to have found a faint light in the darkness. Her tone was not as desperate as before and seemed to have a trace of vitality. Yes, Your Highness. It is said that His Majesty personally issued a decree for the Duke of Yong and to attend today's court conference. Leah wanted to say that even if Empress Zhang Sun came, she might not be able to help in such a big matter as the political marriage. Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong, had even less hope. However, when she saw Changle's expectant expression, she buried these words in her heart. A glimmer of hope rose in Changle's heart. She hurriedly said, "Then, Li, quickly go and find out what my father has decided. I don't believe. Father would be so heartless. I don't believe that big brother little Xian would watch with folded arms and remain indifferent." Of course, the last sentence was only said to herself in her heart. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait here. This servant will go right away." Leah responded and immediately ran down the pavilion. Changle walked to the window. A pair of magpies happened to fly over from the branches outside the window. They were playing with each other on the branches, chirping noisily. Seeing this, Changle thought with some sadness. Bird, if only I could be like you and find the one I like, and live with him freely all my life. Taiji Palace. All the civil and military officials in the court had basically expressed their opinions. Now that things had developed to this point, they only needed to wait for Li Er's judgment. Great Minister Aluo Nazhun, my beloved daughter is still young and sickly. It is not suitable for her to marry far away. I have already felt the desire of King Jyari and the Tang Empire to build a harmonious relationship for 100 years. However, the political marriage still needs to be discussed at length. Li Er looked at Aluo Nazhun, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and the other envoys who were watching the fun and didn't mind blowing things up. Hearing Li Er speak in person, the bitter official translator of Honglu Temple knew that he could finally return to normal work. He quickly translated Li Er's words to Aluo Nazhun and the other envoys. Boom! After the Southeast Asian envoys understood Li Er's decision, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some were surprised, some were angry, and some were gloating. Of course, most of them were gloating, especially the envoys from the neighboring countries of Gouda, Mud, and Walabi. None of the envoys sent to the Tang Empire were fools. Anyone with a little common sense could guess the reason why King Jairi wanted to marry the princess of the Tang Empire. If King Jairi really got his way, then the small countries around the Jairi dynasty would be in danger of being wiped out at any time. Therefore, when they heard that Li Er had rejected Aluo Nashuan's request, they heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel happy. Your Majesty, if Princess Changle's body is inconvenient, the other princesses can do it. My king is very sincere in building a harmonious relationship with the Tang Empire. Aluo Nashuan's face was red. He paused for a moment and still spoke unwillingly. This old bastard, is there no end to it? At the side, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he really wanted to beat this guy up and then throw him out. We have said that the matter of the marriage alliance will be discussed at a later time. Aluo Nazhun, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. Li Er frowned. To be honest, he was also a little irritated at the moment. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo Nazhun was the prime minister of a country. Although the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had translated Li Er's words very smoothly and naturally, he could still hear the displeasure in Li Er's words. Therefore, he decisively retreated to the side and no longer spoke. After all, he had only come to propose marriage, not to make enemies. Moreover, the Tang Empire was a colossus. Their Jairi dynasty couldn't afford to make enemies with it. We are very pleased with the gifts that the envoys have brought us. Apart from the marriage alliance, if you have any other requests for the Tang Empire, you can speak freely here. After discussing with the officials of the court, we will take appropriate measures to resolve them. Li Er nodded and said to the envoys of the 32 countries of Nanyang with a smile. He had just rejected Aluo Nashuan's proposal, and now it was time to give some benefits. As the saying goes, give a slap and give a sweet date. As the monarch of the Celestial Empire, he still had to have this demeanor. After understanding the meaning of old Li's words, the envoys looked at each other, not understanding how sincere Li Er's words were. While the envoys were hesitating, a brown-skinned short man walked out and slightly cupped his hands to Li Er. Envoys of the Lini Kingdom reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire, our monarch hopes to exchange trade and goods with the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire has vast territory and abundant resources, and its army is good at war. Our monarch also hopes that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can send troops to ensure the safety of the sea route. We hope that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can reconsider. Chapter 8:33. Your Highness, good news. In Changle Palace, Li, who had just run out to scout for news, ran back. Unlike before, the little palace maid's face was brimming with an excited smile as she shouted while running. Changle had already come down from the attic. How could she still have the mood to quietly read the newspaper upstairs at such a crucial moment? Hearing Li Er's voice outside, she couldn't help but feel happy. She hurriedly stood up and looked towards the door. Your Highness, there's good news. His Majesty didn't agree to the Prime Minister's request for marriage. Your Highness doesn't have to marry to another country. In the blink of an eye, ran in and said to Changle with a grin. Speaking of which, if Changle really married to the Jianri dynasty, as her personal palace maid, she would definitely have to accompany her. Thinking of the Prime Minister of the Jianri dynasty who was as black as a coal ball in the imperial court, Li couldn't help but shudder. Now that there was such an outcome, she was sincerely happy for Changle and herself. Really? Imperial father really does love Changle. Hearing this, Chang'el's pair of beautiful eyes instantly glowed with a dazzling radiance. Li curled her lips in her heart. She was clearly one of the insiders. However, there were some words that she wouldn't dare to say even if she had 10 times the courage. She could only change the topic and talk about something else. Your Highness, just now in the imperial court, the Marquis of Yong scolded Minister Cui badly in order to prevent you from marrying. But the Marquis of Yong, and really good scolding. Listening to those words makes this servant feel relieved. Hearing Li mention Li Zishuan, Chang'el's heart couldn't help but thump violently. She restrained the abnormal expression on her face and pretended to be calm as she asked. Oh, Li, quickly tell me, what did Brother Xiao Xian scold in the imperial court? Yes, it's best if you tell me everything without missing a single word. Do you want to tell me everything? Li was instantly dumbfounded. Although she enjoyed listening to some words, how could it be so easy for her to repeat them without missing a single word? Quickly tell me. Chang'el urged impatiently. Scratched her head and began to recall with a frown. Cui Siqing first compared Her Highness with Zhao Jun of the Western Han. Along with Li's narration, Chang'el finally found out how intense the debate in the imperial court earlier was and how much Li Zishuan had done for her. The dignified Dark Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace. Yet scoundrels like you actually don't feel ashamed and instead feel proud of it. Simply disgusting. An eternal story? T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your hearts. The swords of the Han people are not used against outsiders, but you use them to deal with the women of your own country. Don't you feel ashamed? A wolf will always be a wolf. It will never become a loyal dog. It's precisely because there are so many people like you that there's such a thing as an eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zishuan's hoarse shout seemed to be ringing in Chang'el's ears. Chang'el couldn't help but be dazed. Brother Little Xian, thank you. Thank you for working so hard for Chang'el. Taiji Palace. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade made the other emissaries restless. Emissary of Funan Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. Before I left, our monarch also said that he hopes to trade with Tang. Everyone in Funan Kingdom loves the porcelain and silk of Tang and hopes to use food and spices to exchange for them. Emissary of Zhenla Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang, our monarch also hopes to trade with Tang. We can use food and elephants to exchange for goods with Tang. Emissary of Piao Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade immediately attracted many people to follow the trend. The Great Tang's southward fleet had not only brought the Great Tang rich profits, the imperial courts of the small countries that the fleet had passed through had also benefited greatly. This was because the fine porcelain and silk they had bought from the Great Tang could be casually resold in their own countries for astronomical prices. Therefore, these countries that had tasted the sweetness all hoped that Tang could give them a window of foreign trade so that they could continue to profit domestically and maintain their leading position. Sitting at the head of the table, Li could not help but smile when he heard the requests of the emissaries. This was because even if these emissaries did not say anything, he had already planned to open up trade with Tang. In the end, it was the rich profits brought back by the fleet that moved Li's heart. Since sea trade was so profitable, why not carry it out to the end? Li, who was used to being poor, did not want to continue being poor. He had greater ambitions. Good. Since all the emissaries want to trade with Tang, I have decided to set up a department of merchant shipping. In Guangzhou and other coastal prefectures, there will be specialized trading places. At that time, countries that want to trade with Tang only need to send caravans to the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Navy of Tang will also patrol the South China Sea to protect the merchant ships of your countries from pirate attacks. Li laughed heartily and revealed the plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. The Department of Merchant Shipping was originally a government organization set up in the ports of China during the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties to manage sea trade. To think that it would be brought forward 300 to 400 years in advance. This was truly an epic-making matter. According to historical records, during the Tang Xuanzong era, there was already an emissary of merchant shipping in Guangzhou. Usually, the position was held by eunuchs. It was the predecessor of the Department of Merchant Shipping. Li Er had taken a step further and completed the work that his great-grandson wanted to do. Furthermore, he had done it even more thoroughly and directly set up the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Ming and Qing dynasties had repeatedly banned sea trade, and the one that was banned and abolished was the Department of Merchant Shipping. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After hearing Li Er's decision, the envoys all excitedly saluted Li Er with a babble. Li Er chuckled and said, "Emissaries, please go and rest first. We will set up a banquet to welcome you later. Official Cui?" Cui Shanfu quivered and hurriedly stepped forward. "This old official is here." Li Er glanced at him indifferently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He ordered, "Bring the emissaries to the side hall to rest first. Treat them well, understand?" Actually, Li Er was very unhappy with Cui Shanfu because this old man had just compared his most beloved daughter to Wang Zhaojun and wanted to use this opportunity to marry Wang Zhaojun to another country. It would be strange if he was happy in his heart. If there was a good opportunity, he really didn't mind killing Cui Shanfu. This old official obeys the decree. Cui Shanfu didn't notice the cold light that flashed in Li Er's eyes and bowed with a businesslike attitude. Chapter 834. We wish to establish a left and right commissioner in the Bureau of Shipping to coordinate the maritime trade of the Great Tang. This position will be placed under the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but it will not be under its jurisdiction. If there is a problem, it will have to report directly to us and will have the authority to act first and report later. In Taiji Palace, after Cui Shanfu led the emissaries of the 32 Nanyang countries to a side hall to rest, Li Er looked down at the officials and asked, "The left and right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping?" The officials couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This emperor was truly too domineering. Earlier, he had announced that he wanted to establish the Bureau of Shipping without discussing it with them, and now he was directly informing them of the personnel structure of the Bureau. He was simply too domineering. But some people began to think. The imperial court had sent a large fleet south to trade, and the enormous profits it had made everyone understand just how vast the wealth of the sea was. If it was as Li Er said, the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping would have far too much authority, and at the same time, the profits from this position would be astonishing. It was clear that this was a lucrative job. "Your Majesty, the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping is of great importance, and tens of thousands of dollars will be handled every day. Forgive this old subject for speaking bluntly, but this position is extremely prone to corruption. If Your Majesty really does decide to establish the Bureau of Shipping, this old subject hopes that Your Majesty will be extremely cautious in choosing the commissioner. It would be best if Your Majesty could choose someone with both ability and integrity. This will ensure that the Bureau of Shipping operates normally and also increase the revenue of the Great Tang's treasury." Fang Xianling glanced at the buzzing officials behind him, then stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. To be able to say these words was proof that old Fang was truly devoted to the country and had no selfish motives. For the sake of the country, he was even willing to offend despicable people. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod when he heard old Fang's words. The Bureau of Shipping was in charge of the entire country's maritime trade, and it was similar to modern customs. Just the taxes alone could bring in thousands of strings of silver every day. This was not an exaggeration at all, especially in this era when maritime trade had just begun. The imperial court had a monopoly on all maritime trade, and the Bureau of Shipping was even more profitable than a bank. And for Li Er to give the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping so much power was simply a hotbed for corruption. Throughout the two dynasties of the Ming and Qing dynasties, the collusion with the local tyrants, corruption were simply too numerous to enumerate. Who knew how many coastal tycoons were created, and some of them were so rich that they could rival a country. These people were all parasites of the country because they earned money that originally belonged to the country. Minister Fang is right. We will carefully consider the candidates for the Ministry of Shipping. I wonder if Minister Fang has any suitable candidates in mind? Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked Fang Xianling kindly. Your Majesty, I have no ideal candidate in mind at the moment. Fang Xianling thought for a moment before replying. He knew a lot of officials who were honest, not greedy, and upright. However, it was too difficult to find someone who could meet these conditions, understand sea trade, and have a strong view of the overall situation. For the time being, he couldn't think of anyone who could take on this heavy responsibility. What about the auxiliary machine? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er nodded and asked as he looked at Zhang Sun Wuji, who was like an old monk in meditation. Hearing Li Er's question, Zhang Sun Wuji tidied his clothes and answered unhurriedly, Your Majesty, Xuanling's concerns are extremely reasonable. Therefore, I think that there should be a place for Prince Hejian in the Ministry of Shipping. Prince Hejian is an upright person and will not disregard the interests of the imperial court for mere money. Furthermore, Prince Hejian led a fleet to the south not long ago to trade. He is the most knowledgeable about sea trade. Therefore, I think Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate. Surprise! Li Xiaogong, who was standing in front of the courtiers, couldn't help but feel surprised after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words. Logically speaking, he didn't have a deep friendship with Zhang Sun Wuji. Why would Zhang Sun Wuji praise him like this? More importantly, he didn't want to be the minister. Because he was a member of the imperial family of Li Tang, he had to avoid suspicion. He felt that his current position was enough. If he went any further, it would be a bottomless abyss. He understood that he couldn't participate too much in the imperial court to avoid being disliked or arousing Li Er's suspicion. Your Majesty, I also think that Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate for the Ministry of Shipping. Hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion, Fang Xuanling's eyes lit up as he agreed. He didn't think of Li Xiaogong previously. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji said this, he instantly felt that Li Xiaogong was the most suitable candidate. Yes, that's right. Xiaogong is indeed suitable. Li Er's gaze turned and looked at Li Xiaogong. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xiaogong quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Shipping is very important. I don't have much experience in sea trade and have only traveled a few more miles. It is really difficult for me to take up this heavy responsibility. I hope that Your Majesty can choose someone else. To others, this position was a delicious fat piece of meat, but to Li Xiaogong, this position was a hot potato. With his current status and reputation, there was really no need for him to do such things. Not to mention that it would easily cause him trouble, it was also very tiring to be busy every day. Moreover, he had just returned from the sea and didn't want to go to a coastal city for a business trip so soon. How good would it be to stay in Chang'an? Xiaogong, why are you so humble? I know your ability the best. Don't worry, I won't let you go to Guangzhou so soon. You have just returned from the sea, so you should rest well for a few days. It just so happens that the Ministry of Shipping has just been established and needs to be staffed with many officials. I appoint you, Xiaogong, as the Left Minister of Shipping and give you 3 months' time to organize the members and court officials below the 3rd rank. After the Ministry of Shipping is established, you will head to Guangzhou to be in charge of the nation's shipping matters. Li Er smiled and without any explanation he transferred Li Xiaogong to the newly established yamen of the city shipping department. Li Xiaogong was completely speechless. Li Er was simply acting like a hooligan who would force the position onto someone who wasn't willing to take it. He was too unreasonable. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong knew that he couldn't reform someone who was purposely acting like a hooligan, so he could only accept this appointment. As for the right Minister of Shipping, I have decided to appoint Li Zishuan as the left Minister of Shipping. What do my beloved subjects think? Li Er smiled with satisfaction and then used the same trick again. He extended his fangs towards Li Zishuan, who was leaning against the wall and half asleep. *CK. Old Li, don't trick me. Your Majesty, I don't think so. I'm only 15 this year. I just celebrated my 15th birthday last month. My ability is limited and I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. Moreover, I've been prone to seasickness since I was young. If I go to Guangzhou, I might lose my life. Furthermore, I still have to teach and educate people in Yunshan and nurture talents for the Tang Empire. I really can't leave. Your Majesty. Chapter 8:35. Shameless, lying through his teeth, shameless to the extreme. Li Er's mind was instantly filled with these words when he heard Li Zishuan's lousy excuses to evade the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his demeanor as a ruler, he would have already kicked Li Zishuan's butt. Water sickness? Seasickness? You're a grandmaster-level expert. You can fly for half a day without getting dizzy, so how could you get dizzy from this? Li Er felt that if he believed Li Zishuan's nonsense, then he would really be a retard. Bastard. Zhen saw that you had a good understanding of sea trade, so Zhen gave you the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. You better not fail to appreciate kindness. Moreover, you don't have to stay in Guangzhou for long. You only need to help set up the internal system of the Department of Shipping. Li Er glared at Li Zishuan and said frantically. Li Zishuan inwardly curled his lips. Old Li said so much just to give him a job? Seeing that this young master has a good understanding of sea trade, TSK, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, please don't look down on me. Just treat me like I'm invisible. That's right, this fellow didn't want to improve himself. Now that he was the founding marquis, what else could he ask for? In any case, it was unlikely that his title would rise during Li Er's reign. As for the actual position, what did he need that for? He was already busy enough managing such a large academy. He just wanted to be an idle marquis. However, the latter half of Li Er's words surprised him. He didn't think that old Li would make such a big concession in order to poach him to the Department of Shipping. Your Majesty's praise is too much. This subject's talent is shallow and cannot be worthy of your Majesty's attention. I hope that your Majesty can choose someone else. He couldn't agree. Even if he didn't have to go to Guangzhou, he definitely couldn't agree. He couldn't make himself uncomfortable. Mark Yong, and national affairs should be the most important thing. Since you have the ability, why don't you use it to your advantage and serve the court? His Majesty trusts you so much. You should live up to His Majesty's trust. Fang Xianling couldn't stand it any longer. He turned to Li Zishuan and earnestly said. In truth, old Fang also felt that Li Zishuan was quite suitable for the position. After all, Li Zishuan was the first person in the entire Great Tang to propose the idea of organizing a fleet. Li Zishuan's teeth. Moreover, Li's wealth was so great that he probably wouldn't be tempted by the temptation of money. It could be said that apart from his age, apart from Li was the most was Li's. His court is dismissed. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was furious at Li Zishuan's stubbornness. He immediately announced the end of the court session. Li Zishuan, you stay. The rest of you leave. Li Er stamped his feet and added. *CK. What's the meaning of this? I'm going to be done for. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He could act shamelessly in the court as long as Li Er didn't catch him red-handed. That was because Li Er had to take care of Junyi. But now, old Li didn't play by the rules and wanted to have a one-on-one talk with him. Wouldn't he be done for? Seeing this, the officials all cast a sympathetic and pitiful look at Li Zishuan. Then, they turned around and left the hall with smiles on their faces. Xiaoxian, in my opinion, you should obey my imperial father. Otherwise, when imperial father gets angry, forget it. You're on your own. When Li Chengqian passed by Li Zishuan's location, he whispered something to him before leaving without a word. Obey your imperial father? Obey your sister. Hearing such ambiguous words, Li Zishuan felt his chrysanthemum tighten. He really wanted to grab Li Chengqian back and ask him what he meant. Could they still have a proper conversation? This fellow was still thinking about such messy things at such an important time. There was really no one else like him. Marquis, His Majesty wants you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall. After Li Er, Li Chengqian and all the officials left the Taiji Palace, a eunuch walked out from the back of the palace and spoke to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan replied unhappily. Then, he followed the eunuch to the Sweet Dew Hall. Speaking of which, he really wanted to sneak away. Cough, cough, this subject greets your Majesty. Not long after, they arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan was looking at the map on the wall with his hands behind his back. The eunuch who had led the way had long disappeared. Li Zishuan could only cough dryly and bow to Li Er's back. "Do you know why I set up the Department of Trade?" Li Er didn't turn his head and asked Li Zishuan with his back facing Li Zishuan. "What's the matter?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. After a while, he replied, "The sea trade can bring a lot of income to the Great Tang. Your Majesty set up the Department of Trade to relieve the pressure on the national treasury." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Er seemed to have already prepared a question. He immediately asked, "Then do you know why I'm in such a hurry to fill the treasury?" "Well, isn't it because you want money?" Li Zishuan cursed in his heart, but he replied, "This subject doesn't know." Indeed, other than the reason in his heart, he really didn't know why Li Er suddenly liked small amounts of money so much. 3 months ago, Shui Yentua, Hueha, Baegu, and other tribes that had submitted to the Turks rebelled. Shili Khan sent Tuli Khan to suppress them but failed to win. The rebel army flourished and Tuli Khan's light cavalry fled. Shili Khan was furious and imprisoned him. Tuli Khan was resentful because of this. Just half a month ago, Tuli gathered his 30,000 troops and wanted to rebel against the Turks and return to the Great Tang. Shili naturally didn't allow it. He personally led the remaining troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. At this time, Shili was facing enemies from all sides. The Turks' civil war was raging. I wanted to take this opportunity to let the imperial court recover from last year's huge loss at the Wei River Alliance as soon as possible and accumulate the capital for a counterattack. When the Turks' civil war was at its worst, I would send troops to the Turks to avenge the enemy that year. The Department of Trade can quickly fill up the treasury of the Great Tang. That's why I value it so much. Do you understand? Li Er looked at the map on the wall and slowly explained some military information that Li Zishuan didn't know. Then, he turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Li Zishuan didn't expect that a small Department of Trade would involve the Turks. Was old Li trying to trick him, or was he trying to trick him? Chapter 8:36. Your Majesty, since the Bureau of Imports is of such great importance, we must be even more cautious in selecting candidates. This lowly subject is still young and lacks experience. It is difficult for this lowly subject to take on such an important post. Within Du Hall, Li Zishuan was silent for a long time before refusing. This wasn't because he didn't love his country, but because he felt that there was no need for him to personally take on this matter. With Li Shaogong presiding over the Bureau of Imports, he could basically guarantee that no major corruption cases would occur. Other than helping to perfect the Great Tang's customs system, he really couldn't think of anything else he could do. In addition, he felt like old Li was trying to trick him. The Great Tang's border situation had not yet reached the point where war could break out at any moment. Based on the normal course of history, Li Er would only send Li Jing and the others to attack the Turks in the 8th month of the 3rd year of Jingguan. It was still too early. After all, the Great Tang still had to deal with the locust plague next year. Li Er's gaze abruptly darkened, and his face instantly lost its composure. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he was already giving a great deal of face to his subjects by personally advising them. However, Li Zishuan was still as stubborn as a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Still young? Lacking experience? Brat, you've done so many things, but which one of them is something that someone as young as you can do? Based on what you're saying, shouldn't we also remove you from your marquis title? Since ancient times, has there ever been a 15-year-old marquis? Even Hua Zubing, despite his illustrious achievements on the battlefield, was only made a marquis champion at the age of 20. Li Er walked down from above and stopped 5 steps in front of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little anxious at these words. It was fine if he didn't become an official, but he had to have a title of nobility. This sort of thing was the foundation of a feudal society where one would not be bullied. Cough, cough. Your Majesty is the sovereign of the 9 and 5, so your words naturally carry enormous weight. How can you take back a title you've bestowed? Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled. Li Zishuan angrily flicked his sleeves. If it weren't for the emperor's prestige, he would have stripped Li Zexuan of his title. Tell me, what do I have to do to make you willingly take up a position in the Department of Shipping? As long as the request is not too excessive, I will consider it. Since ancient times, there was no lack of officials begging the emperor to become an official. But now he, the emperor, actually had to beg his officials to become an official. This made Li Er gnash his teeth in anger. However, in his opinion, if he wanted to build the Department of Maritime Trade from scratch, quickly establish it from scratch, and quickly display its proper functions, he must find someone with a long-term vision, a free mind, and a true understanding of maritime trade to manage it. Although Li Zexuan had personally gone to sea before, in terms of ideas, he was far inferior to Li Zexuan. Letting Li Zexuan be the head of the Department of Maritime Trade and overseeing the overall situation, and then letting Li Zexuan be the second head of the Department of Maritime Trade and be responsible for formulating the specific rules and regulations. In Li Er's opinion, this was the most perfect personnel allocation. Your Majesty, I am greatly indebted to the Empire. As long as the imperial court needs it, I will do my part even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. This kind of thing where I haven't even done anything yet is definitely not something I can do, Li Zexuan said with awe-inspiring righteousness. Li Er snorted and said, "You brat, don't take it for granted. If you continue to dawdle, don't blame me for being impolite." Your Majesty, I want a few mines. As soon as Li Zexuan finished speaking, Li Zexuan hurriedly called out, "Mines? You brat, you want iron ore?" Li Er's face suddenly became serious. For a feudal emperor, iron ore was a very sensitive thing. During the spring and autumn period, Guanzhong of the state of Qi proposed the salt and iron monopoly policy in his Guanshanhai theory. It allowed the state of Qi to quickly become rich and become the first hegemon of the spring and autumn period. However, although Guanzhong was highly respected by later generations, in the hundreds of years after his death, other than Shangyang who was determined to reform, there were very few people who followed his policy of strengthening the country. It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty that the imperial court, due to years of expeditions against the Xiongnu, that the central government's finances were gradually emptied. The rich people of China, smelting and boiling salt could make a fortune of tens of thousands of gold, but it wasn't for the urgent needs of the government. Only then did Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty realize the importance of smelting and boiling salt to the country's tax collection. Thus, it gave birth to the salt and iron monopoly policy that was implemented intermittently in the history of China for more than 2,000 years. The so-called salt and iron monopoly meant that the right to smelt iron and boil salt was all taken over by the central government. However, it was important to note that the salt and iron monopoly was not the salt and iron official monopoly. In terms of smelting iron, it was implemented between the state and the private. The state generally implemented a monopoly policy on all mining resources. As long as the private found a mine, it would immediately be protected and sealed by the state. The ruler controlled the pricing power of the ironware and bought and sold all the ironware that was produced. Under these conditions, the imperial court opened up the smelting workshop industry and allowed the private merchants to operate it. The added value would be 70% for the merchants and 30% for the ruler, which was equivalent to a 30% income tax. However, due to the unavoidable problems of the bureaucratic system, the salt and iron official monopoly also had some serious problems. In order to complete their tasks, the official ironware only focused on production. Most of the ironware produced were large farming tools that were not suitable for farmers to use. Not only that, the official ironware also had problems such as high cost, low quality, not being able to choose, not being able to buy, and forcing farmers to work. More importantly, the price of the official salt and iron was expensive, and many poor people could not afford it. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, the ruler removed the salt and iron monopoly policy and implemented a tax system. The three kingdoms and two Jin focused on purchasing, and the tax system was implemented during the Northern and Southern dynasties. From the Sui to the early Tang Dynasty, the salt and iron taxes were removed, and they were taxed like other goods. After the Tang-Ungshi rebellion, due to financial difficulties, the salt and iron monopoly was implemented once more. Since then, the successive dynasties strengthened the salt monopoly and implemented a tax system on iron, no longer treating it the same as salt. The salt and iron monopoly allowed the feudal country to gain considerable benefits, especially salt. It had always been the most important monopoly product that the feudal government firmly controlled, and the income from it was an important source of income for the successive governments. Your subject not only wants the iron, but also a few sulfur mines. Your Majesty, please grant me this. Seeing Li Er's suddenly serious expression, Li Zishuan suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and said, previously, when he was in the workshop, he took it for granted that as long as he found the iron or based on the memory in his mind, he would be able to own it. Later, when he went back and told his father, he found out that he was wrong. Today, he had such a rare opportunity to negotiate with Li Er. If he did not do so, he would be letting himself down. Chapter 837. Li Zishuan had taken the ownership of the iron ore in this era for granted, and he hadn't thought about the extraction of pyrite when he was in the workshop. The composition of pyrite was mainly ferrous sulfide. At that time, he wanted to extract sulfur and iron from it through a series of chemical processes. However, after he went home and calculated carefully, he found that it was easier to extract sulfur from pyrite, but it was too difficult to extract iron. It wasn't that it couldn't be extracted, but with the current conditions, it was very difficult to do so. Even if it could be done, the cost was too high. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, if he wanted to get a large amount of iron, he would need some magnetite, which was mainly made up of iron tetroxide. However, other than extracting sulfur from pyrite, there was also an extremely important industrial material. He would talk about this later. What do you need iron for? Li Er didn't care much about sulfur. Besides, the imperial court didn't have much control over sulfur, but iron was different. During the early Tang dynasty, although the imperial court had abolished the special taxes on salt and iron, basically all iron mines that had been discovered belonged to the imperial court. In principle, private individuals weren't allowed to own iron mines. Your Majesty, my workshop is lacking iron. I've already bought all the iron that can be bought near Chang and city, but it's still not enough. Addressing and using words was a very deep knowledge. Li Zishuan referred to himself as little brat here and not minister or little minister, to show that he was speaking to Li Er as a junior and not as a minister. Because the topic he was talking about was, after all, a business matter, it was very inappropriate to use the identity of a minister. Useless. Do you really think that your workshop is a treasure? I won't give you the iron because not only do you lack iron, but the imperial court also lacks iron. Do you think your workshop is more important, or my imperial treasury and northern capital military weapons supervisor? The Tang dynasty implemented the system of 3 provinces and 6 departments. The military weapons workshops were under the management of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. They were called the Imperial Treasury and Northern Capital Military Weapons Supervisor respectively. After hearing this, Li Er flicked his sleeves and said in a bad mood, during the early Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty adopted the prefectural military system. There were 574 to 800 prefectures throughout the country, and 627 of them were famous. This number was constantly changing, which meant that the lowest number was 574 and the highest number was 800. The House of Subjugation was split into 3 grades, with 1,200 men, 1,000 men, and 800 men respectively. Therefore, in the early Tang dynasty, there were around 800,000 soldiers, of which 260,000 were from the Guanyi circuit. They were the main force, the 16 guards of the Great Tang. The weapons and equipment for these 260,000 soldiers were made by the Imperial Treasury and the Northern Capital Military Weapons Bureau. The equipment for the soldiers of the other prefectures were made by the local prefectures, but the metal they used was still provided by the central government. With such a huge consumption of ironware, the imperial court's demand for iron ore was also very high. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. This little one doesn't want the Great Tang's existing iron mines. What this little one means is that this little one will find an iron mine myself. After I find one, can this little one send someone to mine the iron mine? Li Zishuan explained carefully. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with some surprise, "Oh? You also know geomancy and gold mining?" In ancient times, it was known as one of the 8 outer gates of Jianghu. It could be considered as the application of feng shui in the exploration of gold mines and other mineral deposits. The art of prospecting was known as the 9th gate, gold mining. Because the people of Jinmen served the government for a long time, they had very few descendants. But if they found a good gold mine, they would make a lot of money every day. In any case, Li Zishuan was also a member of the Dao sect. Of course, he had heard of mining, but how would he know how to do such a thing? He didn't seem to have any knowledge of geomancy in this life. His confidence in finding ores came from the memories of his previous life. But he definitely couldn't say that to Li Er. Under the influence of my master, this little one knows a thing or two about this, a thing or two. Li Zishuan's mind turned quickly, and then he seriously spouted nonsense. Li Er glanced at him, and after a while, he said, "If that's the case, I will grant you an iron mine. But at the same time, you have to help the court find a similar iron mine. When the time comes, you won't have to pay taxes to the court and can mine as much as you want. How about it?" At this time, although the iron mines were owned by the country, a large part of it was mined by the people. Old Tang Book, official records, recorded, any mine that comes out of the copper and iron state prefecture will be taxed by the officials. As the emperor, Li Er still had a lot of room for manipulation. When the time comes, he could ensure that the other officials couldn't find fault with him. Old Fox, Old Li's advantage wasn't something that ordinary people could take advantage of. Li Zishuan silently cursed in his heart. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "The sulfur mine." Li Er smiled proudly and then said, "You can have the sulfur mine. As long as you can find it, it's yours. I won't ask about it." Although he didn't know what Li Zishuan wanted the sulfur mine for, he was too lazy to ask. This thing wasn't an important strategic resource of the country. He would just treat it as a benefit for Li Zishuan to join the Department of Commerce. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to help Commandery Prince Hejin manage the Department of Commerce well and increase the revenue of the Tang Empire's treasury." Although this result wasn't ideal, Li Zishuan could accept it. He would treat it as a contribution to the country. The more iron the court had, the better the military's weapons would be, and the stronger the country would be. As for the right promotion of the Department of Commerce, he didn't have to go to Guangzhou to work. He only needed to use his brain. It wouldn't have much impact on his current life. "Get out of here." Li Er snorted in annoyance when he saw Li Zishuan's. Seeing a rabbit, he immediately let go of the falcon. "Look. Damn, old Li is too disrespectful. Getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." Li Zishuan was a little unhappy, but he did have the upper hand in this matter. Therefore, he didn't argue with old Li. He cupped his hands and left. "Humph, I don't want to stay in this lousy palace." After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan secretly gave Li Er the middle finger. Then, he walked towards the palace gate and prepared to go home. "Brother Xiaoxian." At this moment, a pleasant female voice came from beside him. Li Zishuan looked over and saw Chengel walking over with graceful steps. She was very dignified and elegant. "Your Highness." The reason why Chengel was so dignified was that she was in the palace and had to follow the rules. Similarly, Li Zishuan had to follow the rules. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bowed. "Brother Xiaoxian, don't be so polite. Chengel is here to thank Brother Xiaoxian. Thank you for speaking up for Chengel in the court just now." Chengel asked her servants to leave and hurried over. The little girl's eyes seemed to be made of water, which made her look very gentle. Chapter 838. On the stone arch bridge outside the Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and thought that if he hadn't argued for her in the imperial court, Chengel would have been sent to northern India for a political marriage thousands of miles away. How sad and unfair it was. In his impression, the so-called Jianri dynasty did not last long. This was because in the history after Zhenguan, he had never heard of the Jianri dynasty. This meant that even if Chengel married over, she would only end up with a sad ending. It was true. According to the historical records, in the 21st year of Zhengguan, King Jianri drowned in the Ganges River and didn't leave any heirs. At that time, the country was in chaos. Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun usurped the throne and the huge empire that was maintained by force collapsed instantly. "Ha, Your Highness is too polite. What I did was just what a Han person should do." Li Zishuan smiled kindly. What he said was both right and wrong. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was a bit angry. After traveling to ancient times, he certainly didn't want his country to trade women for peace. If what happened today happened to any princess, Li Zishuan would speak up for her. However, if it weren't for Chang'e, he might not have been so nervous and worked so hard today. The reason was that he didn't like Chang'e. He did like her, but it was definitely not the kind of love between a man and a woman. After all, Chang'e was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. If he, a modern man, really had feelings for Chang'e, it would be too abnormal. It was undeniable that Chang'e, like her name, was born beautiful and charming. At such a young age, it could be seen that she would grow up to be a beauty. However, on the one hand, Li Zishuan only treated Chang'e as his younger sister. Lun was lively and lovely, while Chang'e was gentle and well-behaved. Li Zishuan felt that it would be perfect if he could have two sisters like her at the same time. On the other hand, Li Zishuan, who had a soft spot for the Tang dynasty in his previous life, felt that the two most respectable and pitiful women in the Zhenguan dynasty were Empress Zhongsun and Chang'e. These two women were extremely virtuous, but unfortunately, their lives were very short. Compared to Empress Zhongsun, Chang'e had completely inherited her virtuousness, but not her scheming and means as an empress. Therefore, Chang'e was a gentle and weak woman who was extremely virtuous but not protected by a hard shell. Li Zishuan had traveled through 1,000 years. After seeing the real person, it was inevitable that he would feel pity and protect her. However, he was only treating her as his little sister and doting on her. He was not that perverted. This is what a Han should do. But why is it that out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only you, Brother Xiaoxian, speak out for justice and argue for what is right? Chang'e muttered in her heart. After that, she looked at Li Zishuan with her watery eyes and said with a smile, "No matter what, Chang'e should thank Brother Xiaoxian." "All right, Brother Xiaoxian, you can go and do your work. Chang'e should go and find father." She also knew that there were many eyes and ears here. If she chatted with Li Zishuan for a long time, it was inevitable that people would gossip. "All right, take care, Your Highness." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Li Zishuan kept addressing her as Your Highness so politely, which made Chang'e slightly dissatisfied. She felt that it was very distant, but in this situation, there was nothing she could do. She could only nod and sigh in her heart. Then she turned and left. "Young master, you're back?" When it was close to noon, Li Zishuan returned to the Li residence. San Bao hurriedly took over the reins and greeted Li Zishuan warmly with a smile. "Where's Yushi?" Li Zishuan clapped his hands and asked casually. "Young mistress is in the kitchen right now. Young master, you can go and wash your hands first. The food will be ready soon." San Bao held Big White's hand and bowed. Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the residence. He thought to himself that his wife was really too good to him. Ever since they got married, Han Yushi had been making delicious food for him every day. She was simply raising him like a pig. If he didn't have martial arts in this life, he would definitely become a fat otaku again if Han Yushi continued to raise him like this. After a sumptuous lunch, the couple returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi asked, "Husband, is everything okay during the morning court today?" Han Yushi had never asked or cared about the matters of the imperial court. However, she saw that Li Zishuan was not in high spirits after returning today. She hesitated and asked. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "Today, the main thing is that the small Nanyang kingdom is presenting tributes to His Majesty. It wasn't a big deal, but later, the Prime Minister of the Jedi dynasty proposed to His Majesty. Their king wants to marry Chang'e." Han Yushi was shocked and covered her mouth. How could this be? Husband, did His Majesty agree?" She had always had a good impression of Changle. When she heard that Changle might be married to another country, she couldn't help but worry. Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed. No, His Majesty is not muddle-headed. It's just that I have another task now. Hearing that Li Zixuan didn't agree to this marriage, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she heard the second half of the sentence, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "Husband, did His Majesty arrange another task for you?" Li Zixuan nodded and roughly told Han Yushi about the matter of the shipbuilding department and the iron mine. After Han Yushi heard this, she whispered with a complicated mood, "Yes. Husband, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. His Majesty thinks so highly of you and has given you so many important tasks. Whether it's for the country or the people, you should treat them seriously. With me at home, husband, you don't have to worry." From a personal point of view, Han Yushi certainly hoped that Li Zixuan could foolishly do nothing every day and stay by her side. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her husband was so capable that he was destined to not be an ordinary person. Since the moment Yanhuang College was built, Li Zixuan spent less and less time at home. At that time, Han Yushi truly tasted what it meant to regret teaching your husband to seek the title of Marquis. "Thank you for your understanding, wife." Li Zixuan smiled. Han Yushi shook her head and asked again, "Husband, are we going back to Yunshan in the afternoon?" We'll go back to Yunshan after resting for a while. In the afternoon, Faubert still has something to do with me. According to yesterday's agreement, Faubert would bring his nephew for an interview this afternoon. He had to tell him the location of several magnetite and pyrite mines. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Zixuan took his wife out of the mansion in a carriage and went to Yunshan. Naturally, San Bao and Fu were extremely resentful. They didn't expect their young master and young madam to leave after only staying in the mansion for a day. Such a master was extremely rare in Changthum. Chapter 839. Young Master, this is my nephew Fu Bin. When they returned to Yunshan, Faubert was already waiting outside the courtyard with a young man. Li Zixuan directly brought them to the study on the first floor. Faubert smiled and introduced the young man beside him to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and then began to size up the young man. This young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a delicate face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of eyes that were 70% clever and 30% timid. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. Just by looking at his face, this young man was somewhat clever and somewhat timid. Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't need someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He felt that a person should have a heart of reverence, so that they wouldn't overstep the rules when doing things. "Brat, why aren't you greeting young master?" Faubert slapped the back of the young man's head and scolded. The young man staggered 2 steps forward and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Fu Bin greets young master." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. I treat Faubert like an elder. Since you're Faubert's nephew, then you're family." Fu Bin lowered his head and said, "Young master is too kind. I don't dare." Li Zixuan didn't force him and asked, "You know martial arts?" He saw that Fu Bin's lower body was very stable, so he asked this question. Fu Bin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I don't know martial arts, but I know some boxing." Faubert couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. This kid didn't like to study since he was young. He didn't learn how to dance, but learned a lot of fancy boxing. If it weren't for young master's favor, he wouldn't have made a name for himself. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Hee. Faubert, you can't say that. There are 360 professions, and each profession has its own master. Studying is not the only way out of a person's life. As long as Fu Bin is down to earth, he will definitely have his own future." Hearing this, Fu Bin's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zixuan. Speaking up to this point, Li Zixuan took out a map from the bookshelf and beckoned to Fu Bin. When the latter came over, he said, "Let's go. Fu Bin, as long as you can accomplish this task, I will arrange you to work in the workshop. If you do well, you might even take over the position of Faubert in the workshop. By then, you will have a bright future." Fu Bin's expression lit up and he hurriedly said, Many thanks for young master's promotion. Young master, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will definitely complete the task given by young master. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I don't need you to go through water and tread on fire. I have marked 4 locations on this map, corresponding to the 4 mines. They are not far from here, and they are all in Hedong Road. You can take some people there and look for the mines near the locations I marked. If the local government obstructs you, you can just show them my warrant. In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Jingguan, Li Er divided the country into 10 roads, namely Guanyi Road, Hunan Road, Hedong Road, Hebei Road, Shannon Road, Longyu Road, Huainan Road, Jiangnan Road, Jianan Road, and Lingnan Road. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. The 4 mines marked by Li Zishuan on the map were all located in Shaanxi Province, which was Hedong Road in the Tang Dynasty. Among the 4 mines, there were 2 magnetite mines and 2 pyrite mines. The magnetite reserves should be at least 30 million tons, which was enough for Li Zishuan's workshop to squander for decades. At the same time, it could also alleviate the extreme shortage of iron in the Tang Dynasty. Fu Bin took the map and suddenly had a bitter expression. Young master, this map. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said, What's wrong? You don't know how to read a map? Fu Bin had a long face and nodded. Faubert was furious and slapped the back of Fu Bin's head again. Ignorant and incompetent. I usually told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now you have lost your face here. What a bastard! Li Zishuan smiled. As the saying goes, when one is concerned, one must be responsible. From this, it could be seen that Faubert was very concerned about his nephew. Faubert, this map of mine is marked with a new method. It is normal that Xiao Bing does not understand it. You just need to teach him these 2 days. Don't worry, the mining is not urgent. Faubert knew that Li Zishuan was purposely giving him face. He said gratefully, Thank you, young master. Young master, don't worry. Even if this kid does not eat or sleep these 2 days, he will learn to read the map. He will not delay young master's work. Alright, it's not that serious. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have a few drawings here, and I've marked the detailed size requirements on them. They'll be used together with the thing I drew for you in the workshop last time. Can you make them for me recently? Li Zishuan waved his hand and turned around to take out a few drawings from the bookshelf. He passed them to Faubert. Faubert took the drawings and glanced at them. Young master, this is not a problem. Don't worry. Then Faubert, you guys can go back to your work. Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Li Zishuan sent him off with a cup of tea. It was not that he did not want to give face, but that he and Faubert had been very busy recently. Then this old man will take his leave. Faubert cupped his hands and left with Fu Bin. Li Zishuan meditated for a while in the study before leaving for the academy. He had to check on the students' recent military training before teaching them Taiji Fist. After all, he had promised Chung Chumo a few days ago. It's you? Senior, what brings you to my humble abode again? What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the moment he stepped out of the door, he met the uninvited guest from 2 days ago, the bearded guest who was beaten black and blue. Perhaps it was because Li Jing's medicine was too effective or because the half-step great-grandmaster's recovery ability was too strong. In just 2 days, the bearded guest's injuries were almost healed. But Mark Yong, and isn't inviting me in? Could it be that you're still angry with me? The bearded man's aura was restrained and he looked just like an ordinary farmer. He didn't bring a saber today and just walked towards Li Zishuan empty-handed and said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Senior, please come in. Li Zishuan still had to give face to Li Jing during the Battle of Yunshan. Moreover, he had a breakthrough during the battle and it could be said that he benefited greatly. If he followed the normal progress, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through. Therefore, although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not hate the bearded guest as much as he did in the beginning. Margyong, then, if this is your humble abode, then there are no luxurious mansions in this world. Seeing that Li Zishuan's attitude towards him had improved slightly, the bearded guest laughed loudly. Chapter 840. Last time, he was still shouting about killing, but this time, he came to visit as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that the bearded guest's skin was really thick. However, no one in the Li family gave him a good face. Li Jingma only nodded at the bearded man in greeting before leaving. Han Yushi and Madame Li didn't even go downstairs or greet him. When Xiao He came over to pour tea for the bearded guest, she heavily knocked the teacup on the table to express her dissatisfaction. Lan'er held a small wooden sword and quietly hid at the staircase. Her two bright eyes stared at the bearded man without blinking, as if she was ready to deal a fatal blow to the bearded man in the main hall at any time. This little cutie didn't know that her every move had been noticed by the two people in the main hall. Ha! Markyong, and even if I did something wrong last time, you don't have to be so stingy, right? This old man heard that you have good wine at home. Why bring out this tea to embarrass this old man? The bearded guest didn't care much about the Li family's reaction. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's family was already very polite for not cutting him with a knife. Now, they were just a little cold to him, so what? He looked at the teacup on the table and said to Li Zishuan without any trace of politeness. He came to Chang, and with the imperial court's fleet. Counting the days, he had stayed in Chang, and for quite some time. Naturally, he knew of the Li family's reputation of drunken immortal and gentle village. Moreover, he had tasted it many times at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Although it was a little expensive, the bearded guest still felt that it was worth it. Besides, how could a pirate like him lack money? Spending money to buy enjoyment was what people like him liked to do the most. It's not that I don't want to, but my family's wine is extremely strong. If Senior has something to say, please talk about business first and then talk about other things. Li Zishuan replied indifferently. He didn't fall out with the bearded guest because he was giving face to Li Jing. As for the good wine and good dishes, it could only be said that the bearded guest was overthinking. Hearing the coldness in Li Zishuan's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the bearded man's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Ahem, I don't like to beat around the bush with people, so I'll be frank with you. I want your complete sea chart. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. If I can do it, I won't say a word. Li Zishuan was shocked. Only now did he understand that the dragon-bearded guest deliberately came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble 2 days ago. He went through so much trouble just for his sea map. However, how did this old man know that he had the sea map in his hands? That's impossible. Senior, please don't mention it again. Li Zishuan didn't think too much about it and directly refused. The curly-bearded guest immediately asked anxiously, "Why is that? There should always be room for negotiation. Mao, why are you so heartless?" Feelings? Li Zishuan sneered and said sarcastically, 2 days ago, someone wanted to annihilate my entire family. Why should I care about feelings with such a person? I'm already giving face to Duke Wei by not sweeping him out of the door. When the curly-bearded guest heard this, his face turned green and white. The fight 2 days ago was a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to Markyong. Although my words were inappropriate, I didn't have any ill intentions. Markyong, then why do you have to take it to heart? Some people don't mean much to you, but to me, their lives are more important than my own. You'll never understand this. Li Zishuan stared at the curly-bearded guest and said word by word. The curly-bearded guest was speechless, and the hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Zishuan asked, "Senior, how did you know that I have a detailed sea map?" The curly-bearded guest suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He was about to explain when he saw the servant girl who served him tea earlier walk over and said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, there's a person called Meng Yuliang outside who wants to see you." Meng Yuliang? Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Only then did he remember that Meng Yuliang was Meng Wenhao's father. He just didn't know why he came over at this time. "Let him in." "Yes, young master." Xiao He responded, and then turned around to go out. The curly-bearded guest who was about to speak saw that Li Zishuan summoned Meng Yuliang without hesitation. He rolled his eyes and actually shut his mouth. Meng Yuliang pays his respects to Marquis. After a while, Meng Yuliang walked in. He saw the curly-bearded guest sitting in the main hall and a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He then turned around and bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan. "Uncle Meng, you don't have to be so courteous." Now that you're an official, you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zishuan helped him up and said with a pleasant smile, "Don't worry. Marky, you're too courteous. You've done a great favor for my Wenhao, and you deserve to be courteous." Meng Yuliang said with a sincere face. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't insist. He pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "What's there to be courteous about? Uncle Meng, take a seat first." Meng Yuliang paused and didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around and faced the curly-bearded guest. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Today, Meng Yuliang knew that Benefactor was here and specially came to thank Benefactor. "Once again, I thank Benefactor for saving my life." Get up, get up. How can a man kneel just because he wants to? It's just a small matter for you in our hometown. You don't have to worry about it for so long. The curly-bearded guest quickly stood up and helped Meng Yuliang up. Benefactor? Li Zishuan saw this scene and was a little confused. How could these two people who didn't have anything to do with each other have an intersection? What kind of drama is this? Uncle Meng, you know each other? Li Zishuan frowned and asked aloud. Meng Yuliang turned around and replied, "Marquis, the fleet was attacked by pirates at sea. I was seriously injured and almost died at sea. Fortunately, Benefactor came to my rescue and saved my life." Hearing Meng Yuliang's words, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something. After a moment of frowning, he looked at the curly-bearded guest and said in surprise, "Previously, Commandery Prince Hejin told me that when the army landed in Japan, there was a mysterious master protecting him. I didn't expect that person to be you." "Ah, it's just a coincidence. It's not worth mentioning." Although the curly-bearded guest was proud, he still had an indifferent expression on his face. This old guy is really good at acting tough. Li Zishuan pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He was now curious about how Meng Yuliang knew that the curly-bearded guest was with him. The curly-bearded guest had been staying at Li Zishuan's house recently. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know his whereabouts. How did Meng Yuliang, who had no foundation in Chang, know? Chapter 841. Old Master, do you think Li Zishuan has agreed to Big Brother's request? Duke Wei Residence, Study Room. Hong Funu held her hair with one hand and swayed in front of Lord Li Jing as she spoke, wittily. Lord Li Jing held his forehead and sighed helplessly. "Chuchen, I think you shouldn't have done that. Little Xian is also our junior. How could you scheme against him?" When Hong Funu heard that, her eyes widened and she said loudly, "Scheme? How did I scheme against him? I was only telling him the truth. Could it be that Big Brother didn't save that person called Meng Yuliang at sea? From the beginning to the end, did I make up any lies? So how can this be called scheming?" Lord Li Jing was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that he really couldn't reason with a woman at any time. Forget it. Just take it as this old man owes that child a favor. Lord Li Jing sighed in his heart and thought to himself. "Marquis, Benefactor, you two go ahead. If there's a chance in the future, Meng Yuliang will visit again." Cloud Mountain Residence. Meng Yuliang only sat for a while before he stood up and bid farewell. He also understood that Li Zishuan and the dragon-bearded guest must have something important to discuss. It wasn't convenient for him to continue disturbing them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that the dragon-bearded guest was constantly drifting about and came and went without a trace, he wouldn't have rushed over immediately upon hearing news of the dragon-bearded guest. "All right, Uncle Meng, take care." Li Zishuan stood up and smiled. Although he had many questions about how Meng Yuliang knew that the dragon-bearded guest was here, the dragon-bearded guest had saved Meng Wenhao's father. This was an irrefutable fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Everything else didn't seem too important. After sending Meng Yuliang off, there were only two people left in the main hall. An old man and a young man. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Li Zishuan spoke. "I can give you the map, but you have to promise me one thing." The bearded man was overjoyed. Previously, there was no room for negotiation. Now, although there were conditions, there was finally room for negotiation. The difference between the two was not small. Ultimately, it was because he had inadvertently saved the father of Li Zishuan's favorite disciple. Even though Li Zishuan did not say it explicitly, It was obvious that he had accepted this favor. Otherwise, his attitude would not have changed like this. What conditions? The bearded guest hurriedly asked. Li Zishuan stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and lightly said, "In the previous martial arts competition, it should be considered as your loss, right?" The bearded man thought about it seriously and then nodded. That's right, this old man lost. Although Li Zishuan and Mo Huai had teamed up to fight him in the end, he had already lost when Li Zishuan forced his acupoints open due to the threat of death coming from Li Zishuan. A loss was a loss. He, the bearded guest, had traversed the 4 seas. He would never do something so shameless as to refuse to admit his loss. Good. Before the martial arts competition, you said that if I lost, you would exterminate my entire family. But in the end, you clearly lost, so it's a different story, Li Zishuan said with a smile. The bearded guest's face darkened. He said impatiently, just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. When Li Zishuan heard this, he revealed a devilish smile, causing the curly-bearded guest, a great demon who had killed countless people, to tremble in fear. This marquis has always been kind-hearted. I won't do something like exterminating someone's entire family. But since you lost the martial arts competition, you should pay a corresponding price. Moreover, you want this marquis sea map, so the price you should pay naturally cannot be low. How about this? As long as you are willing to fulfill your responsibilities as a guard at Yanhuang College for a year, this marquis will hand over the sea map to you. In addition to this request, after you take this marquis sea map, you also need to help this marquis find a few things overseas. Once you find them, you will send them back to Chang. How about it? Do you agree to these 2 requests? Be a guard for a year? The bearded guest's eyes widened. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely smash that person into a meat patty with his fist. What kind of person was he, the bearded guest? He was the overlord of the sea. How could he be someone's guard? If this were to spread out, how would he be able to survive in the south? However, he had no choice but to agree. First of all, he did lose the martial arts competition that day. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan should be the one to make a request. Moreover, that sea map was truly too important to him. After wandering the sea for so many years, no one knew better than him how rich the wealth of the sea was. If he had the help of Li Zishuan's sea map, where in the world could he not go? Can you change the conditions? For example, this marquis can use money to buy this sea map. The bearded guest said unwillingly. As for the latter condition, he didn't think much of it. At most, it would just take some effort to find something. However, the first condition was asking for his life. As the island master of the 72 islands, he also wanted his face. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Do you think this marquis is someone who lacks money? Just these 2 conditions, there's no way to change them. Senior, you also know that I originally didn't want to negotiate with you. However, now that you're unwilling to agree to my conditions, this marquis is powerless to do anything." 2 days ago, other than threatening Li Zishuan's family, the bearded guest also committed another crime, which was to disrupt the order of Cloud Mountain. Accordingly, he had to pay the price and set an example to the people who came after him. He had to let them know that no matter who it was, if they dared to cause trouble in Cloud Mountain, they must be punished. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly froze. The bearded guest's face was gloomy. He tapped the table with his finger and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Li Zishuan didn't rush him. He waved at Lan, who was hiding at the stairs. The little girl put away the wooden sword in her hand and ran towards Li Zishuan with a smile. The brother and sister played a childish game of rock, paper, scissors in front of the bearded guest. They were very happy. After a long time, the bearded guest coughed heavily and said, "This marquis has thousands of brothers under me. This marquis is not someone who can do whatever I want. This matter is very important. Please give this marquis 1 day to consider carefully. Before sunset tomorrow, I will definitely give you an answer." Although his martial arts skills were basically unrivaled, he still had to listen to the opinions of his subordinates. Otherwise, what future could he have as a commander without an army? This marquis will wait for you for 1 day. Li Zishuan nodded. He didn't expect the bearded guest to not reject such an unreasonable request on the spot. It was really inconceivable. Then this marquis will take his leave first. The bearded guest cupped his hands and left. Of course, in the entire courtyard, no one sent him off. Chapter 842. The next day, Li Zishuan finally woke up early. After having breakfast in the courtyard, he went to Yanhuang College. Recently, due to various things, as the principal, he had not shown up at Yanhuang College for a long time. Mr. Li Gang had complained about this countless times. If this guy did not show up, Li Gang would probably come personally to catch him. "Huh? Good morning, Mr. Li. Have you had breakfast yet?" Coincidentally, Li Zishuan, the principal, who often liked to slack off, happened to meet the vice principal, who had always been conscientious. Seeing Li Gang looking at him expressionlessly, Li Zishuan could only bite the bullet and go forward to greet him. "Yes." Li Gang nodded and then walked forward with Li Zishuan while saying in a muffled voice, "Seeing that the military training is about to end, Yamacho, you have to arrange the teaching work of the academy as soon as possible. There are so many teachers in the academy, they are all waiting for you to say something." Li Zishuan replied, "Sir, you are right. I will arrange the teaching work as soon as possible." In fact, he was groaning in his heart, because he had just received another job from Li Air yesterday, and now the academy was about to get on track. With two things happening at the same time, it was estimated that he would be as busy as a dog in the next month. "Oh, Mr. Yen and Mr. Wang came to me yesterday. They asked me to remind you not to forget about their bet last month." Seeing that Li Zishuan agreed, Li Gang felt a little relieved. Suddenly, he remembered something and suddenly said with some amusement. Li Zishuan was startled. Only then did he remember that Wang Ji and Yen Silu had a quarrel that eventually evolved into a bet. If Li Gang had not mentioned it to him today, he would have really forgotten about it. "Sir, don't worry. I have always remembered this matter in my heart. I will never forget it." Li Zishuan lied through his teeth. Li Gang was old and shrewd. How could he not see that Li Zishuan was lying? However, he didn't expose her. He just smiled and left alone. Beep beep beep. Attention. Look to the right. Look forward. At ease. At 7 in the morning, the students of Yanhuang College, who had just finished their breakfast, began to gather on the sports field. Unlike in the past, they didn't start training immediately after they gathered today. The instructors of each class didn't give any more orders after they were in formation. The students were all secretly puzzled. After a while, they saw Li Zishuan on the rostrum of the sports field. Today, Li Zishuan didn't wear a scholarly robe like before. Instead, he wore a loose white silk undershirt, which was a bit similar to the modern training clothes. He looked very elegant and unrestrained. Li Zishuan stood on the rostrum and looked at the neat rows of students below. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were like sharp swords that pierced the sky. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In less than a month, this group of motley crew had been trained by him to look like a decent person. "You've become darker and thinner." He was looking at the students, and the students were also looking at him. Just like this, you look at me, I look at you. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Li Zishuan suddenly opened his mouth and said these 4 words. The students were instantly amused. However, what he said was also true. In this era where there were no skincare products or sunscreen, anyone who was exposed to the sun for a month would become darker. Li Tai's change could be said to be the biggest among them. The white and fat little fatty in the past had now become a young man with dark skin and a medium build. Those who hadn't seen him in the past month would probably not be able to recognize him when they suddenly saw him like this. After a while, the laughter gradually died down. Li Zishuan continued, "I know that you've all worked hard in the past month, but the improvement that all of you have received from this military training is obvious. A month of military training has taught you to be strong, and it has also taught you to be united and patient." All right, let's stop with the small talk. Today is not the day to summarize your military training. Your military training is not over yet. The first half of his words made the students sigh with emotion, but the last half of his half-joking words made many of them smile. Most of them had never seen Li Zishuan speak in such a chatty tone. Now that they heard it, they felt that it was particularly amiable. It was much better than the old-fashioned old men they had met before. Well, since you all welcome me so much, I'll tell you all a piece of good news. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously. He looked at the students below and said, in the next few days, you won't have to stand in line every day to train. You'll be much more relaxed because I'm going to teach you a set of fist techniques. Whether you know martial arts or not, you can learn it together with me. This set of fist techniques is called Tai Chi. I hope you can learn it well because it's not just a set of fist techniques. It contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Fist techniques? Yamacho wants to teach us fist techniques? As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students exclaimed one after another. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan suddenly made such a decision. Of course, Cheng Chimo was an exception. This guy had known the news for a long time. It's good to learn fist techniques. It's better than standing in line every day. This is really good news. The students were extremely happy when they thought that Xian Xian didn't have to train hard for the next 2 days. But quiet down. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan shouted in a deep voice. Then he began to explain. Before I teach you fist techniques, I want to tell you what Tai Chi is. The so-called Tai Chi is the process of the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, and the process of all things. The Tai Chi is the state before heaven and earth were created and before yin and yang were separated. The Book of Changes once said, when Tai Chi existed, yin and yang were born. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, primordial Chi was mixed into one. This Tai Chi contains the truth of heaven and earth. You must understand it well. Next, I'll show you once. You can remember as much as you can. Don't force it. After that, Li Zishuan began to close his eyes and calm his mind. After a while, when his essence, Qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes. He drew a circle with his toes and his hands formed a circle. The robe on his body also slowly danced with the agitation of his body's qi. He looked quite like an expert. Tai Chi Yin and Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes do not leave the principle. Defend and neutralize without bias. Only when you understand the loosening and tightening skills will you succeed. Li Zishuan recited the incantation to the students while he formed a circle with his hands. His body and movements gradually stretched out. Now his strength had reached the middle stage of Grand Master. In addition, after so many life and death struggles, his understanding of Tai Chi was far from what it was before. The most intuitive manifestation was that his every move now contained a trace of Tao. Ordinary people and people at low levels naturally couldn't see the difference, but Qin Qiong and Mo Huai, who were on the side of the field, saw the clues. Every move is Tao. Taoism has existed for thousands of years. I'm afraid such a person is extremely rare, isn't it? Qin Qiong looked at Li Zishuan, who was dancing on the rostrum. He was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Mo Huai was also shocked. He felt that this scene in front of him was even more shocking than when he saw Li Zishuan break through to the middle stage of Grand Master the day before yesterday. Tao follows nature. This is Tao following nature. It's a great fortune for Taoism to have such a person. If this Tai Chi is practiced deeply, it can definitely be called the supreme fist technique. I didn't expect Yamacho to so casually make it public. What a pity. Qin Qiong had come to his senses at this time. He smiled and said, Brother Mo, you worry too much. To reach Xiao Xian's level of mastery in Taiji fist, without the guidance of a master, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Others might only be able to grasp the form, but not the essence. Take this old man for example. After practicing for so long, I can't even reach 30% of Xiao Xian's mastery in Taiji fist. It can be seen that Tai Chi is not as easy to practice as it seems on the surface. Qin Qiong's words could be said to have revealed the secret. Tai Chi paid the most attention to the fist intent and one's own understanding. Among 100 people, there were 100 different understandings of Tai Chi, but only 1 or 2 of them could go a little further on the road of Tai Chi. General Qin's words are reasonable. I've learned a lot. When Mo Huai heard this, he felt relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. The two of them saw the skill clearly, but the students on the sports field were watching the show. However, this show was not ordinary. In their eyes, Li Zishuan's every move was full of poetry and painting, as if it had a natural feeling. Just looking at it made people feel very comfortable. Simply put, it was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, all the students were deeply intoxicated by the Tai Chi concept that Li Zishuan had drawn. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Their minds moved with Li Zishuan's moving fists, as if they were in another world. Every move was Tao. Qin Xiong was right. This was Li Zishuan's current Tai Chi realm. Not only could he immerse his mind into the realm of forgetfulness, but he could also guide the minds of the people around him with lower martial arts realms into his Tai Chi realm to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth contained in the Tai Chi realm. However, Li Zishuan himself didn't know all of this. At this moment, he had entered the realm of forgetfulness and couldn't hear or see what was happening around him. He only subconsciously performed the Tai Chi in his mind. Li Zishuan was Tai Chi, and Tai Chi was Li Zishuan. After practicing Tai Chi for Qin Xiong at the Qin family, he finally merged with Tai Chi again to form a complete ball. Tai Chi had already fused into his body, accompanying the beating of his heart and even accompanying his breathing. There was fog around Li Zishuan. His body emitted heat, and the heat and fog condensed together. At this moment, a flock of birds flew over from the forest on the west side of the Cloud Mountain. They stopped in the air above the rostrum and actually started to dance, with Li Zishuan's movements. Not a single bird made a sound during the process. Tao followed nature. Li Zishuan had really merged himself with nature. He penetrated his mind into every moment of his movements. He was light but not floating, soft but not soft. He was relaxed and heavy at the same time. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his mind surged as he swam continuously. After a short 15 minutes, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His clothes were already soaked. However, his face was even redder, and his skin was even fairer. He appeared to be in a sparkling and translucent state. Arm support, knee support, mind support. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. As the last fist technique was performed, Li Zishuan drew a circle in front of him with the tip of his foot. His body slowly retracted. He stood at attention and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This set of Taiji fist made him feel extremely satisfied. At this moment, the birds in the sky seemed to have just woken up from their sleep. They scattered and flew in all directions. The students below the stage were all still in a state of intoxication. When Li Zishuan came back to his senses and saw this, he just smiled and didn't say anything to disturb them. He hoped that the students would be able to realize something from his high-level demonstration. Taiji, light but not floating, soft but not soft. It is relaxed and heavy at the same time. What a magical fist technique. This little kid is full of secrets. Why have I never heard of such a profound fist technique in the Jianghu before? Under a big tree outside the sports field, a bearded man looked at Li Zishuan on the rostrum of the sports field and whispered to himself. That's right, this guy was the bearded man. He was the person who almost became the head of security of Yanhuang College. Needless to say, he must have snuck in while hiding from the college's guards. If Pang Feiji and Mo Zhong knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. Of course, no one would have thought that this famous pirate in the Jianghu would actually come to Yanhuang College to secretly learn. Wow. This Taiji fist looks really good. No, I have to learn it well. No, I think it's mainly because Yamacho is good at it. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it to this extent. Taiji is the birth of yin and yang. I seem to have thought of something unusual from this Taiji fist. After half a quarter of an hour, the students on the field began to come back to their senses. Suddenly, there was an endless wave of exclamations. Chung Chumo scratched his head. His mind had just been brought into the Taiji realm by Li Zishuan. Then he wandered around the Taiji realm and came back. He had some enlightenment in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. His realm was a little loose, but it was not enough for him to break through. He was in the temporary boundary between breaking through and not breaking through. To put it in layman's terms, it was like wanting to take a dump but couldn't do it after squatting for a long time. However, Cheng Chumo wasn't too discouraged. This was because he had learned so much just by watching Li Zixuan practice Taiji Fist once. If he completely learned Li Zixuan's Taiji Fist later on, with so much enlightenment, wouldn't it be easy to break through? Chapter 843. How about it? Do you want to learn Tai Chi? Looking at the stupefied students below, Yi Zichen said. Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and smiled. Yes. The students were silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into a tsunami of cheers. Li Zixuan looked so cool when he was practicing Tai Chi just now. Young people were all hot-blooded, and they all worshipped heroes. Although many people did not see the battle between Li Zixuan and the bearded man on Yunshan 2 days ago because they were on holiday, they more or less heard about it when school started yesterday. Today, they saw Li Zixuan's super high-level and magic fist technique demonstration with their own eyes. In their hearts, they had already regarded Li Zixuan as a hero who excelled in both the pen and the sword. Since you all want to learn, then do your best. All the instructors of the academy will follow suit and learn. In the future, you will be in charge of teaching the students of each class. This was not because Li Zixuan was lazy, but because he still had a lot of things to do. He could not teach Tai Chi every day here, so he said this. Yes, Yamacho. In the academy, usually no one would call Li Zixuan Marquis. When Pang Feiji and the other instructors heard this, they were all extremely excited. In fact, even if Li Zixuan didn't say it, they had already made up their minds to secretly learn it. Now that they could learn it openly, it couldn't be better. Okay, now we will start teaching Tai Chi, all of you, pay attention. After loudly reminding, Li Zixuan moved his left foot out, held his hands in a circle, and slowly recited the formula. Tai Chi Yin Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias. Understand the loosening and tightening technique, then you will succeed. The students below followed suit, imitating Li Zixuan's movements and saying in unison, Tai Chi Yin Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias. Understand the loosening and tightening technique, then you will succeed. Their movements were neat and uniform, and their chants shook the sky. The Yanhuang College teachers outside the field were all shocked by this spectacular scene. This Taiji Fist is soft and gentle, the movements are not hard to remember, and the posture is generous and proper. In this old man's opinion, it is quite suitable for us old arms and legs to practice. Li Gang squinted his eyes. He was somewhat attracted by Li Zixuan's Taiji Fist demonstration. As soon as he said he would do it, he began to imitate it. Yen Silu, Wang Ji, and other older teachers of the academy also began to practice Tai Chi with Li Gang. However, when the two old men were sparring, they did not forget to bicker with each other. It's almost a month's time. Why aren't you preparing for the examination? Why are you still putting on an act here? I think you don't want to be a teacher of this academy anymore, do you? Yen Silu seriously imitated Li Zixuan's movements and snorted lightly. Wang Ji's face froze, and he immediately retorted, Oh, you don't have to worry, Yen Kong. This old man is already prepared. You just wait to lose the bet, and then you will treat this old man to a month of wines. Ha! You are really a toad yawning, what a big tone. Wait until you pass the Yamacho-S examination. Li Zixuan spent the entire morning teaching the 48 simplified forms of Yang's Tai Chi to the students one by one. Pang Feiji and the others all knew Kung Fu, so they naturally learned it faster than most of the students. Before lunch, they had already memorized the main points of each move. Li Zixuan was naturally happy and at ease. In the afternoon, he let Pang Feiji and the other instructors teach Tai Chi to the students. He himself patrolled around and personally guided the students who did not follow the rules. Of course, when he saw Li Gang, Yen Silu, Wang Ji, and the others practicing Tai Chi, he could not help but feel a little strange. It felt like he had seen those old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park in his previous life. He thought to himself, will this be the scenery of Yanhuang College in the future? Little Xian. Wait. During the break, Li Zishuan was about to leave the field and go to his office when he heard Cheng Chumo's voice behind him. He turned around and waited for Cheng Chumo to run over. He asked, "What's wrong? Ugly bull?" Nothing big. I just wanted to ask, little Xian, are you busy? If you are not busy, can you teach me Tai Chi personally? Cheng Chumo scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. But isn't Uncle Qin teaching class 1? Why don't you learn from anyone? Li Zishuan said unhappily. What he meant was, don't be unreasonable and don't bother me. I am very busy. Cheng Chumo, of course, he did not understand Li Zishuan's meaning. He straightened his neck and said, no, I feel like I am about to break through, but Pang Feiji and Uncle Qin's Tai Chi is not as good as yours. Little Xian, please help me. If I don't break through soon, my dad will definitely not let me off easily. Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously. He did not expect Cheng Chumo to show signs of breaking through after watching Tai Chi for an entire morning. He thought to himself, when did this blockhead become enlightened? But come with me, I will give you a few pointers. Whether you can break through or not will depend on your luck. Martial arts is not something that can be forced. When the time comes, even if you don't break through, Uncle Cheng will definitely not do anything to you. Since Cheng Chumo said so, how could Li Zishuan not help him? After all, this guy was his first brother in Tang Dynasty. I knew you were a good friend, little Xian. When I break through, I will invite you to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a drink. Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Li Zishuan looked at this shameless guy in annoyance. Invite me to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal? Do I need you to treat me to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant? He was so King shameless. Master, can I go with you? Since the place where the two of them were talking was not far from Class 1's resting area, Iron Egg had already noticed the two of them whispering and followed them. When he heard that Li Zishuan was going to give Cheng Chumo special treatment, he quickly asked. Not only did Cheng Chumo want to break through, he also wanted to. One is teaching, two is still teaching. Come with me. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to walk out of the sports field. Cheng Chumo and Iron Egg naturally followed. After a while, they followed Li Zishuan to the open space in front of Guanghua Building, the main building of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Cheng Chumo, saying, "You attack me." Cheng Chumo was stunned, and then he quickly shook his head and said, "Damn it. Little Xian, do you think I'm stupid? You are now at the Grand Master middle stage. You want me to attack you? Isn't that asking me to die? No way." He had heard that Li Zishuan had beaten the half-step Great Grandmaster Bearded Man until his face was swollen. He would not be so stupid as to teach Li Zishuan a lesson. Chapter 844. In front of the main building of Yanhuang College. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Just attack when I tell you to. Do you still want to break through?" Cheng Chumo still straightened his neck and refused. Although I want to break through, I don't want to get beaten up for no reason." Li Zishuan was furious. "Useless. Don't worry, I'll use my body refinement realm true chi to take your attack. Stop wasting time and attack. Remember to watch my movements carefully." Cheng Chumo was overjoyed when he heard this. Normally, he would not have the chance to fight Li Zishuan on equal footing. This will do. Little Xian, take this. Cheng Chumo clenched his fists and concentrated his true chi in his dantian. After a roar, his whole body pounced on Li Zishuan and his fist flew directly towards Li Zishuan's chest. Speed, strength, angle. The three were all present and combined into one. Speaking of which, although Cheng Chumo's true chi was slightly lower, he was still one of the best in terms of strength among people of the same level. Whoosh! The fist was swift and fierce, with a trace of strong wind, and rushed directly towards Li Zishuan's chest. Iron Egg held his breath and stared at Li Zishuan without blinking. He wanted to see how his master would deal with this aggressive punch. Of course, he was not worried that his master would be hurt at all. In his eyes, his master was invincible, no matter who came. When Cheng Chimo's fist was 3 inches away from Li Zishuan's chest, Li Zishuan stretched out his hand, and then stretched out his palm and gently flicked it. Li Zishuan did not even use his true qi, but Cheng Chimo seemed to be out of control. After a circle, his attack missed. What's going on? I didn't feel you use your true qi, little Xian. How could you take my attack? After Cheng Chimo stabilized his body, he scratched his head and muttered with a puzzled face. What? Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked. Cheng Chimo frowned and thought for a moment, and said gloomily, I forgot. Li Zishuan said. So, Cheng Chimo once again moved his dantian, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed at Li Zishuan with a faster speed, a heavier force, and a more tricky angle. Li Zishuan smiled, and when Cheng Chimo rushed in front of him, he stretched out his right hand. It was the same attack, but Cheng Chimo's punch seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and his body was also sent flying. Bang! The miserable Cheng Chimo fell to the ground on his butt. Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked again. Cheng Chimo frowned and carefully recalled Li Zishuan's movements just now. After a while, he still replied, I forgot. Li Zishuan said. They did this 3 or 4 times. Cheng Chimo fell harder each time, and Li Zishuan seemed to be playing house every time. He didn't use much strength at all. Iron Egg next to him was stunned. He used all his mind to carefully watch Li Zishuan's every move, trying to imprint it in his heart. Did you forget? After countless times, Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chimo lying on the ground and asked again. Cheng Chimo struggled to get up from the ground, and his face and hair were covered with a lot of dust. He said very awkwardly, I forgot. Li Zishuan didn't tell Cheng Chimo to do it again this time. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiaoxian, do you want to do it again? I can definitely remember it. Seeing Li Zishuan's ugly face, Cheng Chimo felt a little guilty and asked weakly. Do it again, your sister. Do you think you're Zhang Wuji? Li Zishuan couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed loudly. In his previous life, he read Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. When Zhang Sanfeng was teaching Zhang Wuji the Taiji sword art, Zhang Sanfeng finished one sword art and asked, Child, did you see it clearly? Zhang Wuji said, I saw it clearly. Zhang Sanfeng said, Do you remember it all? Zhang Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Zhang Sanfeng said, Okay, it's hard for you. Think about it yourself. Zhang Yuanji lowered his head and thought. After a while, Zhang Sanfeng asked, How is it now? Zhang Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Later, Zhang Sanfeng demonstrated it again. Zhang Wuji said, There are still 3 moves that I didn't forget. Zhang Sanfeng didn't get angry. After a while, Zhang Wuji said, Now I've forgotten all of it. I've forgotten everything. When everyone heard this, they were worried sick. They thought to themselves, Is there something wrong with this child's brain? How can you forget all the martial arts that great master taught you? Unexpectedly, Zhang Sanfeng's old face bloomed with a smile, praising his grandson's talent. Li Zishuan still remembered the feeling of blood boiling when he saw this scene. But now that it was his turn, he knew that Zhang Sanfeng was deliberately showing off in the movie. Because he had demonstrated it to Cheng Chimo more than 3 times now, Cheng Chimo naturally forgot all of his answers. But he felt that Cheng Chimo didn't remember at all, not just forget. Zhang Wuji? Who's Zhang Wuji? Hearing Li Zishuan spit out such a ridiculous sentence, Cheng Chimo felt that his brain wasn't working well. It's your sister. I'll demonstrate it one last time. If you can't remember my movements, you won't be able to understand the concept of Taiji fist. If you can't understand the concept, you can forget about breaking through. Li Zishuan said angrily. It's my sister? I don't have a sister? Besides, why isn't my sister's surname Cheng but Zhang? *CK. So Xiaoxian, you're scolding my mother. This is too much. Cheng Chimo muttered to himself. This guy's brain circuit was really unique. He actually involved his parents in this matter. Iron Egg, who was next to him, was holding back his laughter. It was very difficult for him to hold it in. Li Zishuan really wanted to lift the top of this guy's head to see if there was a dung beetle inside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come and attack me. This is your last chance. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to curse and said with a livid face. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo hurriedly focused all of his attention, gathered all of his strength, and charged at Li Zishuan with an indomitable will. Li Zishuan's movements were still the same, but Cheng Chumo seemed to be enlightened this time. After he got up from the ground, he shouted, "Ha! I'll remember it, I'll remember it. I didn't forget it this time." The way he smiled made him look like a 200-pound child. "Oh, you remember it? Then tell me, what movements did I use just now? How did I neutralize your attacks?" Li Zishuan glanced at the idiot and asked in annoyance. Chapter 845. The dusty Cheng Chumo seemed to have felt Li Zishuan's anger. He patted the dust off his body, and for a rare moment, his face became serious. Then he seriously thought for a long time and said, "I attacked a total of 5 times, but Xiaoxian, you used the same moves and even the same strength to dissolve my attacks." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. I used the same moves and the same strength." After getting the affirmation, Cheng Chumo gained a little more confidence and continued to say, "But, Xiaoxian, you used the same moves, but the results were different every time. The first time, you only dissolved the strength of my fist and made me spin in a circle. The second time, I felt my whole body sink into a pile of mud and I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Then, you gently flicked me and I fell to the ground. The next few times, I fell in a different way and each time I fell harder than the last. Damn, Xiaoxian, don't you know how to be merciful?" Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and thought, "If I were merciful, you wouldn't have learned anything." However, he was quite satisfied with Cheng Chumo's conclusion. Even a blockhead could be enlightened. "Then, did you learn anything from our few exchanges?" Li Zishuan pursed his lips and asked faintly. Cheng Chumo's eyes first showed a trace of confusion, then he fell into deep thought and stood still on the ground. Li Zishuan saw this and didn't disturb him. He and Iron Egg stood quietly by the side and waited. After about 15 minutes, Cheng Chumo finally returned to normal. His eyes were blazing. At least Li Zishuan and Iron Egg had known him for so long, but they had never seen him with such eyes. Cheng Chumo walked quickly to Li Zishuan and asked excitedly, "I understood. Xiaoxian, you were teaching me how to use my strength? Am I right? This kid is worth teaching." Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! You guessed right. I didn't expect you to be enlightened. In fact, if you only talk about strength, there are very few people who can beat you in the same realm. But although you are full of strength, there is no strength in your body. It's like writing. You have to use ink evenly, the thickness is appropriate, and the density is fine. Only then can you become a master. If you don't know how to use strength, even if you have the best ink and paper, the words you write will only be like a dog's scratch. Ugly bull, do you understand?" The number of times Cheng Chumo was serious today was more than in the previous month. Maybe it was because Cheng Yaojin had pushed him too far. After listening to Li Zishuan's philosophical words, he pondered for a moment. After a while, he nodded and said, "Xiaoxian, I understand. In fact, you borrowed my strength to hit me. I was wondering why you didn't use any Jinqi at all." Li Zishuan praised, "Yes. Chumo, your eyesight has improved a lot today. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength, and Taoism emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Chumo, your brute strength is the yang of Tai Chi, what you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using your strength. After you understand this, go and learn Tai Chi. I believe you will definitely gain a lot." Cheng Chumo had been with Li Zishuan for so long, but he had never received such praise before. He couldn't help but grin. I also think that my brain is working very well today. Since you said so, Xiaoxian, I will go back and learn Tai Chi from Uncle Qin now." "Yes. Go. I have taught you everything that needs to be taught. As long as you put your heart into it, it will not be difficult for you to break through." Li Zishuan nodded. Cheng Chumo saluted Li Zishuan, then nodded to Iron Egg and turned to leave. "Master?" Iron Egg's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "You boy. What's wrong? Are you moved? Do you want to break through as soon as possible?" Iron Egg nodded embarrassedly and said, "Yes, yes." In fact, Li Zixuan was extremely unqualified as a master. When Iron Egg lived in the Li Mansion in Cheng and City, Li Zixuan often arranged some training tasks for him. Although it was very tiring, at least there was someone to guide him. However, after Yanhuang College opened, Iron Egg began to live on campus. Li Zixuan's guidance for him became less and less. He could only continue to train as before. Therefore, until now, he was still at the peak of the qi-channeling realm and had not entered the body-refining realm. As Li Zixuan's disciple, he felt ashamed of himself. "Ha! You brat, I did not rush you like Lu Guogong did. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Zixuan laughed and scolded. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Tai Dan or his cultivation base at all. He felt that it was best to let nature take its course. This was the same for him. He had never deliberately tried to raise his cultivation base from the beginning to the end. Master, Iron Egg did not want to embarrass you." Iron Egg lowered his head and said, "Ha! I have never cared about other people's opinions. Cultivation, let nature take its course. Everyone's life is only a few decades. As long as you are happy, everything will be fine." Speaking of this, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a little emotional in his heart. Iron Egg was silent. After a while, he said, "Master, Iron Egg does not understand what you said. Iron Egg just wants to become stronger. When Master is in danger, Iron Egg can also help." Li Zixuan felt warm in his heart. As a master, he had never intended to let his disciple protect him. However, when he heard Iron Egg's words, his heart was still touched. "Ha! Since Iron Egg is so determined, then Master will also give you some advice." "Thank you, Master." Iron Egg immediately thanked him happily. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Iron Egg, you are different from Cheng Chumo. Chumo has a good family background and has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Not only did he take medicinal baths, but he was also personally trained and polished by Lu Guogong. His foundation is naturally deeper than yours. Tai Chi is yin and yang. Cheng Chumo only lacks yin and not yang. However, you lack both yin and yang. If you want to break through and practice Tai Chi as soon as possible, in addition to continuing to strengthen your training, you have to follow the methods I just told Cheng Chumo and learn to use strength. Only in this way can you go further on the path of Tai Chi." Iron Egg nodded seriously and said, "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Iron Egg will remember them." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Okay, go back and continue to learn Tai Chi." "Yes, Master." Iron Egg responded and turned to leave. Chapter 846. Come out. You've been peeping for so long. Haven't you seen enough? After Iron Egg left, Li Zixuan didn't leave immediately. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the air, "Silence, complete silence." It seemed like Li Zixuan heard wrongly. After 3 breaths, Li Zixuan still didn't leave and stood rooted to the ground. "Ha! The Marquis of Yong, and is so alert. I've only been here for a short while and you've already noticed me. Admirable. Admirable." A person suddenly jumped down from the tree behind Li Zixuan. Who else could it be but the bearded man? Senior, are you also like this when you're a guest at Duke Wei's house?" Li Zixuan turned around and sneered at the bearded man. The bearded man was speechless. He was a pirate, but he wasn't a thief. How could he do this kind of sneaky and shady business often? "From what I know, Senior came to the academy early in the morning, right?" Li Zixuan exposed the bearded man's lie mercilessly. Actually, when he was teaching Taiji Fist in the morning, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping on him. In the modern world, people often joked that if looks could kill, someone would definitely die a horrible death. In this life, at this moment, Li Zixuan truly experienced the power of looks. Cough, 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 cough. The bearded man was instantly embarrassed after his lie was exposed. However, his face didn't even turn red. It was mainly because his face was dark, and it wasn't easy to see that he was red. I saw that the Marquis of Yong An's fist technique was quite magical and was excited to see it. That's why I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The bearded man explained awkwardly. Then, Senior, Have you heard of the saying, Tao is not passed down to the wrong person, and Tao is not passed down to the wrong person? No matter how exquisite this marquee Taiji fist is, it's not very good for Senior to secretly learn it like this, right? Li Zishuan didn't give up. He was very angry about the sudden intrusion of the bearded man. Yanhuang College was his blood, sweat, and tears. He wouldn't allow people with strong martial arts to treat this place as their own backyard, coming and going as they pleased. Marquis Yong, and you've already taught the Taiji fist to so many people. Regardless of the era, secretly learning from others was despised by the people of Jianghu. The bearded man wasn't willing to be labeled with such a label. Thus, he glared and defended himself. This marquis only imparted it to people from Yanhuang College. Have I ever said that I would impart it to outsiders? Li Zishuan sneered. The bearded man's expression froze, and he was instantly speechless. Taking without permission was stealing, and he was learning without permission. It was no different from stealing. Hee, you can't say it like that. I'm here today to tell you that I've decided to become a guard of Yanhuang College. In that case, I can't be considered an outsider, right? Suddenly, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change, but he was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the curly-bearded guest would actually sacrifice a year of his freedom for a mere sea map. Was it really worth it? Senior, have you really thought it through? Li Zishuan stared at the bearded man and asked in a deep voice. Of course, I always mean what I say. The bearded man replied with a look of certainty. In fact, Li Zishuan was mistaken. The reason why the bearded man agreed to such a harsh request, other than the sea map, was that he saw hope for a breakthrough from Yanhuang College, Taiji Fist, and Li Zishuan. He had been stuck in the half-step Grandmaster realm for several years. To some extent, the bearded man's situation was very similar to Cheng Chimo's. They were both people who had strength, but couldn't use it in the right place. The theory of Taiji Yin and Yang that Li Zishuan had just told Cheng Chimo made the bearded man, who didn't have any hope of breaking through, suddenly see a tiny bit of hope. Therefore, he agreed to join Yanhuang College with Li Zishuan. Although becoming a guard didn't sound good, in order to break through, it was all worth it. It wasn't an exaggeration, because ordinary people would never be able to understand the desire of a top master to break through, especially now that there was only one grandmaster left in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The bearded man was eager to find a sense of existence. Senior, don't you think that being a guard in the college is a bit of an insult to your identity? Li Zishuan asked faintly. Insult? That's not necessarily true, right? If it was in the past, the bearded man would definitely feel that being a guard in Yanhuang College would weaken his prestige. However, after a few days of contact, he realized that Yanhuang College was really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ordinary people wouldn't think that a small mountain like Yunshan would have a Grandmaster Peak, a Grandmaster Middle Stage, whose combat strength was close to that of a Grandmaster Peak, and 30 to 40 experts in the Qi transformation realm. This strength could be regarded as the strength of a superior sect in the martial arts world. But don't forget that Yunshan wasn't a sect in the martial arts world. It was a place for academics, which was the most deceptive. 2 days ago, when the bearded man was beaten to the ground, he had cursed in his heart, "Say, why are you hiding so many experts in a place for teaching?" It made him fail to show off, and instead he was attacked, calling Li Zishuan a fraud. Rest assured, since I've agreed to be a guard in Yanhuang College, I'll definitely do my best. In the future, if anyone dares to cause trouble in Yunshan, I'll teach them a lesson. The bearded man was a little worried that Li Zishuan wouldn't agree, so he quickly expressed his stance solemnly. In the eyes of many people, it was embarrassing for him to be a guard in Yanhuang College. However, the bearded man was thinking that if he, a half-step grandmaster, wanted to be a guard in Yanhuang College and was rejected, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Alright, since Senior insists, then I welcome you on behalf of Yanhuang College. Senior, you can call me Yamacho like everyone else in the future. Li Zishuan thought about it seriously and realized that this matter was beneficial to him, so he smiled and said to the bearded man, Then Yamacho, you can just call me Zhang San in the future. In terms of strength, You and I should be on the same level. Zhang Zhongjian's surname was Zhang Xingsan, and his red beard was like a dragon. Hence, he was known as the Bearded Man. Zhang San was a name that very few people would call him. In the martial arts world, strength had always been important, not age. Li Zishuan was already a middle-stage grandmaster at a young age, so he was completely worthy of being on the same level as the Bearded Man. No, I'll call you Mr. Zhang San. In the future, other than being a guard in the college, I hope you can also be a martial arts instructor in the college. If there are any martial arts enthusiasts in the college who want to learn from you, I hope you can teach them. Chapter 847. With a different standpoint, one's attitude towards things would be different. When the Bearded Man barged into the Yunshan courtyard and wanted to kill Li Zishuan's entire family, Li Zishuan felt that this Bearded Man deserved to die. At that time, he had indeed intended to do so. Even if he didn't kill the Bearded Man, he would at least cripple him. In the end, Li Jing and Hong Funu came, so he had no choice but to stop. However, he still hated the Bearded Man. Yesterday, the Bearded Man came to Li Zishuan and asked for the sea map. He changed his arrogant and despotic attitude, causing Li Zishuan's attitude towards him to change slightly. Today, the Bearded Man took the initiative to ask to be the Academy's guard. From now on, the Academy had a half-step Great Grandmaster expert. This made Li Zishuan's mood very good, and he felt that this guy wasn't that annoying. Good. Yamacho, don't worry, I'm not that kind of petty person. Seeing that Li Zishuan's attitude towards him had started to become better, the Bearded Man was in a good mood and said with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and then brought the Bearded Man to Guanghua Building while chatting. They mainly talked about the Bearded Man's experiences on the sea. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had a lot of yearning for life on the sea after watching One Piece's anime. Now that he could listen to China's earliest pirate talk about life on the sea, it felt pretty good. The addition of a powerful bearded guard on Cloud Mountain caused quite a stir among the students. This was because many people had seen this Bearded Man before. He was the one who had been beaten up by Li Zishuan a few days ago and had come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. It was said that this Bearded Man had now become a guard of Cloud Mountain and was also a martial arts instructor. Thus, many students came to watch out of admiration. The next day, Mr. Zhang San, are you really the Feng Chen Three Heroes? And of course, it's the real deal. Mr. Zhang San, how is your relationship with Duke Wei? Medicine Master and I are sworn brothers. What do you think? Mr. Zhang San, are your martial arts very powerful? It's all right. Then what's your ranking in Jianghu? Well, no matter what, he should be in the top 5, right? Wow, that's amazing. But why were you beaten up by Yamacho that day? Mr. Zhang San, did you enjoy being beaten up by the Yamacho that day? The bearded guest originally felt that it was quite interesting to chat with these young students. However, he didn't know which brat had to mention which pot didn't boil and purposely dug a hole for him to jump into, causing him to fall into an incomparably awkward situation. Are you still feeling good? King awesome. He really wanted to grab that naughty student and beat him up while asking, can't you King have a good chat? Sigh, forget it. I'm a great man who doesn't mind petty people. I won't argue with a brat like you. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Speaking of which, the food at Yanhuang College was really good. In comparison, what he had eaten at Apothecary's house 2 days ago was simply like eating chaff. Hey, third brother, wait. Let's gather around the table for lunch. Let's have a good gathering. Pang Feiji suddenly rushed out from behind and shouted towards the bearded guest. Speaking of which, it hasn't even been a day and Pang Feiji actually called him third brother. He was really shameless because at this age, the bearded guest was almost old enough to be his father. Good. Tell the brothers to come over. Today I'll treats. Order whatever you want to eat. The bearded guest laughed heartily. He was a pirate leader, of course he didn't lack money. Moreover, the food in the Yanhuang College cafeteria was not expensive at all. It was much cheaper than outside. Even if 40 or 50 people ate together, it wouldn't cost much. Okay. Pang Feiji, thank you third brother. Pang Feiji laughed. It wasn't that he liked to kneel down and lick someone's boots, but it was mainly because the bearded guest's strength was worthy of his respect. Moreover, he wanted the bearded guest to give him some pointers on martial arts. After all, he, Pang Feiji, had never seen a half-step grandmaster in his life. Now, not only did he see one, he even had the chance to work with him. If he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with the bearded guest, wouldn't there be something wrong with his brain? Compared to Pang Feiji and the bearded guest's leisure, Li Zixuan was extremely busy these 2 days. Currently, his main task was to conduct a teaching test for all the teachers in Yanhuang College. Of course, the first one to be tested was Wang Ji. Because of this old man had made a bet with Yen Silu, saying that if he could pass Li Zixuan's test with full marks within a month, Yen Silu would treat him to wine for a month. At that time, Yen Silu didn't want to accept the bet, but Wang Ji purposely set a trap for him. Yen Silu made up his mind and accepted the bet. Not only Yen Silu, but Li Zixuan was also dragged down by Wang Ji. According to the bet, if Wang Ji passed the test with full marks, Li Zixuan would give Wang Ji a bucket of Drunken Immortal and 5 strings of cash every month as his monthly salary. Hey, I don't know how this old fellow's studies are going. Forget it, forget it. In order to maintain fairness and prevent old fellow Yen from gossiping, I have to do things by the book. I can't be sentimental. Yanhuang College, Principal's Office. Li Zixuan held a pencil and thought to himself. If you look closely, there was a small yellow thing at the tip of his pencil. If it wasn't an eraser, what else could it be? The workshop was doing rubber vulcanization experiments. Because of the ratio problem, the first experiment failed. However, Li Zixuan found a few large pieces of hard rubber in the waste rubber that they were going to throw away. It felt similar to the erasers used in his previous life, so he picked it up and used it as an eraser. According to historical records, in 1768, the French Mecca used rubber to make medical supplies and hoses. In 1770, the British chemist J. Priestley discovered that rubber could be used to erase pencil writing. At that time, the material used for this purpose was called rubber, and this term was still used. This was the world's first eraser. Li Zixuan was creating history every day. Needless to say, this thing can erase pencil writing very cleanly. This made it even more convenient to use a pencil. Li Zixuan had already asked the workshop to organize the production of pencils. With his head down, Li Zixuan seriously constructed a few sets of chemistry questions in his mind. Then he picked some of the more difficult questions and quickly formed a test paper. I hope old fellow Wang can pass with full marks. Otherwise, wouldn't this month's hard work be in vain? Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. In this month, the most hardworking person in the academy was Wang Ji. This old fellow was also working hard in order to be able to drink alcohol every day. Every day, he was basically at 2 places, the dormitory and the cafeteria. It was very difficult to see him anywhere else. Of course, in this month, Li Zixuan was constantly harassed by Wang Ji. As long as he came to the academy, Wang Ji would come to him with a bunch of questions that he had prepared beforehand. The old man was so old, but he was so eager to learn. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be on the news. However, everyone knew that this old fellow was working so hard because he wanted to drink alcohol in the future. Chapter 848. Mr. Wang, the duration of this exam is 1.5 hours, and the total score is 150 points. After 1.5 hours, regardless of whether you have finished answering the questions or not, I will collect the papers on time. The questions of this exam are difficult. After all, I wrote the questions for the teachers of Yanhuang College, not for the students. Naturally, the difficulty is higher. So, Mr. Wang, as long as you can score 135 points and above, you will pass. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan took the newly printed papers and called Wang Ji, Li Gang, and Yen Silu to the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. When Wang Ji heard this, his face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean by only 135 points? This old man means what he says. You must get full marks to pass. Yen Silu said with some amusement, I say, Wang Wugong, don't try to be brave anymore. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Wang Ji blew his beard and stared at him. Yen Kongwei, don't look down on me. This old man came prepared today. It's just a full mark. It's not a problem. Just remember the bet. Don't go back on your words when the time comes. Yen Silu said angrily, bullshit. Isn't it just a few taels of wine? This old man will go back on his words? This old man only hopes that you won't disgrace us old guys. Li Gang held his forehead and said, okay, the two of you don't need to argue anymore. You're both people who have half a foot in the ground. Why don't you act like an elder? Let's take the exam first. Don't waste time. As for the exam rules, since Wugong is so confident, let's follow the previous rules. In the face of these two old men who fought each other when they met, Li Gang was quite helpless in his heart. However, he also knew that these two people's characters had been like this for decades. They couldn't change even if they wanted to. He could only smooth things over in the middle. This is a great opportunity. If I win, I must win fair and square. I must make you, Yen Kung, accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Ji raised his chin and said proudly. He didn't know why, but when he thought about how Li Zishuan had told him that the questions this time were a little difficult, he felt a little guilty. But even if he lost, he still had to say what he had to say. Moreover, he had come prepared today. He, Wang Ji, had been known as a prodigy since he was young. He had devoted himself to studying a book for a month and felt that he had completely understood the first volume of chemistry. Perhaps this was the confidence of a prodigy. The Yamacho has good intentions, but you want to keep up appearances and suffer. You don't know how to appreciate the kindness of others. Fine, this way, this old man can save some money on wine, and the students of the academy won't be harmed by you, Wang Wugong. Yen Silu said snappily. However, his words sounded somewhat regretful for Wang Ji, because according to the previous bet, if Wang Ji could not obtain full marks, he had to take the initiative to leave the academy. Alright, since these gentlemen have all said so, then let's follow the previous rules. The bell for the first class in the afternoon is about to ring, and then the exam will officially begin. Mr. Wang, you can prepare first. At this point, Li Zishuan couldn't say anything. He estimated the time and told Wang Ji. Wang Ji nodded. He didn't take his chemistry textbook and notes to cram. He just sat there leisurely and began to close his eyes to rest. Li Zishuan looked at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, I plan to test all the teachers in the academy on the day after tomorrow. I want to test their mastery of their respective subjects. Other than the study of classics, I have roughly compiled the questions for the other 4 subjects. I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen to work on the classics together. It wasn't that he looked down on classics, but that he didn't know anything about it. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications to give questions to the teachers in the classics department. Li Gang nodded and said, that's not a problem. But Yamacho, can you lend me the papers for the other 4 subjects so that I can know the difficulty and scope of the questions this time? Yen Silu also echoed, yes, since the classics department is part of Yanhuang College, it should have the same requirements as the other departments. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He took out a few rolls of rice paper from his sleeve and handed them to Li Gang. He said to the two of them, this exam for all the teachers in Yanhuang College must cover all the key knowledge points in the first volume of the textbooks of each department. And on this basis, try to connect the knowledge points in the books to reality as much as possible to increase the difficulty of the exam and test the ability of the teachers in the academy to deal with realistic problems. These are the questions for the other 4 subjects. You can take a look at them first. Li Gang and Yen Silu each took 2 test papers and looked at them carefully. Although they were both great Confucians, they weren't pedantic Confucians. They had dabbled in other fields of knowledge outside of Confucianism. This month, they also read the textbooks for the other 4 subjects. Although they weren't proficient in them, they could still understand them generally. What's more, Li Zishuan even had the answers at the back of the paper. Wang Ji, who was closing his eyes, heard the conversation between the 3 of them. He knew that Wang Ji and Yen Silu were holding the questions he was going to take in a while. His heart beat violently a few times. He wanted to move his head closer to take a look, but he held back. Li Zishuan, who was very observant, naturally noticed the slight change in Wang Ji's facial expression. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. This was really a stubborn and cute little old man. You two gentlemen can start to prepare for the exam when Mr. Wang is taking the exam. I have prepared a pen and paper for you, Li Zishuan said as he took out 2 sharpened pencils and handed them to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Gang took it and couldn't help but frown. He had seen Li Zishuan use this kind of pen before, but he didn't know how to use it. Li Zishuan saw this and demonstrated the use of the pencil and eraser. He then smiled and said, "In comparison, the pencil is lighter than the brush, and it can be modified at any time. Therefore, the Academy will try to promote the use of this kind of pen for the students in the future." Li Gang and Yen Silu personally tried it. Although they weren't used to using a pencil for the first time, the pencil was indeed lighter and easier to modify, as Li Zishuan said. Well, if you can adapt to writing with a pencil, then it is indeed better than the brush. Li Gang praised. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the bell of the academy rang. Wang Ji immediately opened his eyes. Li Zishuan picked up the chemistry paper on the table and said, "Okay, the exam begins." After that, he handed the paper to Wang Ji, who was waiting for the exam. Chapter 849. The first question. Put a certain amount of anhydrous alcohol and oxygen in a completely closed container and ignite them. The reaction produces carbon dioxide, water vapor, and an unknown substance X. The mass before and after the reaction is measured. Anhydrous alcohol is 4.6 and 0 oxygen is 8 and 0 carbon dioxide is 0 and 4 water is 0 and 5 and substance X is 0 and mg. The value of M is underscore, and the molecular formula of substance X is underscore. Note: in order to facilitate future teaching, Li Zishuan unified the commonly used units at the beginning of the 4 textbooks. However, this is only the unification in writing. The unification in reality will depend on the joint efforts of Yanhuang College's teachers and students in the future. Although Wang Ji was prepared for the difficulty of the exam, the first question was such a practical application and calculation question. This surprised Wang Ji a little. Shouldn't they test the basic concepts first? However, this question mainly tested the law of conservation of mass in the chemical reaction process. He calculated a little and got the correct answer. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he also studied the new mathematics. Otherwise, how could he calculate so fast? The second question, on the 2 plates of the balance, put 2 glass cups A and B. The glass cups are filled with diluted sulfuric acid of different mass, but both contain 9.8 g of sulfuric acid. It is known that glass A is heavier than glass B. Now, put the same mass of iron and zinc into glass A and B, respectively. After the reaction, the balance will be balanced. Before the reaction, the biggest mass difference between glass A and glass B before the reaction is underscore. Note: balance has been around since ancient times. It was produced early. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Bamboo sheets were used as beams, silk threads were used as buttons, and a copper plate was suspended at both ends. Later, because it was more troublesome to weigh heavy objects, it was changed to quan. Balance is only used when weighing small objects. Although Wang Ji had never seen sulfuric acid and zinc before, he still knew their chemical reactions by heart. However, why does this question seem to be more abnormal than the previous one? It should also use the new mathematics knowledge, right? Wang Ji's heart began to race. Fortunately, he had done some research on modern mathematics. Otherwise, no matter how familiar he was with the chemistry textbook, he would have to kneel before this test paper. However, although Wang Ji had done some research on the new mathematics, he was far from being proficient in it. After solving a problem, he was already sweating profusely. It was as if he had run 10 miles. After finishing the second question, Wang Ji couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Zishuan with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Do I have a grudge against you? It was just a question. Was there a need to make it so difficult?" He wasn't being pretentious, but strictly speaking, Li Zishuan's question was somewhat out of line. Moreover, All the questions were biased towards practical applications. It was very difficult to get good grades just by reading books. Sigh, no matter how difficult it is, I have to give it my all. I can't lose this bet. Although he had only stayed in Yanhuang College for a month, Wang Ji felt that he had completely fallen in love with it. Not only did he like the environment, facilities, and delicious food, but he also liked the atmosphere of Yanhuang College. That positive, united, and progressive atmosphere. He didn't want to leave. The desire to live, this was also another kind of desire to live. The strong desire to live made Wang Ji's mind unprecedentedly clear. His thoughts also became active. Although most of the questions on the test paper were questions he had never seen before, he could always find a way to solve them. Just like that, he broke through all the obstacles. When there was still half an hour before the end of the exam, Wang Ji finally came to the last question. This was a question and answer question. A mixture of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, calcium oxide, and sodium hydroxide is 37.2 grams. After dissolving in enough water and fully reacting, the calcium ions, carbonate ions, and bicarbonate ions in the solution are all converted into precipitate. After evaporating the water in the reaction vessel, the final result is 39.0 grams of a white solid. What is the mass of sodium carbonate in the original mixture? The aftereffect of surpassing all the obstacles and performing exceedingly well was a headache. At this moment, when he saw the last big question, Wang Ji felt that his head was about to explode. This was because many of the substances in this question could react with each other. In fact, for a person like Li Zixuan who had received modern higher education, this problem was not difficult at all because it involved nothing more than a multi-step reaction and multi-substance cross-reaction. Calcium oxide reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide can react with sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. As long as multiple chemical reaction formulas were combined into one and balanced to obtain a total chemical reaction formula, the whole problem would be solved without any difficulty. But for Wang Ji, who was a beginner in chemistry, he obviously didn't know this method. What should he do? He had to solve this question. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ji still couldn't think of a clever and simple way to solve this question. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to use the stupidest way to solve this question, which was to use the method of equations. Isn't it just that there are a lot of unknowns? No problem, solve it. I don't believe that I can't solve it by today. Wang Ji secretly made up his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Was this a chemistry exam or a mathematics exam? In order to calculate, he used 3 pieces of draft paper. Fortunately, he used the pencil that Li Zixuan gave him. If he used a brush, Wang Ji felt that he didn't need to take the exam anymore. Just grinding the ink would be exhausting. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, time's up. Mr. Wang, please stop writings. At 4 in the afternoon, the gongs and drums of the academy sounded. Li Zixuan immediately stood up and said. At this time, Wang Ji just finished writing the last word. He took a deep breath. He originally thought that 3 hours was more than enough, but now he didn't even have time to check and had to hand in the paper. Wang Wugong, how did you do? As soon as Wang Ji handed in the paper, Yen Silu immediately asked. It was hard to tell whether that tone was filled with schadenfreude or concern. I can't. I'll talk about other things in the future. This old man has a terrible headache now. I have to go back and have a good rest. Yamacho, Wenji, Kongge, this old man will take his leave first. Wang Ji frowned and scratched his head. He stood up and said with a painful expression. He had used too much of his brain for this exam. Mr. Wang, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Li Zixuan asked with a worried expression. He didn't want to ruin a genius like Wang Ji because of an exam. No need. This old man just feels a little tired. I should be fine after a sleep. Wang Ji waved his hand. Chapter 850. Wang Ji overused his brain and had to go back to rest. Li Zixuan was worried that something would happen to him, so he quickly arranged for a guard to go to Wang Ji's dormitory to take care of him. He also ordered the guard to report if there was anything unusual. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zixuan, Li Gang, and Yen Silu worked together to review the test paper left by Wang Ji. The fill-in-the-blank questions and multiple-choice questions had a unique answer. There was nothing to dispute, so it was very fast. To Li Zixuan's surprise, Wang Ji actually did everything correctly. One must know that in this test, Li Zixuan specifically set a few trap questions. Even in modern times, 70 to 80% of students would fall into those traps, but Wang Ji actually ran around the trap and escaped. This was too inconceivable. Then it was the question and answer at the back. This part was different because the answers to the question and answer questions were generally more flexible, so this part was personally reviewed by Li Zixuan. Looking at the scribbled handwriting on the test paper, one could probably imagine that Wang Ji's heart was a little nervous at that time. These were not very important. The important thing was that basically, Wang Ji used his own method to solve every big question. Although the answers given by Li Zixuan were different, the process and the final result were all correct. This meant that Wang Ji had completely understood the first volume of chemistry and had his own unique understanding of it. When Li Zixuan saw the dense process of solving the last question, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What is this? I gave the chemistry question. How did this old guy solve it as a math question? There were so many unknowns. Just looking at it gave me a headache. Also, wasn't this old guy busy reading chemistry recently? How did he even solve the linear equation of multiple variables? He really knows how to play. He didn't know that during the exam, Wang Ji was still complaining about why he changed the chemistry question to the mathematics question. The most important thing was that Wang Ji solved it correctly. What else could he say? It could only be said that a prodigy was indeed a prodigy. He was really outstanding. What is this old guy's brain made of? How is it that you can still learn things so quickly at such an old age? After marking the last question, Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Yamacho, what do you think? How did Wang Wugong do with the last 4 questions? Are there any mistakes? Seeing Li Zixuan put down the pen, Yen Silu hurriedly asked. Li Zixuan came back to his senses. Instead of answering, he asked, Mr. Yen, are you hoping that Mr. Wang will make a mistake? Or is there no mistake? Yen Silu wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. When Li Zixuan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. These 2 little old men clearly belonged to the love-hate type. Although they usually bickered with each other, if there really came a day when one of them had to leave, the other would definitely not have the heart or be reluctant to part with him. All right, Yamacho, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how you did on the exams. Li Gang chimed in from the side. Li Zixuan nodded, put away the smile on his face, and said solemnly, both of you have just seen that Mr. Wang did not make any mistakes in the first 4 questions. Just now, I carefully reviewed the last 4 questions and found that although Mr. Wang's solution was different from the answers I gave, his way of solving the questions was completely correct, and there were no problems with the final answers. Therefore, I think that Mr. Wang should get full marks in this exams. Both of you can take a closer look. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. After saying that, he handed the second half of Wang Ji's exam paper to Li Gang. Li Gang quickly waved his hand and said, No need. This old man is not proficient in chemistry. Besides, with Yamacho's character, this old man believes that you would not do such a dishonorable thing. Since you said that Wang Wugong did not make any mistakes, then he should get full marks. This old man has no objections. Li Zixuan smiled and looked at Yen Silu. The latter pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, This old man also has no objections. Let's give Wang Wugong full marks. Listening to his tone towards the end, it suddenly became a little lighter. Since both of you have no objections, then Mr. Wang has passed this exam. From now on, Mr. Wang will be promoted from the acting head of the chemistry group to the head of the chemistry group. His monthly salary will be a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 strings of cash. Li Zixuan turned around and wrote 150 on the exam paper, then laughed loudly. Sighed. Wang Wugong is lucky. But this old man will have to spend a lot of money to buy wines. Yen Silu sighed and walked out with his hands behind his back. But why did his tone sound like he was relieved of a burden? Mr. Li, I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen with the questions for the study of classics section. It's best if you can finish it before sunset tomorrow because all the teachers will be taking the exam the day after tomorrow. After Yen Silu left, Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, "And don't worry. I will not delay your work." Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Young master, Xiaobing already knows how to read the map. He has gathered a group of close friends and is planning to go to Hedong Road together. The next day, in the morning, Faubert brought the young man who came to Li Zishuan's house to Li Zishuan's courtyard and said excitedly, "You are a fast learner. Xiaobing, are these the helpers you found?" Li Zishuan sighed with emotion, then looked at the few youths behind Fu Bin and asked. Fu Bin quickly replied, "Yes, young master. This is Biaozi. He is good at martial arts. These two are his subordinates. Biaozi has some connections in Hedong Road. With his help, I should be able to avoid a lot of trouble." "Nice to meet you, ma." After Fu Bin finished his introduction, the three men behind him quickly stepped forward and bowed to Li Zishuan respectfully. Biaozi? Li Zishuan remembered. In this life, his memory was very good. He remembered a few months ago when he asked San Bao to find some hooligans to deal with Cui Shanyu and the other 8 Imperial College professors. The leader of the hooligans that San Bao found was called Brother Biaozi. Although he was not sure if it was the same person, this person in front of him looked ferocious. Even if he was not the Brother Biaozi that San Bao hired, there was an 80% chance that he had a similar identity. And, since Xiaobing had chosen all of you to go with him, it means that Xiaobing trusts all of you. All of you must do your best to help him. Of course, all of you will be rewarded. Li Zishuan calmly said to Biaozi and the rest. "We understand. Maki, don't worry. Everyone in Chang'an knows that I, Biaozi, am the most loyal to my friends. The most trustworthy? We will do our best to help Bin." Chapter 851. Xiaobing, when you get there, don't take the initiative to make trouble. You are going there to do things, not to make trouble. If I find out that you are using my name to make trouble, I will not let you off easily. In the study, Li Zishuan said to Fu Bin and Biaozi sternly, "Since ancient times, people are not afraid of godlike opponents, but they are afraid of pig-like teammates. It is not uncommon for a superior to be tricked by arrogant and despotic subordinates." Moreover, Li Zishuan still knew nothing about Biaozi and his subordinates. He still had to teach them a lesson. Fu Bin and Biaozi were shocked. Fu Bin solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to make trouble and trouble you." Biaozi then cupped his hands and said, "Maki, don't worry. When we go to Hedong, my brothers and I will listen to Bin's orders and will not make troubles." Li Zishuan nodded. "Well, that's good. But not making trouble does not mean that you are afraid of trouble. If someone takes the initiative to make trouble, you don't have to swallow your anger. Just act according to the situation." "Thank you, young masters." "Thank you, Marquis." The two of them cupped their hands and thanked him. Li Zishuan then asked someone to give Fu Bin 500 strings of cash for travel and expenses when they arrived at the place. The few of them then bowed and bid farewell. According to the original plan, they would depart for Hedong Road tomorrow. "Oh, how long have I been sleeping?" Yanhuang College Teacher's Dormitory. Accompanied by a painful groan, Wang Ji sat up from the bed and rubbed his forehead. He looked at the sky outside the window and muttered to himself in a daze. "Mr. Wang, you are awake. Are you hungry now? I will go to the cafeteria to bring you something to eat." Hearing the movement in the room, a young guard outside the room hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, saying in a hurry. Wang Ji took a closer look and roughly recognized that the person in front of him was from Yanhuang College, so he asked, "How long have I been sleeping? What time is it now?" The guard replied, "Mr. Wang, you've been asleep for more than a day. It's now 9:15 in the morning. If you didn't wake up, Yamacho would have gone to call the imperial physician." Wang Ji was stunned, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm old. His body couldn't take it anymore. An exam actually made this old man sleep for an entire day. My body is getting more and more useless. The guard hurriedly said, Mr. Wang is now the pillar of the academy. Your examination yesterday shocked the entire academy. How can you say that you're useless? Exam? Oh, that's right. How did I do yesterday? Are the results out yet? Only then did Wang Ji remember the soul-stirring exam yesterday. He patted his head, looked up, and asked nervously. Although he should be able to guess that the results of yesterday's exam weren't bad from what the guard had just said, it was only reassuring to hear such things with his own ears. The guard smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you scored full marks in yesterday's exam. Now, all the teachers in the academy are envious of you. Ha! Is that so? After Wang Ji heard that, he actually laughed foolishly. The heavens had taken pity on him. He had studied tirelessly for the past month, and he had finally gained something. He had won this bet. And he had won beautifully. He had won impeccably by everyone. Growl, growl. At this moment, Wang Ji's stomach suddenly let out an untimely growl. The guard stood up straight and said, Mr. Wang, you haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll go to the cafeteria to get you some foods. Wang Ji was in a great mood at this moment when he suddenly heard the good news. The old man rubbed his stomach, got out of bed, and laughed heartily. Ha! No need, no need. Someone will naturally bring good wine and dishes to entertain this old man at noon. This old man has to save his stomach to eat his good wine and delicacies. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this period. This old man is fine now. You can go and do your work. If Yen Silu heard this shameless words, he would definitely vomit blood. No one would have thought that this old man would do such a shameless thing just to eat a little more of Yen Silu's wine and dishes. The guard obviously did not expect this situation. He could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly left. Mr. Wang, oh no, it should be Group Leader Wang. Congratulations. I heard that the questions set by Yamacho this time were extremely difficult. I didn't expect you to score full marks and win first place. That's really admirable. Although it could not be ruled out that other teachers would also score full marks, Wang Ji's score was still the first. There was nothing wrong with that. It was not inappropriate to say that he scored full marks in advance. Returning to Guanghua Building from the dormitory, Wang Ji could not avoid meeting some teachers from the academy. Naturally, he heard some compliments and congratulatory words. I was just lucky. Group Leader Wang, this is your ability. How can you say that it's luck? You're too modest. Oh? Really? Maybe. Wang Ji subconsciously wanted to say something more modest, but when he thought about how he was able to answer all the super abnormal questions on the test paper yesterday, all of which proved that his strength was indeed outstanding, he pinched his beard and said with a smug face. The person opposite him suddenly looked confused. Damn it, old Wang did not play by the rules at all. How could he answer this question? Group Leader Wang. Group Leader Wang, are you feeling better? Group Leader Wang, you were really amazing yesterday. In the office of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, a group of teachers who were urgently reviewing and preparing for tomorrow's exam saw Wang Ji come in. They quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. In the past, Wang Ji was only the acting group leader of the chemistry department of the academy. In yesterday's exam, Wang Ji passed with full marks. Not only did he keep his identity as a teacher of Yanhuang College, but he also removed the word acting group leader from his position. This meant that all the teachers in this office would have to listen to Wang Ji's orders in the future. Of course, they had to be polite when their leader came. Some of them couldn't help but have their own plans. They really wanted to ask Wang Ji what the exam questions were yesterday so that they could prepare in advance. However, Wang Ji rarely spoke to them in the past, and their friendship wasn't at that level. It was really difficult for them to ask such a question. We are all preparing for tomorrow's exams. Prepare well. The only information that the old madam can leak to you is that tomorrow's exam questions are not simple. You have to be based on the textbook, but not limited to the textbooks. I hope that you can all get good results tomorrow. Don't embarrass our chemistry department. Chapter 852. Although Wang Ji really wanted the teachers of the chemistry department to shine in the academy's examination, he couldn't do something like leaking the examination questions. When the teachers in the office heard what Wang Ji said, they couldn't help but frown. Since ancient times, there has always been competition in places with people. Yanhuang College was the same. In tomorrow's exam, if the teachers from the chemistry department scored lower than the other departments, wouldn't that mean that their chemistry department was the weakest? Or rather, their chemistry department's teachers were the weakest? How could that be? Although these people didn't have to be like Wang Ji who didn't get full marks, they still felt a bit of pressure in their hearts when they thought of the teachers from the other departments. Don't worry, Leader Wang. We will do our best. The teachers cupped their hands and quickly returned to their seats to continue reading. Wang Ji smiled, then turned around and walked out of the door, heading towards Yen Silu's office. Oh, Wang Wugong, you're finally awake. Yen Silu, who was compiling the study of classics test paper, put down his pen when he saw Wang Ji enter. He looked at Wang Ji at the door and said, "Hey, what's wrong? Looks like you really want to treat this old man to a drink." Wang Ji walked in and sat across from Yen Silu without any hesitation. He said with a smile on his face. Yen Silu's face darkened and he said angrily, "Now the whole academy is talking about how you, Wang Wugong, passed the examination with full marks. Can't you be more reserved and set a good example for the other teachers in the academy?" Wang Ji did not care at all and chuckled as he said, Eating and drinking is a matter of course. How did this old man become a bad example? Could it be that you, Yen Silu, want to go back on your words?" "Bullshit. Do you think this old man will go back on his words?" "Hey, is that so? That's great. This old man is hungry now. Kong, let's go to your house for a drink." "Wait, it's not even noon yet. Why are you in such a hurry? This old man won't go back on his words." "Hey, it's almost time. Let's go. I've been sleeping for the whole day. I'm starving. Brother Konga, let's go." "But, what's there to but? Even if Yamacho saw it, they would understand. Let's go." Phew. Using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength. Every move and stance of the Taiji fist, the main technique of exerting force, is actually all in these two sentences. On the sports field, the students were still practicing Taiji fist. Compared to 2 days ago, most of the students were getting better at it. Even though it was break time, Cheng Chumo was still standing at the back of the team, gesturing to himself. Speaking of which, if it was the old Cheng Chumo, there was a 200% chance that he would not be so diligent. Study hard? Train hard? These words had nothing to do with him. However, ever since Li Zishuan personally tutored him that day, this fellow seemed to have fallen into a trance. Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Qin Huayu, and the others could see Cheng Chumo gesturing with his arms all the time every day. It looked somewhat similar to Taiji fist. When they saw Cheng Chumo like this, they often could not help but tease him. However, the strange thing was that Cheng Chumo actually allowed them to tease him. He did not even talk back. It looked like he had really changed. At this moment, seeing that Cheng Chumo had fallen into a trance again and was still mumbling something, Li Tai, who was not far away, could not help but twitch his mouth. He could not understand why this guy was suddenly obsessed with Taiji fist. Although Li Zishuan's Taiji fist was indeed very good that day, after so many days, the little fatty felt that he had been deceived. This was because the Taiji fist they were practicing looked completely different from the fist technique that Li Zishuan had practiced that day. They were all Taiji fist. Li Zishuan had practiced it smoothly and elegantly that day. But what about these students? Each and every one of them was weak and listless. Li Tai even wanted to give up on learning Taiji fist now. There were many students who had the same thoughts as him. However, no matter how others looked at Taiji fist, there were 2 students who had always placed Taiji fist in the most important position and practiced it crazily. These 2 people were Cheng Chumo and Tai Ta. Moved. It actually moved. The movements of Taiji fist had long been engraved in Cheng Chumo's heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the genuine qi in his body. The acupoints in his body, which had been calm for many years, suddenly produced a change. Cheng Chumo finally could not help but cry out loudly. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of the surrounding students, he directly sat cross-legged on the grass and began to meditate. What is Brother Chonyo doing? Why does it seem like he is about to break through? Yuchi Baolin, who was also a martial artist, scratched his head and said uncertainly. Hearing this, Li Tai was shocked. He looked at Cheng Chumo, who was sitting cross-legged, and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His attitude toward Taiji Fist had changed greatly, because he knew in his heart that Cheng Chumo had broken through because of Taiji Fist. Oh, Mingzi, help me take care of him. At this moment, Iron Egg, who was standing slightly in front, suddenly sat cross-legged. His actions were exactly the same as Cheng Chumo's. Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wang Meng was a little confused and asked. Don't make a sound, Iron Egg and Chou Nyo are breaking through. Qin Qiong, who was resting outside the field, noticed the commotion and whispered to Wang Meng. Wang Meng was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. Because of Bruiser and Cheng Chumo's sudden breakthroughs, the class break, which was supposed to be only 15 minutes long, lasted for half an hour before it ended. I finally broke through. Now I don't have to worry about getting beaten up. After about half an hour, Cheng Chumo opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He had an epiphany while practicing Taiji Fist, and broke through to the Qi transformation realm in one fell swoop, finally escaping Qing Yaojin's pursuit. At the same time, Iron Egg, who was not far away, also opened his eyes. The sudden epiphany allowed him to directly break through from the Qi Gatherer realm to the Body Refinement realm. One had to know that he had only been practicing martial arts for half a year. It was not easy for him to make such progress. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian's Taiji Fist is indeed unique. Qin Qiong, who had been greatly benefited by Taiji Fist, sighed with emotion after seeing this. Tai Chi, this is truly a miraculous fist technique. Not far away, the elusive bearded guest also noticed the commotion. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 853. Master, there's good news. In the Qing residence, as soon as Qing Yaojin returned home, housekeeper Liang welcomed him with a face full of joy. What good news could there be? Look at how happy you are, old Liang. Qing Yaojin looked at housekeeper Liang suspiciously and asked casually. Housekeeper Liang smiled and said, Master, there's news from the academy. Eldest young master broke through to the Qi transformation realm this morning. As the housekeeper of Qing Yaojin, old Liang was clearly very familiar with the Jianghu martial artists' realms. Qing Yaojin was in the middle of taking off the crown on his head. This thing was quite hot to wear, but he had to wear it during morning court. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this, his hands that were taking off the crown froze. His eyes were as big as copper bells. That brat broke through to the next realm? Old Liang, your news is correct, right? Qing Yaojin asked in disbelief. As his father, how could he not know Cheng Chumo's character? He was usually the idle type. If you asked him to practice martial arts seriously, it was as if you wanted to kill him. If you were not careful, this brat would run away again. That was why Cheng Chumo had been stuck in the body refining realm for 3 to 4 years without any progress. This was actually nothing much. The second generation of the rich, in Chang, and were all like this. Most of them were not even as good as Cheng Chumo. However, the problem occurred this spring. A shockingly talented Xiao Ning suddenly came to Chang. Not only was he at the peak of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, he even broke through to the Grandmaster realm within 3 months. He was catching up to the older generation of warlords. What was even more unacceptable was that this young man actually broke through to the next realm after 3 months. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With such an outstanding role model, Cheng Chumo was immediately dissatisfied with his son and even gave him an ultimatum. This was also one of the reasons why Cheng Chumo had been working so hard to break through recently. Master, it can't be wrong. Ever since eldest young master went to Yanhuang College, I've been paying attention to the news there. This news was just sent back by the people below. It can't be wrong. Old Liang's wrinkled face was smiling. Now that Cheng Chumo had broken through and escaped Cheng Chumo's pursuit, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had watched Cheng Chumo grow up. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yaojin wiped his mouth and suddenly laughed like a lunatic. His voice was loud and the birds in the Qing residence's courtyard were frightened by his laughter and scattered in all directions. You just came back, what's wrong with you? If the neighbors heard this, they would think that the great Duke of Lu had gone mad. Madame Cheng, who was resting in the backyard, came out at this moment and said angrily to Yao Jin Cheng. Cuff cuff. The smug Cheng Yao Jin immediately shut his mouth. He rubbed his nose and looked embarrassed. Madam, good news. Our Cho ox has broken through today. This brat still needs someone to keep an eye on him. How long has it been since he entered Yanhuang College? It hasn't even been a month, right? Then he became a chi transformation expert. Madame Cheng rolled her eyes and said, breakthrough, breakthrough? All you think about is letting Cho ox break through. Don't you see how tanned your son is? Isn't it good to study in the academy? Why must he participate in some military training? Yao Jinqing waved his hand and said, Hey, madam, you can't say that. If I, Qing Yaojin's son, were to be spoiled like a woman, then how would I, old Qing, go out and meet people? Little Xian did a good job with this military training. Next year, send Chu Liang too. It's good that the two brothers can take care of each other. You dare? Madame Cheng immediately glared and said angrily, It's fine if you torture Chu Mo all day, but now you want to torture Chu Liang too? I don't agree. Yao Jinqing said angrily, What does a girl like you know? What future can Chu Liang have by staying at home all day? A loving mother will spoil her sons. Hey, hey, hey. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let me go. Let me in quickly. This is not the forbidden area of the imperial city. Who are you to stop me? I'm your Yamacho's grandaunt. Open the door quickly. In the afternoon, a beautiful woman in a red dress came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. She wanted to enter the college, but the guards at the entrance did not allow her to. Then, the woman immediately scolded. Hearing her tone and looking at her appearance, who else could it be but Hong Funu? How dare you? How dare you insult the Yamacho? Seeing that you're a woman, I'll let you go this time. I advise you to leave quickly, or I'll take you to Chang and to see the officials. Coincidentally, the guard guarding the gate today was not there when Li Zishuan fought with the bearded man. Naturally, he did not see Li Jing, Hong Funu, and the others who came last. So, when he saw that the woman in red dared to call herself Li Zishuan's grandaunt, how could he sit by and do nothing? If he did not see that Hong Funu was a woman, he would have drawn his sword. I'll stand here and not move. Why don't you try to catch me? Hong Funu raised her chin and snorted. You, fine. Then I'll do as you wish and send you to the officials. The guard was furious and was about to attack when suddenly, a shout came from inside. Mo Feng's stuff. Then he saw Mo Zhong rushing over. The guard turned his head and said, Senior brother, this woman spoke rudely to the Yamacho. I was about to, Oh okay. I got it. Mo Zhong waved his hand and looked at Hong Funu. He cupped his hands and said, My junior brother has never seen you before. I hope you won't take offense if he offends you. Then he turned around and said to the guard, Mo Feng, this is a senior of the Yamacho. If you come to the college in the future, you're not allowed to be rude. Now, apologize to Senior Hong Funu. During the last battle, Mo Zhong was at the scene. Of course, he recognized Hong Funu. Senior brother, she's really? Mo Feng was a little dumbfounded, but he felt that he did not do anything wrong. It was hard for him to apologize. Okay, it's not brother Mo Feng's fault. Mo Zhong, you two go do what you need to do. She's here to look for me. How could the powerful bearded guest, who was also one of the guards of Yanhuang College, not detect such a commotion in front of the gate? At this moment, he strode to the front of the academy and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, then I'll have to trouble third brother here. Mo Zhong knew about the relationship between the bearded guest and Hong Funu. When he saw this, he cupped his hands at the bearded guest and retreated far away with Mo Feng. Third brother? Big brother, how can they call you third brother? Seeing the bearded guest come out, Hong Funu, who was overjoyed, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 854. Ahem. Chuchen, why are you here? In front of Yanhuang College's main gate. Hearing Hong Funu ask about the origin of his third brother, the bearded man was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. Big brother, you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? Last night, Brother Jing and I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. This morning, Brother Jing didn't even go to morning court and brought people to look for you. I thought that you might come to Yanhuang College again, so I came to look for you. Big brother, what are you doing here? Are you unhappy at home? Is that why you came here? Hong Funu was angry when she heard the bearded man's question. In the face of this bombardment, the bearded man regretted purposely changing the topic. Hong Funu's questions were obviously more difficult to answer than before. No, I'm not unhappy. The medicine master, you, and I have reunited after a long time. We're happy. Chuchen, I'll be staying at Yanhuang College from now on. I have some things to do here. If you and the medicine master want to catch up with Big Brother, you can come to the college directly to look for him. If there's nothing important on a normal day, you can go about your own business. The bearded man didn't want Hong Funu to know that he was a guard at the college, so he could only speak vaguely. But how could Hong Funu be so easily fooled? What? Big brother, you want to stay at the college? Is it because Li Zishuan is not willing to give you the C map and is using it to blackmail you? The quick-witted Hong Funu hit the nail on the head. Her guess was very close to the correct answer. Obviously, when the bearded man was at their house, he had already told them about the C map. The bearded man was obviously stunned. After thinking about it, he denied it. Of course not. Although Big Brother needs the C map, he will definitely not be blackmailed by others. Think about it, Chuchen. Who in the world can blackmail your big brother? Hong Funu felt that it was reasonable. She was very confident in the bearded man's personal strength. Generally speaking, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a regular army, there weren't many people in the world who could threaten him. Then Big Brother, why are you staying here? Hong Funu stroked the beautiful hair on her forehead and asked. After delaying for so long, the bearded man had already thought of an excuse. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, Chuchen, this Yanhuang College has something that can improve Big Brother's martial arts, so Big Brother must stay here. Don't ask about the specifics, be careful of others hearing it, understand? Hong Funu, who had been obsessed with the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality this year, heard the bearded man's words and subconsciously thought that the Yanhuang Academy had elixirs similar to the True Soul Elixir and the Heavenly Fate Elixir in the mortal that could improve one's skills. She immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at the bearded man with a everyone knows look. Big Brother, you don't have to say any more. I already know. I just didn't expect that such a desolate place like Cloud Mountain would produce such immortal elixirs. Li Zishuan's methods are indeed extraordinary. The curly-bearded guest was dumbfounded when he heard this. What spiritual pills? Where did this come from? However, since Hong Funu could fill in the gaps in his words, he was naturally happy to see it. Chuchen, since you understand this, you should go back first. By the way, tell Medicine Master not to look for Big Brother anymore. He should focus on his future. The current emperor is a rare wise emperor. Let him assist him well. The bearded man put on the attitude of an elder brother and said earnestly. Then I'll go. Big Brother, take care. Brother Jing and I will come to see you often. Hong Funu hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. Yes, you and Medicine Master also take care. October 19th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday, cloudy weather. Today was a good day, at least for the students of Yanhuang College. Because almost all the teachers in the college had to take the exam or be invigilators, they really didn't have any teachers to control them. Although there were still instructors by their side, compared to before, there were no Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others patrolling the field. The pressure on their bodies was suddenly reduced by a lot. After today, I'll be officially free from the sea of suffering. This military training has really tortured me. Sun Zifan said as he lay on the grass and let out a long breath. In your dreams? I heard from the Yamacho that on the last day of the military training, all the classes will be put together to test their results. But today, the teachers of the college have to take the exam. I guess this test results will have to be postponed to next Monday. Li Tai mercilessly poured a bucket of cold water on Sun Zifen's head. The latter's heart instantly turned cold. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? Putting aside whether this was ruthless or not, the teachers of Yanhuang College were all complaining that Li Zishuan's questions were so ruthless. This exam involved the 5 major departments of Yanhuang College, with a total of more than 70 teachers. Even the leaders of the departments, such as Ma Zhou, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Xiaodian, personally participated in the exam. Wang Ji, the leader of the chemistry department, had finished the exam the day before yesterday. Before the exam, almost every department's leader had mobilized their teachers. Although Li Zishuan didn't say what kind of punishment would be given to the students who did the worst in the exam, no one was willing to be the worst. Moreover, during the recent military training of Yanhuang College, these teachers had more or less seen the students sweating profusely on the field. Many of them were affected by it. Just think about it. The students were already working so hard, so how could they, as teachers, be willing to degrade and be the last in the class? They had to fight for the first place. However, when the exam papers were handed out, they realized how perverted the questions were this time. They finally understood why Wang Ji slept for an entire day after taking the exam the day before yesterday. It was because these questions were too difficult. Physics, chemistry, and geography. These 3 subjects' exam papers were more or less mixed with some new mathematics knowledge. If you only looked at the textbooks of this subject and didn't look at the mathematics, you would definitely not be able to get a high score. Then, did that mean that the teachers of the science department had the most advantage? Of course not. The questions of the mathematics department were some more tricky mathematics questions. They were more realistic, but naturally more troublesome to solve. Then, did the classics have an advantage? Obviously not. This time, the classics questions were different from the usual questions. They combined the classics with life. Many of the questions, if you didn't look at them carefully a few times, you wouldn't be able to grasp the meaning they were trying to express. Therefore, the teachers of the 5 departments fell into the big hole dug by Li Zishuan this time. Whoever could climb out of the hole would be the winner. Chapter 855. Many people might subconsciously think that it was impossible to finish a course in a month. This was because when they were in school, they spent an entire semester to finish every course. How could they possibly finish a course in a month? However, don't forget that when they were in school, they had to study more than 1 course in a semester. Usually, there were at least 3 or 4 courses, and at most 7 or 8 courses. What about the teachers in Yanhuang College? They only needed to study 1 course. Oh, that wasn't entirely correct. This was because the teachers in the other departments, in addition to studying the teaching materials of the subject, also had to roughly learn about the new mathematics. This was originally stipulated by Li Zishuan. However, even so, their learning tasks were far less than the modern students. Therefore, from this perspective, it wasn't impossible to finish a course in a month. Moreover, the teachers in the academy were all working hard this month. Under such a dense learning atmosphere, basically all of the teachers were able to grasp at least 70 to 80% of the knowledge of the subject. With more than 70 teachers, 1 classroom definitely couldn't fit all of them. This time, the examination was divided into 2 examination halls. Li Zishuan was personally invigilating the examination hall in the first examination hall. As for the second examination hall, it was jointly invigilated by Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Wang Ji. The current Li Zishuan's mental strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the slightest movement around him couldn't escape his perception. Therefore, even if he was the only invigilator in the entire examination hall, he wasn't worried that others would be able to cheat under his watch. Tang Yu, if those 2 eyes of yours continue to wander around, it'll be like 2 rotating Earths. Before you make a big mistake, quickly pull back from the precipice. Sima Fu, do your own test properly. Don't have any evil thoughts. If you have evil thoughts now, how are you going to educate your students in the future? Sun Zhongwen, what's wrong with your neck? Do you want me to call the imperial physician to treat it for you? Eyes in 6 directions, ears in 8 directions. He was referring to Li Zishuan's current state. Those who rolled their eyes, raised their heads, and craned their necks were all called out by Li Zishuan. It was not that these people were cheating, but they were just a little bit restless. Li Zishuan's purpose was to nip these restless people in the bud. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit a teacher. He couldn't let them go down the wrong path and ruin the reputation of the teaching team. However, it was inevitable that some people would be wrongly accused. When the middle-aged teacher named Sun Zhongwen heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he immediately became anxious. Yamacho, my neck was stiff when I slept last night. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look. I really didn't have any evil thoughts. Li Zishuan saw the way this guy was talking to him with his head tilted, and he couldn't help but find it funny. Yes, I know. I've wronged you. You can continue answering the questions. Oh. Sun Zhongwen answered in a muffled voice, and then lowered his head laboriously. Although there was such a small episode, none of the teachers dared to let their guard down. They were conquered by Li Zishuan's keen eyesight. Under this 360-degree, omnidirectional, and tight surveillance, anyone who wanted to plagiarize would be courting death. A few people who wanted to take the crooked path immediately put away their little schemes and began to do the test questions seriously. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. In his previous life, he was the flower bud of the motherland. Being invigilated by the teachers was a common occurrence. In this life, he was the one invigilating the teachers. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. In the other examination room, although the three old men were not as observant as Li Zishuan, they had the advantage of numbers, so there were no signs of cheating. At 9:45 a.m., the gongs and drums of the academy rang, and the examination rooms on both sides collected the papers at the same time. No matter if they had finished the exam or not, the papers in their hands were all collected. Phew. The exam is finally over. Brother Ma, how did you do? I heard that the classics exam was set by old Mr. Li and Mr. Yen. I don't think it was very difficult, right? Su Hongji put away his pencil. The academy had already started to use pencils everywhere, stood up, and asked Ma Zhou with a smile. Ma Zhou shook his head. There was no joy or sadness on his face. He only said faintly, "Hee, I thought so too, but after finishing the exam, I became uncertain. The exam this time was not easy. Brother Su, how did you do? You are a grandmaster in mathematics, so you should have done well?" Su Hongji smiled bitterly and said, "With my little knowledge, how could I dare to call myself a grandmaster in mathematics? Yamacho is the real grandmaster in mathematics. In my opinion, all the exams this time were difficult. After all, we are going to be teaching students in the future. Yamacho also has high hopes for the students in the academy, so he has to be strict with us. Immediately organize all the teachers to mark the exam papers. First, paste the names of all the exam papers. Then, cross-mark the exam papers between the different departments. Then, let the team leaders of each department conduct a review. Finally, if there are any problems, let me do the final review." In the academy's conference room, Li Zishuan pointed to the stack of exam papers on the table and said to Yen Silu beside him, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange it now." Yen Silu nodded and was about to assign tasks to the teachers of each department. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Yen, wait a moment." Li Zishuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Yen Silu. He added, "Immediately inform all the students that there will be no rest on Saturday and Sunday this week. There will be a military training exercise next Monday. After the exercise, there will be a 3-day break, and classes will officially start after that. The class with the last performance will be responsible for cleaning the academy for a month." Yen Silu was stunned. "Yamacho, you mean there will be no rest this week? If the students know about this, won't they make a fuss?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, "It's just a temporary break, not a permanent break. I want to see who dares to make a fuss. Mr. Yen, you just have to arrange for someone to inform the students. Don't worry about the rests." Yen Silu could only nod in agreement. In fact, according to the original plan, Li Zishuan originally planned to hold the military training exercise this Friday. However, many unexpected things happened this week. He had too many things to do, so he could only postpone the military training exercise. If he really wanted to calculate, the students didn't lose out. They even had an extra day of breaks. Yamacho, is this exercise really that necessary? Wang Ji was a straightforward person and didn't know how to hide anything. He felt that Li Zishuan was doing some meaningless face engineering, so he directly asked. He didn't care if his words would make Li Zishuan angry. Chapter 856. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building. Hearing Wang Ji's accusation, Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course it's necessary. The students have been training hard for a month. It's time to show us the results and let them see it for themselves. Military training is a learning experience, but it is also a test. I hope that they can bring this spirit of military training to their future studies." Li Gang couldn't help but nod. Well, I agree with Yamacho's point of view. A military training performance is equivalent to posting the students' exam results and letting them compare with each other. It's also good to leave a deep impression on them. You have to know that there are a lot of playboys in this batch of students. We have to let them remember this month's military training. Wang Ji was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. On the field, the students were practicing Tai Chi compared to a few days ago when they first came into contact with Tai Chi Fist. Most of them did not have much enthusiasm for it now. Ultimately, it was because after a few days of learning, they still could not perform the same artistic conception as when Li Zishuan performed Tai Chi Fist. They felt discouraged. However, there were still some people who were obsessed with learning Tai Chi. Most of these students were from the special training class. Yesterday, Chung Chumo and Iron Egg both broke through to the next realm. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was because of Tai Chi, humans always like to daydream, especially those who like to have dreams. What if I also broke through after practicing Tai Chi? Would I also have a chance to reach the level of a grandmaster in this life? Therefore, with this belief, the students in the special training class who had a foundation in Kung Fu were very serious when learning Tai Chi. However, they were wrong. Tai Chi wasn't that magical. It didn't mean that practicing Tai Chi would improve one's Kung Fu. Qin Xiong broke through to the next realm because of Tai Chi. That was because he happened to be recovering from his internal injuries. Coupled with his many years of Kung Fu comprehension, he broke through to the next realm. The reason why Chung Chumo and Iron Egg broke through to the next realm because of Tai Chi was, to a certain extent, a kind of accumulation. After a month of arduous military training, all the muscles in their bodies were fully trained, and their bodies were in a state of hunger. At this time, Li Zishuan happened to teach them the essence of Tai Chi step by step. The two of them crazily absorbed the nutrients and comprehended the Tao in Tai Chi. Only then did they break through the realm. It could be said that the three of them had broken through due to special reasons and special conditions. It wasn't just because he had practiced Tai Chi Fist. It was almost lunchtime. Unexpectedly, Yen Silu, the teaching director of the academy, came to the sports ground. Under his arrangement, the students of the academy gathered in the middle of the field. Yen Silu was now on the rostrum. He said in a deep voice, "I've just received a notice from Yamacho. All the teachers and students of the academy will not rest this weekend. The military training will continue as usual. The academy will hold a military training exercise next Monday. The class with the lowest grades will clean the academy for a month." Boosh. When they heard that Yen Silu wouldn't have a weekend off, the students immediately exploded. "What? Are you kidding me? I already packed my things last night and was ready to go home today. Now you're telling me that we won't have a weekend off? How can this be? Yeah. Why do they have to hold a military training exercise? They've already been trained. What's the point of putting on an exercise? Isn't this unnecessary?" Exactly. So what if it's a joint exercise? It's also taking up our rest time. This is unfair. I don't agree. After coming to Yanhuang College for so long, the students had already gotten used to the 2-day rest schedule every 5 days. Why were they able to persevere through the long and painful military training? Wasn't it because they could rest for 2 days after enduring 5 days of military training? It was precisely because there was hope in life that they persisted. Now, the students thought that the military training was about to end. Who knew that Yen Silu would come to them and tell them that there would be another 3 days of military training without rest in between? Most of them couldn't accept this. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, there was immediately a wave of opposition from below. Yen Silu had already expected this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to announce this in person. He was afraid that the people below wouldn't be able to control the situation. Okay, everyone quiet down. Although there's no holiday this weekend, after the military training exercise next Monday, the college will have 3 days of holiday. If you have any objections, you can go directly to Yamacho. If you don't have any objections, continue to train seriously. Instructors of each class, in the next 2 days, take the students to practice military posture, formation, and formation. Monday's exercise will include all of these activities, including Taiji fist. Yen Silu cleared his throat and said loudly. Seeing that Yen Silu said that they would go to Yamacho if they didn't agree, the students below immediately fell silent. Who didn't know that Yenhuang College's Yamacho was a peerless, ferocious person who even dared to beat up the Feng Chen 3 heroes? Asking them to go to Li Zishuan to reason with him? Wasn't that just asking for H*T, death? Moreover, although there was no holiday this weekend, after the exercise next Monday, they could take 3 days off. It seemed that it wasn't that hard to accept. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, the students who were shouting suddenly quieted down. Seeing this, Yen Silu smiled satisfactorily and left the rostrum. Things were progressing more smoothly than he expected. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's fierce reputation was too widespread. Young master, in the afternoon, Faubert sent someone to deliver a big bag and a small bag. I don't know what's inside, but young mistress said to wait for you to come back before opening it. In the evening, Li Zishuan returned to the Yunshan residence and saw 2 bags on the stone table in front of the door. 1 big bag and 1 small bag. Xiaoxi went up and explained with a smile. Faubert sent something? Then it must be something good. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He walked to the stone table and quickly opened the bigger bag. He saw 8 beehive-shaped pillows of the same size. Looks like the workshop's rubber technology has made some progress. Li Zishuan exclaimed in his heart. 2 days ago, Faubert sent news that the workshop's rubber research was not going well. It was estimated that the main problem was the ratio of sulfur. The rubber produced did not meet the requirements, so the things that Li Zishuan asked him to make would be made later. Li Zishuan did not blame him. He asked someone to pass a message to Faubert, asking him to take his time and not rush. He did not expect to make something today. Young master, what is this? Why does it look like a hornet's nest? Xiaoxi looked into the bag and asked curiously. Chapter 857. There's good stuff inside. With it, Xiaoxi, you can have beautiful dreams every day. In front of the Yunshan courtyard, Li Zishuan held a natural latex pillow and smiled at Xiaoxi. As for the benefits of natural latex pillows, Li Zishuan, who had experienced the bombardment of the information age, could give a lot of information. For example, anti-mites, anti-allergy, lowering blood pressure, strong elasticity, designed according to the principles of ergonomics, effectively promoting sleep, reducing snoring, suitable for asthma patients, and so on. Cough cough, of course, it was all thanks to his classmate who opened a latex pillow factory during his undergraduate studies. Under the influence of his classmate, he knew more about natural latex pillows. Young master is lying again. Xiaoxi, don't believe him. Xiaohe, who ran out of the house, heard Li Zishuan and immediately pulled Xiaoxi and snorted. This girl had never been easy to fool. Li Zishuan didn't mind. He held the pillow with one hand and patted it with the other hand. After realizing that the elasticity was not bad, he smiled and said, "He. So, Xiaohe, you don't believe me?" Xiaohe pouted and said, "Of course I don't believe you. How can such a small thing make people have beautiful dreams every day? Young master, we're not 3-year-old kids. How can we be fooled so easily?" Then, Xiaoxi, do you believe me? Xiaoxi believes young masters. Xiaoxi thought for a while and nodded crisply. Having such a teammate, Xiaohe couldn't help but stomp her feet. Li Zishuan laughed. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's not true. Here, this is a latex pillow. Xiaoxi, Take it, young master will give you one. Use this as a pillow at night and I guarantee you a good dreams. As for Xiao He, there's no one. Thank you, young masters. Young master, can you give one to Xiao He too? Xiao Shi happily took the pillow and hesitated for a moment before saying. Xiao He used her hand to touch the pillow in Xiao Shi's hand. After feeling the amazing elasticity, she regretted what she said just now. When she heard Xiao Shi pleading for her, she quickly looked at Li Zishuan and used her eyes to express that she also wanted one. Enough, husband. Don't tease her anymore. Han Yushi walked out of the house at this moment and scolded him. After marrying into the Li family for so long, she had already become quite familiar with the two girls. They were basically as close as sisters. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Take one for yourself. Seeing Han Yushi's Yushi, Xiao He Yushi, Xiao He Yushi, Xiao, and Xiao He Yushi. Thank you, young masters. Xiao He was afraid that Li Zishuan would change his mind, so she quickly took out a pillow from her bag and walked into the room with Xiao Shi. She must have brought the pillow into her room. Husband, it's not like we don't have pillows at home. Why did you ask Faubert to go through so much trouble for this? Han Yushi looked at the 6 pillows in the bag and said softly. Wife, this pillow is different from the pillows at home. It has many benefits for the body. You will know when the time comes. You, me, father, mother, and Lan, will each have one. I will get someone to send the last one to Lord Taishan so that he can enjoy our workshop's newest product. Li Zishuan picked up the bag and passed it to Han Yushi. Husband, you are so nice. Thank you, husband. Although she wasn't sure if this latex pillow really had many benefits, the fact that Li Zishuan could think of Han Tianhu when he had something good meant that he really had her in his heart. This was enough to make Han Yushi very happy. Husband is so nice. Wife, shouldn't you repay husband well? Li Zishuan whispered into Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Husband. I just said a few words and you are being naughty again. Didn't Faubert send 2 bags over? Quickly open the other one and see what's inside. Han Yushi pouted coquettishly, then looked at the other bag and said. It should be a new toy, right? Let me open it and take a look. Li Zishuan had no choice but to stop joking. He went forward and opened the other bag. He saw a round ball inside. It was about the size of a modern soccer ball, but this ball was pure white. Husband, what is this? Is this a ball to be kicked? Seeing the ball in Li Zishuan's hand, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She looked at Li Zishuan and said eagerly. Wife, how do you know this ball is to be kicked? Li Zishuan asked with some surprise. He had watched a lot of ancient TV dramas in his previous life. He knew that in ancient times, Kuju had become popular among the noble class. However, in his impression, the Kuju used to kick in ancient times was mostly the kind of solid ball sewn with fur. It looked cumbersome, not to mention kicking it. He estimated that if he kicked it hard, his foot would hurt for a few days. After all, there were no professional sneakers in ancient